All right, I did it.
Hot time in the city. My hair plugs ain't pretty. Hot times in the city. I'm feeling kinda bad.
The AIDS diet plan helped me lose 28 pounds.
AIDS helps control your appetite so you lose weight. Yet AIDS lets you taste, chew, and enjoy. And the appetite suppressant in AIDS is not a stimulant.
AIDS helped me to lose 18 pounds, and it doesn't contain anything to make me nervous.
Question: why take diet pills when you can enjoy AIDS? AIDS helps you lose weight without making you jittery.
Hey, Liam McEnany, your friend David told me about how you thought you had to pass gas on the number 4 bus, but it turned out to be more than gas. Man, Liam McEnany, that has to be tough. Wearing white shorts on a Manhattan scorcher smack dab in the middle of rush hour with your girlfriend standing right next to you. I feel you, Liam McEnany. I really do. But it's a reminder of how precarious life is. One moment you think you're taking your lady downtown to your favorite Korean barbecue, and suddenly one blast out of your leaky balloon knot and poof, everything changes in a second. Poof, it's all over. Poof, runny bilge, dripping down your legs, Liam McEnany. You look for your girlfriend. Poof, she's gone. In the blink of a balloon knot. Won't even return your phone calls. I feel for you, Liam McEnany. Reminds me of 9/11. Beautiful fall day. I was planning a walk in the park with my second wife, Judith Nathan, who turned out to be a voracious harpy. And the next thing you know, well, I don't have to tell you what happened that day. It's all in my book, Leadership. I guess the point is, Liam McEnany, never take anything for granted. Cherish each moment. You never know. You just never know. One day you're with a woman who you can't figure out where you end and she begins. And then poof, intestinal air completely betrays you by turning solid. Poof, she's gone. Poof, all that's left is a memory. Okay, take care, Liam McEnany. And next time you're riding the bus in white shorts, remember to exercise constant vigilance, because things don't always turn out the way you planned. Bye, Liam McEnany. You sound like someone I would like to get to know. 9/11.
That would be Rudy Giuliani. We did a cameo. We paid Rudy Giuliani to do a cameo for Liam McEnany's birthday. And I believe that's Robert Smigel doing Rudy Giuliani. I believe that could be Robert Smigel. Welcome to the mop-up for February 21st, 2021. I'm David Feldman, coming to you from an air shaft overlooking a parking garage somewhere in New York City, where the temperature is 44 degrees and sunny. It's President's Day. It's a holiday where we get to do absolutely nothing, just like our current president, Joe Biden. In environmental news, the government in West Wales, Great Britain, has found a novel way to maintain their thoroughfares. The Washington Post reports this morning that they are paving the roads using 100,000 dirty disposable diapers, or nappies, as they are called over there. There's a smart move. The planet is getting increasingly hot, so let's pave the roads with filthy diapers. Temperatures are in the triple digits, so drivers please be advised of low visibility due to swarms of flies. The good news is drivers say the dirty diapers save wear and tear on their tires now that the roads come with factory installed skid marks. See, you don't have to, it comes because they're dirty. I could have said when dirty diapers are used to pave roads, the asphalt is called ass no fault. I could have said that, but you're better than that. I am not, but you are better than that. I respect the people listening to this podcast on this, our President's Day, to say something like, for example, remember the good old days when you needed cars for a pileup? See, but I'm not going to do that because, anyway, it's a great idea. Disposable diapers are bad for the environment. And this is an ingenious way to save the planet, short of not having babies in the first place. You do realize that scientists can retrieve DNA from a diaper, which means after you adopt a highway, you can then find out who the real parents are. A lot of podcasters took today off for President's Day, and I think I am. I think I've unwittingly taken today off. Well, I'll be honest with you. I had nightmares last night. I did. I woke up, looked around, pondered my existence, and thought, let's see if I can fall asleep and get back to that nightmare. That seems more interesting than what I pathetically refer to as my existence. Let's see if I can get back to the nightmare that I had last night, and I'm not making this up, of getting court-martialed by the New York Mets. It was terrifying, but at least it was interesting. At least it was better than living in an apartment overlooking an air shaft. No, I had a dream last night that I was playing for the New York Mets and I was being court-martialed for cheating at poker. Anybody want to take a stab at that? Dreams are like someone reading a poem written by E.E. Cummings. There's always some hidden meaning and I'm fast asleep. E.E. Cummings, or as I called him, Double E, was the most important poet of the 20th century. He invented a groundbreaking form, no use of capital letters. He didn't capitalize any of his words, which means there was no way to tell if he was a small d Democrat and a Democrat, or just a small d Democrat. Very cagey man, very shady, E.E. Cummings. I don't know about poetry. I don't know. I don't get poetry. I don't understand why somebody wants to be a poet. How does that work? I have something I want to say. It's so important to me that I'm going to write it obliquely. So you must spend $250,000 on a liberal arts education to understand what it is I'm trying to say. Let me talk about love in a way that only a select few can understand so they can feel superior. I don't get poetry. I'm sure it has some purpose in this world, although Socrates was against poetry. So that's another thing I have in common with Socrates. I have something else in common with Socrates, but I don't want to share that. There are children watching. But Socrates did not like poetry, and he did not like music. Now, there was a time when music was written with lyrics that made sense. You had lyricists, and there could be a tune, and then it would be passed off to a lyricist, or the lyricist would write something resembling a poem, and he would turn it over to a composer who would add a nice tune to the lyrics. And then you had a song that made sense, like Chuck Berry's My Ding-a-ling. I don't know if you kids have been blessed. It's part of the American Songbook, Chuck Berry's My Ding-a-ling. My ding-a-ling, won't you play with my ding-a-ling? There was nothing obscured here. You knew exactly what he was talking about. The little bell on his Schwinn bike, my ding-a-ling. You know, you didn't have to read into it. It was right there. Irving Berlin, composer and a lyricist. Must you dance every dance with the same fortunate man? You have danced with him since the music began, Won't you change partners and dance with me? That's genius, right? You know exactly what the song is about, what the lyricist is trying to say. Must you dance every dance with the same fortunate man? Clearly, Irving Berlin is complaining about being forced to eat coleslaw with a fork instead of a spoon. And when he brings the slaw to his mouth, the dressing drips all over his new shirt. Won't you change partners and dance with me? Clearly, he's asking the waiter to bring him a fresh set of utensils. Why do today's songwriters have to be cryptic? Why can't they be like Irving Berlin or Chuck Berry and just say what they mean? Well, because today's songwriters can't write lyrics. So they just decide to find words that sound poetic, and they have us do all the work. I wrote the song. It's your job to figure out what it means. I can't be bothered to know what this song is about. The fact that I wrote it should be enough. Like Paul Simon, for example. He was asked what Mrs. Robinson was about, and he said, I have no idea what it was about. I like the words, where have you gone, Joe DiMaggio, our nation turns its lonely eyes to you. And then he just built words around that, and he said he has no idea what it means. Where have you gone, Joe DiMaggio, our nation turns its lonely eyes to you. Who wakes up and says, wow, I have something really profound that must be set to music? Where have you gone, Joe DiMaggio? Our nation turns its lonely eyes to you. Really, that's what you want to say? With all that's going on in the 60s, the war on poverty, Vietnam, where have you gone, Joe DiMaggio? Our nation turns its lonely eyes to you. Originally, this is true, it was going to be Eleanor Roosevelt instead of Joe DiMaggio. This is true. Where have you gone, Eleanor Roosevelt? Our nation turns its lonely eyes to you. That maybe would have made sense. But I think Mike Nichols, who was directing The Graduate at the time, I think Mike Nichols said, don't make it about anything. Make it about Joe DiMaggio. So he changed it from Eleanor Roosevelt to Joe DiMaggio at the last minute. Here's an interesting fact. Joe DiMaggio was going to marry Eleanor Roosevelt at the last minute, but then he changed his mind. Mike Nichols told him to marry Marilyn Monroe instead. I think. Maybe I got that wrong. Maybe Marilyn Monroe was originally going to marry Eleanor Roosevelt, but Mike Nichols told her to marry Joe DiMaggio. I don't know. Just if Mike Nichols tells you to do something, listen to him. The point is you can find whatever meaning you want in song lyrics these days. That's the whole point. It's a Rorschach test. Nobody says anything with their lyrics. They let you decide what they hear. John Cougar Mellencamp has a documentary that came out about 3 years ago. One of the first things he says in the documentary is the key to a hit song is making the lyrics vague enough so the listeners can read whatever they want into it. It's form over substance. It's why Ronald Reagan could play Born in the USA at his rallies. He heard what he wanted to hear in Bruce Springsteen's Born in the USA. So he played Born in the USA at his rallies. George Herbert Walker Bush played Don't Worry, Be Happy at his campaign rallies. But Bobby McFerrin, who wrote that monstrosity, Don't Worry, Be Happy, asked George Herbert Walker Bush to stop playing Don't Worry, Be Happy at his rallies because McFerrin was worried about Bush winning, and that would mean McFerrin wouldn't be happy. So he asked Bush to stop playing Don't Worry, Be Happy. Unfortunately, McFerrin didn't ask radio stations to stop playing Don't Worry, Be Happy as well. Possibly the worst song ever written, Don't Worry, Be Happy. And Bush put up a fight. This is true. He invited Bobby McFerrin to the vice president's house for dinner to try to convince him to let him use Don't Worry, Be Happy. And McFerrin said no to the dinner, which looking back was probably a bad idea if you're Bobby McFerrin, because whenever you had an opportunity to have dinner with George Herbert Walker Bush, there was always a good chance that he would throw up all over you And that's a story you can tell your grandkids. Monica Lewinsky kept the blue dress with Bill Clinton's DNA on it. George Herbert Walker throws up on you. You see the stains on my blue blazer with the 80s era shoulder pads. That is presidential hurl. That is vomit from George Herbert Walker Bush. Happy President's Day, where we celebrate President George Herbert Walker Bush, who on January 8th, 1992, President George Herbert Walker Bush, visiting Japan at a state dinner hosted by Prime Minister Kiichi Miyazawa. Halfway through the meal, President George Herbert Walker Bush vomits all over Miyazawa's lap. And it's on video. Go to YouTube and look up George Herbert Walker Bush vomiting on Prime Minister Kiichi Miyazawa's lap. He vomited right on the Prime Minister's lap, not to the side of his lap, not on his own lap or on his own plate or the Prime Minister's plate. He vomited right on the Prime Minister of Japan's lap. And he later said he had a gastrointestinal bug, but we know the truth. Anybody who's about to throw up knows where to direct the hurl. You don't vomit on someone's lap unless you're doing it on purpose. Nobody accidentally gets their lap thrown up on. When I was a teenager watching Olivia Newton-John on MTV, I had my lap thrown into, but that wasn't my mouth. I was throwing into my lap. And at first it was confusing and then delightful. I'm too old now to throw into my lap anymore by myself. I'm too old. Like I said, it's a holiday, and I've decided to take President's Day off, as you can clearly see. I threw into my lap, but I didn't have anybody throw. Anyway, George Herbert Walker Bush, it's President's Day. George Herbert Walker Bush was running for re-election in 1992. And that's when he threw up on the Prime Minister's lap. Less than a year earlier, he won the war in Iraq, and his popularity was 89%. This was in March of 91. It was almost the year. He had 89%. Would have been nice to have 91%, but he had 89% approval rating. Bush received an 89% approval rating after declaring victory in Iraq. Remember Operation Desert Storm? That was the highest presidential job approval rating ever recorded. America loved George Herbert Walker Bush. Less than a year later, he vomits all over the Japanese prime minister. 92, he loses to Clinton. Most popular president in American history in 1991. By the end of 1992, he's a one-term president, all because he couldn't help himself. He had to throw up on the Japanese prime minister's lap. It was a calculated move. Bush thought that if he threw up all over the Japanese prime minister, it would make him look strong. But Americans thought it made him look like a wimp. But throwing up on another world leader, some cultures view that as strength. I saw it as strength. What you need to understand is we're talking about 1992. It was a different time. And back in 1992, it was Japan. When it comes to economics, it was Japan, not China. It was Japan that was eating our lunch. And so George Herbert Walker Bush said to the Japanese prime minister, "You want to eat America's lunch? Here, have some of mine." Blech. It was Bush's way of saying, I was busy defeating Saddam Hussein, and while I'm busy defeating Saddam Hussein, Japan is stealing our auto market and our silicon chips. No. I'm the president of the United States. The Soviet Union fell on my watch. Saddam Hussein was kicked out of Kuwait on my watch. There's only one power here in the world, and it is America. Blech! ugh, and you vomit. You vomit. I mean, I thought it was amazing. I thought it was incredible. I almost voted for him just because, I respect masculinity. You vomit on the Japanese prime minister, and the Japanese prime minister just sat there and took it. He didn't punch Bush. He didn't get up. He just sat there with Bush's warm sashimi all over his stinky lap. But it backfired, and people thought he looked weak. And later in the year, Bush lost to Clinton, all because he threw up, and people didn't understand why he threw up on the Japanese prime minister. They misread it. They thought he looked like a wimp. That's one of the reasons George Herbert Walker Bush lost in 92. Also because during one of the presidential debates, Bush looked at his watch. And that's another reason he lost. During one of his debates with Clinton and Ross Perot, Bush looked at his watch, and people said he was bored with being president. Now, what he should have done was shouted during the debate, "Hey, Clinton, hey, Bill Clinton," then looked at his watch, shouted, "You know what time it is? Well, let's see. The big hand is on your lapel, grabbing your jacket towards my head, and the little hand is down my throat because I'm about to hurl tonight's pre-show lobster roll all over your lying face, Bill Clinton, you draft-dodging, whoremongering fraud. My family owns this country. You're just a tenant farmer." Bleh. Just vomited on Clinton's face. The Japanese prime minister gets the lap. You're down in the polls. You go for the face. Headshot. Take him out. But George Herbert Walker Bush wasn't willing to do that. And so he lost. Went from the most popular president in American history to losing the presidency a year later. How fickle we are, the United States, how fickle this country is. One year, you're the most popular president in American history. The year later, Americans show you the door. What a humiliating defeat. George Herbert Walker Bush, 1991, was the most popular president in recorded history. 10 years later, he became the second most popular president in recorded history. Nobody had broken his record, but he was surpassed when George W. Bush became president his first year. This is true. George W. Bush became the most popular president in American history right after 9/11, when the World Trade Center came down and the Pentagon was attacked. On 9/11, the day after 9/11, George W. Bush became the most popular president in American history. George W. Bush got intelligence briefings that Osama bin Laden was, quote, intent on flying jets into the World Trade Center before 9/11. He got those intelligence briefings. He ignored those. He didn't even read them. He ignored intelligence briefings. He never met with his anti-terrorist experts in the White House. Didn't have a single meeting with Clark. He was warned that Osama bin Laden would be the number one thing he would be focusing on when he became president. George W. Bush ignored all the warnings. World Trade Center comes down. The next day, George W. Bush becomes the most popular president in American history. He got a 90% approval rating right after the towers came down, which means the American people don't like to see you throwing up, but they love watching you shit the bed, which is what George W. Bush did before and after 9/11. He completely shit the bed, which brings me to our current president's approval ratings, Joe Biden. They've hit a new low. 39% of Americans approve of the job he's doing, to which I say, Joe, pull a George W. Bush, shit the bed. if anyone can look like he can shit the bed, it's Joe Biden. You can do it, Joe. Pretend the bed you're sleeping in is your pants, and America will love you again. Just shit the bed instead of your pants, Joe Biden. It is quite remarkable how quickly the public turns. Think about it. George Herbert Walker Bush, when he was president, the Soviet Union was dissolved, and he established America as the dominant superpower in the world, kicking Iraq out of Kuwait. The Soviet Union fell on his watch. The American people loved him. He won the Cold War. He was an American hero. Unlike Reagan, who lied about his war record, Ronald Reagan claims he served in Germany and liberated the concentration camps. He served in Culver City, which is a suburb of Hollywood. He filed films for the war effort. But Bush was a real war hero during WW2. Navy pilot shot down over the Pacific, which is why right after he vomited all over the Japanese prime minister, he said, "Miyazawa, what goes down must come up." That's one that's one for the island of Chichijima. That's what he said. When he threw up all over the Japanese prime minister, he said, that's for the island of Chichijima. 6 hours I floated, waiting to be rescued, float all over this. But a year later, the American people kicked him out of the White House, all because he threw up, he looked at his watch, and the economy tanked. That's why he lost. It's the economy, stupid. Bill Clinton's campaign manager, James Carville, in 92, taped that to his wall. It's the economy, stupid. People vote with their wallets, so it's the economy, stupid. And then Clinton became president, and it's a stupid economy. He became president, signed the North Atlantic Free Trade Agreement, repealed Glass-Steagall, turned America over to the banks who shipped manufacturing overseas and gave the American people cheap money instead of jobs, which means instead of savings, we are a nation of debtors. People have jobs. Some of them still have jobs. Mostly they have credit card debt or student loan debt or mortgages. Most Americans can't come up, a majority of Americans can't come up with $500 for an emergency. And if you have a job, congratulations. But I want you to think about this. Have you ever wondered how the company you're working for actually makes money? Seriously, do you see any connection between the work you are given and the actual improvement of the company's bottom line? Right? You know that the company you're working for, there's no way the company you're working for is making money off of what you do. But this is the new economy. You don't need to worry. You're not there to make money. You are there to clean it. That is your job. Your job is to clean dirty money. I want you to imagine the entire world's economy. If you listen to people like the IMF, the World Bank, Forbes has written about this, Business Insider has written about this, the entire world economy is worth about $100 trillion. $100 trillion. That means the gross domestic product, it's not domestic because it's the entire world. So if we looked at the planet, the gross domestic product of the planet each year is about $100 trillion. That means about $100 trillion in salaries, assets, and cash is spit out by this planet. Roughly $100 trillion for the entire world. Now, nobody knows for sure, but if you lowball this, it is estimated that about $36 trillion of that $100 trillion is stashed in offshore tax havens. Nobody really knows because that's the whole point of having a tax haven. But it is estimated, for example, that 60% of Russia's entire GDP is stored in offshore tax havens. And by offshore tax havens, I mean Nevada, Wyoming, South Dakota, and Manhattan real estate. Nobody has any idea how much money is unreported. They say 36 trillion is a reasonable expectation. So $36 trillion that we know of each year has to be cleaned, which means that movie Alec Baldwin was starring in, it's dirty money being brought into the country from some exotic island like South Dakota or Delaware, and it's reintroduced into the economy so it can be legally spent, which means, as the late, great David Graeber once wrote, your job is bullshit. Your job is bullshit. You are a front. You are fronting dirty money. This is true. Look around. Wherever you're working, look around. Do you really think the company you're working for is turning a profit? There's something like 5 or 6 companies in the S&P 500. They call them the FANG, like Facebook, Amazon, Netflix, Google, Apple. There's something like maybe 10 companies in the Fortune 500 that are actually not in debt. The rest of them are all racking up debt, something like $20 trillion in debt. We have a handful of companies, unless you work for Facebook, Amazon, Netflix, Google, Apple, Microsoft, the company that you work for is not, you're not making money for that company because that company isn't making money. It's cleaning it. When I was a child, my father would take me to a restaurant in New York City, and the food was amazing. And my father would go there with his friends, and we would eat, and they'd say to me, the food's incredible, kid, isn't it? And I'd look around and I'd see the finest and freshest ingredients. The wait staff is well groomed and clean. The chef would come out. It was immaculate. And they'd ask me, how do you think they can possibly make money serving such great dishes at such low prices? And I had no idea. And they explained to me, because it's a restaurant, but that's not what it's in business to do. It's a front. They called them fronts back then. It was a mafia joint. It was owned by the mafia. It's not supposed to make money. It's not supposed to make money. It's there to show an incredible profit. So drug money can be reintroduced into the economy, or gambling money, or prostitution money. You make millions dealing crack cocaine. You can't spend it because the minute you deposit that money into a bank, the feds will know something is up. But if you open a restaurant and then you deposit that dirty, filthy cash into the restaurant's bank, then the restaurant shows a profit, not the drug dealer, right? And suddenly you're no longer a drug dealer, you're a restaurateur. And that is what practically every business is in America right now. It's a front. Again, think about your job. As David Graeber said, it's bullshit. The work you do has nothing to do with the bottom line. You're a front. Up front, everyone is shuffling papers, or you're folding sweaters, or you're selling a convection oven, which nobody needs and nobody buys, but everybody acts as if it's a business. You look around, which you're not supposed to do, and you realize, these papers I'm shuffling, I have no idea why I'm shuffling these papers. Nobody has bought one of these sweaters or convection ovens in a month. But somehow they pay me. So I'll go along with it. Don't ask questions. You pretend it's a business. I have no idea why they're paying me or what I'm doing, and you're not supposed to. As long as you don't ask questions, you can get a taste of it. Comedy clubs. I would play restaurants that had comedy, and they would book me and they would advertise me. And because it's David Feldman, nobody, and I mean nobody, showed up to see me, because who would want to show up to hear me do comedy? But the owner couldn't have been more thrilled to see me. He loved me. He paid me. He would say at the end of the week or the night, "Great job. When can we have you back?" And I'm looking around. The place is empty. How can you want, I didn't say this, how can you want me back if I don't sell any tickets? Because it wasn't about stand-up comedy. It wasn't even about selling drinks. That's what stand-ups like to say. We're only there to sell drinks. No, you're not. You're there to front a mob money laundering organization. You're there because some mobster needs to convince the government this place is about food, drinks, and stand-up comedy. And so the money I was given was drug money. I was paid in drug money. My salary that they paid me, not to fill the room, to tell my horrible jokes, my salary was the price the mobsters had to pay to make the place look legitimate. So when they do their taxes, they're going to claim that they paid me 100 times the amount that they paid me. They're going to claim they sold 100 times the amount of drinks that they sold. And that way they can put that money, that bad money, into an account. And as far as the government is concerned, the place was packed and I'm a hit. David Feldman is a hit. And I went along with it. They make us all complicit because it's really the only way to get a taste, to dip your beak into this economy. So we all take the money. You work for a company in Manhattan, any company that you work for in Manhattan, it cannot possibly be profitable. But you take the money because in order to survive, you're in denial. You pretend all those staff meetings are about improving morale or bumping up sales. And I'm pretty sure the person running the meeting kind of believes that's what he's trying to do. But the person who hired that person, they're thinking, sure, you want to turn a profit, you're ambitious, try it. That's what he's thinking. If this guy can turn a profit, that will make the company look all the more legitimate, but you really don't have to, because we're going to say you're turning a profit regardless of what the truth is. Just make the place look legitimate. Make everyone unhappy. Make sure everyone is working long hours and hates the boss and hates their job. Exhaust everybody. Make everybody tired and hate their job. Make sure this electronics store looks like we're moving merchandise. Keep it open 24 hours. Abuse everybody in the workplace so it looks legitimate, even though it's not. None of these places are legitimate. As David Graeber said, your job is bullshit. Now, I can't stand David Brooks. He writes for the New York Times. I loathe him more than Thomas Friedman. David Brooks, just a horrible, horrible human being. But I accidentally read him yesterday by accident. And I thought it was instructions on how to give myself a fleet enema. And I was reading the instructions for how to give myself a fleet enema. And then I go, oh my God, this isn't how to give yourself a fleet enema. It's David Brooks's column in the New York Times. Anyway, he wrote about Fiona Hill's new book, in which she explains how Vladimir Putin works. And Brooks says, Fiona Hill writes, see what I do here? I'm telling you my sources. It's a novel idea, that telling you my sources. I would have loved to have left David Brooks out of this, but this is where I got it from. So Brooks says, Fiona Hill, in describing Vladimir Putin, how he operates, she says, quote, everybody's wealth is deliberately tainted in Russia. So Putin has the power to accuse anyone of corruption and remove anyone at any time. Let me read that again. This is what Fiona Hill writes about how Russia runs. Everybody's wealth is deliberately tainted. So Putin has the power to accuse anyone of corruption and remove anyone at any time. That is how a kleptocracy works. See? There's one guy at the very top who is the most corrupt, and he controls the police. The only people in a kleptocracy who are allowed to get wealthy are criminals, because criminals can be locked up by the police when you want them to be, when the guy on top wants them to be locked up. So you get a compliant force underneath you. If everyone can be locked up, they obey you. The police become the kleptocracy's security guard. In Russia, anyone who has money has committed a crime. You can't make money unless you've tainted yourself. So they are all compliant. To succeed in a kleptocracy, the people in charge must have something on you. Otherwise, they can't get you to bend to their will. And that's how the Trump administration operated. It was a kleptocracy. Trump wouldn't hire anyone who wasn't a fraud. In other words, Trump only trusted someone if they couldn't be trusted. Now that sounds cute, but it's true. Trump only trusted someone if they couldn't be trusted. I don't trust this guy. He's too trustworthy. That's why all our bosses are difficult. And we delude ourselves. Think about your boss now. Think about all the bosses you've had and how you've deluded yourself. We say things like, my boss hates me because I'm honest. And I remind him or her of how immoral they are. So they don't like me, because each day I show up to work, they see me and I'm a reminder of what they're not, and it makes them feel gross. That's what we tell ourselves to explain evil in the world. But the truth is, your boss is a monster. That's why he's in charge, because he's a monster and he's corrupted. And because he's a monster, he doesn't mind being corrupt. The reason your boss hates you is because you're not corrupt. That's it. And because you're not corrupt, he doesn't trust you. He's worried you're going to turn him into the government or the board of directors. But most importantly, he hates you because he has nothing on you. And if he has nothing on you, then he can't destroy you. So he leaves you alone, doesn't like you. In Serpico, the movie Serpico, Frank Serpico, this is based on a true story. Serpico wouldn't take the bribe. He was a patrol officer in New York City, and the cops hated him because he wouldn't go on the take. And they would insist, take the money, just take it. Show us we can trust you. That's what they said to him. Take the money, take the bribes so we can trust you. You don't have to spend the money, give it to a charity, but take the money, Serpico. We need you to be one of us. Otherwise, we can't trust you. That's why your boss doesn't trust you. For a criminal enterprise to stay afloat, everyone involved must live in fear of being exposed. And you have to have something that you don't want exposed to be at the top. I have something on you. You have something on me. Now come work for my bank. That's how a kleptocracy works. That's how American business, which is now a kleptocracy, that's how it works. If you're management and suddenly you show a soft spot for labor, if you're not willing to engage in something like wage theft, you're not to be trusted. You're a mistake, and they get rid of you. That's how a kleptocracy works. In America, you do not rise to the top unless the people at the very top know that you're compliant. And the only way you can signal your compliance is by proving to them just how corrupt you are and willing to be. So sharp elbows, rudeness, harassment is rewarded, just as long as your business interests don't interfere with mine. If they do, you're whacked, or they give you your own criminal enterprise to run. That's how it works in America. Somebody like Les Moonves, the rapist who ran CBS for decades, he would identify sharp elbows, predators, harassers, vicious, corrupt women and men, and he would nurture them and then give them a smaller network to run. He recognized this person could be just as corrupt as I am if given the opportunity. I can't keep this person around my C-suite. He'll slash my throat. Better, I should give him his own network to run. And then when that network becomes too profitable, I whack him and bring somebody else in to take it over. That's how all of corporate America is run. Surround yourself with only people willing to commit crimes. The criminal who's as big or potentially as big a monster as you are, you give him something big, but not too big, so he doesn't compete with your criminal enterprise. You want him to stay under your thumb. You give him a few years to get successful, so he's kicking money up to you. And then when it looks like his record label is too profitable, he's coming for you, you turn him in to the police or to the board of directors. That's how it works. I was reading last week about Antonio Horta Osorio, who was brought in to run Credit Suisse. It's a bank in Switzerland. He became the chairman. I think last year or 2 years ago, Credit Suisse needed a new chairman because they ran into some problems. There were 2 scandals. So they brought in Antonio Horta Osorio in as chairman because he was legitimate. Supposedly, he ran Lloyd's of London, got knighted by the Queen. They needed an honest face to front Credit Suisse, which is a Swiss bank. It's a criminal enterprise. The minute he got there, he made the mistake of trying to clean up the place. He fired some lawyers. He lowered compensation packages for some of the quote unquote executives who had been with Credit Suisse for decades, and he quickly became unpopular. He was trying to clean up Credit Suisse. And what's the point of running a Swiss bank if you're going to clean it up? So the old timers at Credit Suisse went to the board of directors and claimed he was misusing the corporate jet, flying his family to soccer games all over the world, vacations, and people complained that he sometimes didn't wear a mask. He was rude, and they fired him and told the world he was dirty, which is why they hired him. He was dirty. That's why they hired him, but they didn't know that he would try to clean up the place. So they accused him of doing what he was supposed to do, misusing funds, flying the corporate jet all over the world. They hired him because they knew he was corrupt, and they had some stuff on him. So when he was interfering with their own business, they fired him. Jeff Zucker used to be the head of CNN. He had to resign, they say, they say, because he failed to disclose an office romance. His failure to disclose an office romance compromised CNN's lofty journalistic standards. CNN has former generals pitching war, and they never disclose that they're lobbyists for the military-industrial complex. They have Joe Lockhart on all the time, who's introduced as Bill Clinton's press secretary from 24 years ago. They never reveal that he's a lobbyist, that he's there to lobby for whatever company is paying him. But CNN feels Jeff Zucker must disclose an office romance. Our journalistic ethics were violated. No, somebody wanted to get rid of Jeff Zucker. CNN has a new owner, the Discovery Channel. The new owner was either threatened by Zucker, who felt Zucker wasn't making enough money for the company and too much for himself, or he was making too much and he was a threat, whatever. All they knew is they had something on him, so they used it. You can't get to be head of CNN unless they have something on you. If they don't have something on you, they won't hire you, because that means they can't fire you. I suspect Jeff Zucker's office romance was the least of it. The failure to disclose the office romance was used to ease Zucker out gently. It's like Al Franken being forced to resign. Leave on these accusations, Senator Franken. Otherwise, we're going to expose a lot more. Leave now with just enough to make you look kind of like a victim here so you can spin it, or stay and we will destroy you. And I'm sure the same applied to Zucker. You resign on something as innocuous as not revealing an office romance. You leave and your dignity is intact. Or you don't resign, you stay, and we'll release some stuff about you that's not so nice. Does anyone honestly believe Jeff Zucker, the head of CNN, had to resign because he didn't reveal an office romance? Jeffrey Toobin revealed an office romance with himself on Zoom, and he got his job back at CNN. An office romance? Brian Williams lied about getting shot at in Iraq. Brian Williams is a serial liar, guilty of stolen valor, and NBC didn't fire him. He's gone. CBS is trying to hire him now. Joe Rogan is getting $200 million from Spotify. It was revealed last week that he gets $200 million from Spotify. He's lying about ivermectin, COVID, using the N-word. He's getting $200 million from Spotify. Dave Chappelle traffics in hate speech directed at the transgender community. Netflix just signed him up for another brand new batch of specials. But Jeff Zucker, the head of CNN, has to resign because he failed to disclose an office romance. Wasn't rape like Matt Lauer, wasn't sexual assault like Charlie Rose. He was having consensual sex with a woman he fell in love with at work, and he's got to go. Do you honestly believe that? Are you serious? The first thing I thought when I heard Jeff Zucker, when it was reported he had to resign because he compromised CNN's journalistic ethics, the first thing I thought was, CNN has journalistic ethics? When I saw that Jeff Zucker was forced to resign from CNN because of an undisclosed office romance, I started thinking, wow, what did he do that's far worse? If it's an office romance that was undisclosed, trust me, they have a file on Jeff Zucker that's thicker than Justin Bieber trying to learn calculus. They had a lot more on Jeff Zucker. You don't step down because you didn't reveal an office romance. Zucker ran the Today Show. He ran NBC News. He ran NBC, and then he ran NBC Universal. Trust me, you don't get to the top of that food chain unless they have stuff on you. That's how politics, business, nonprofits, that's how it works in America. You get to the top because you're corrupt, and the people on the top all know you're corrupt. You surround yourself with other corrupt people because you can trust them. They won't turn you in because their mere existence is the poison pill. If I go down, you go down. The people who are somewhat honest, you're at the bottom of the pyramid because you can't be trusted. There's no poison pill. In America, there is a direct correlation between how much money, power, and success you accrue to how many moral and criminal crimes you're willing to commit or have committed. That's why Trump still walks free. He's surrounded by poison pills. He's surrounded himself with people who are just as corrupt. There were the openly corrupt, like Roger Stone, Steve Bannon, Paul Manafort, the people he had to pardon. And then there was Michael Cohen, who went to prison. There was his accounting firm, his children. We all know about all the corruption. You couldn't get close to Donald Trump unless you were corrupt. And it is why nobody in the Republican Party will stand up to him, because he's got stuff on everybody. Everybody bends to his will because this Republican Party, every member of the Republican Party, has disgusting, repulsive dirt. They got dirt on them. Lindsey Graham, I'll talk about Lindsey Graham. You know, Lindsey Graham runs to, he's a lapdog to Donald Trump because he's afraid that Donald Trump likes men's laps, and he'll do anything to get Trump not to out him. Now, those are the people who are afraid of Trump. They're all corrupt. And then you have a different type of person who Donald Trump surrounds himself with. And those are the people with a storied history of domestic violence. I'm running 5 minutes late. I don't know if our guest is here yet. Steve Bannon has been charged with domestic violence. When he was living in Santa Monica, the police had to come out. Steve Bannon was his campaign manager. The campaign manager before him, Corey Lewandowski, was arrested on misdemeanor battery charges, assaulting a woman. They were dropped. Then there's the other campaign manager, Brad Parscale, who was a campaign manager. He was arrested 2 years ago in Florida. A SWAT team was sent out after his wife called the police saying her husband was drunk, and he had 10 assault weapons and was threatening to kill himself. And his wife, when the police came to the door, his wife was covered in bruises, mysterious bruises, and she refused to press charges, claiming spousal abuse. She didn't accuse him of spousal abuse, but the police knocked him to the ground and detained him for mental health evaluation. Rob Porter resigned his position as Donald Trump's White House staff secretary after domestic abuse allegations from both of his former wives surfaced. Porter had been dating former White House Director of Communications Hope Hicks. No word as to whether or not he sexually or physically assaulted Hope Hicks. But Stephanie Grisham was Melania Trump's press secretary, and then she became President Trump's press secretary. Grisham dated former Trump White House aide Max Miller, and Politico says that in 2020, Miller accused Stephanie Grisham of cheating on him and then pushed Stephanie Grisham up against a wall and smacked her in the face. Donald Trump has endorsed Max Miller. He's now a candidate for the Republican nomination for a seat in the U.S. House of Representatives, Ohio's 13th congressional district. Miller is running, saying that the 2020 election was stolen, that it was rigged. Big supporter of Trump's. Trump's a big supporter of him. He's also, according to Politico, they interviewed 60 people, and 60 people have come forward and called him aggressive and violent. Politico looked at court records, found numerous incidents of his being arrested for drunk driving, smashing his car, fistfights, and all sort of frat boy behavior. There's a lot of domestic violence going on in that immediate Trump circle. According to the medical journal Lancet, 25% of all women in the world will experience some sort of domestic violence by the time they're 50. The world is made up of violent men and women who too often refuse to press charges. They make excuses for them. And that's why there's a Republican Party. That's why there's a Republican Party, because the world is made up of violent men who sexually assault, physically assault women, and there are some women who make excuses for them. Donald Trump is a self-confessed rapist. He admits to grabbing women by the pussy. That's sexual assault, by the way. His first wife, Ivana, accused him of rape, but then was talked into retracting the rape accusation in exchange for a better divorce settlement. At least 26 women have had the courage to come forward and say they were sexually assaulted by Donald Trump. That's 26 women who are willing to come forward and bear the brunt of this monstrosity. Now, when asked about this flurry of provable sexual assault accusations against Donald Trump, the deeply religious White House spokesperson, Mike Huckabee's daughter, Sarah Huckabee, said after the election, when she was asked about all these rape allegations against her boss, Donald Trump, she said, quote, "The people of this country at a decisive election supported President Trump, and we feel like these allegations have been answered through that process." Let me repeat. When asked about all the women who claimed Donald Trump raped them, Sarah Huckabee, a spokesman for Donald Trump, said in 2017, "The people of this country at a decisive election supported President Trump, and we feel like these allegations have been answered through that process." So instead of pressing charges, the American people have voted on these rape allegations. These allegations of rape, according to Sarah Huckabee, the deeply religious Sarah Huckabee, these rape allegations have been answered through the election process, which means if Donald Trump wins, then those women were not raped. And that's why people vote for Trump. That's why people vote for Republicans, because if they win, then I'm not a rapist. I'm not a bigot. That's how the Republican Party works. We have a serious problem with men who rape, who harass, who sexually assault. We have a problem with some women who believe they deserve to be treated this way, or they're in a relationship that they're too afraid to get out of. For them, rather than change their behavior or turn themselves in or get out of an abusive relationship, they vote for Donald Trump and he makes them feel okay. The president's a rapist. Melania stays with him. How bad can my marriage be? You're not voting for Trump, you're voting for yourself. If he's the president, how bad can I be? That's who votes for Trump. People who are rapists, people who assault women, people who believe women, maybe you didn't assault a woman or you didn't rape a woman, but you believe women deserve it. You'd be amazed at how many people either have sexually assaulted, sexually harassed a woman, or have been sexually assaulted, and or neither, but think it's not a big deal, or kind of happy to hear about it. Donald Trump soothes the consciences of really bad people, of deplorables, as Hillary said. Don't get me started on Hillary. When Donald Trump gets elected president, then we all do it, even the president. No, we don't all do it. Just the people who vote for Donald Trump. Unlike Donald Trump or Bill Clinton, we don't hang out with Jeffrey Epstein. We don't look the other way with Jeffrey Epstein. But Clinton looked the other way with Jeffrey Epstein, and the people around Bill Clinton, Hillary, looked the other way around Bill. And that's what Clinton and Trump that's what they have to offer the ruling elite, like Bill Gates, who also hung out with Jeffrey Epstein. They get elected president and they normalize adultery, they normalize sexual harassment, they normalize sexual assault. That's why Bill Clinton was so popular with some women and men. The Clintons normalized a bad marriage. They normalized sexual harassment. Remember before the debate in 2016 when Trump held the press conference? He was about to debate Hillary, and the grab the pussy video came out. So he held a press conference featuring Juanita Broaddrick, who claimed she was raped by Bill Clinton. I believe her. Paula Jones, who was sexually assaulted by Bill Clinton when he took her up to a hotel room and whipped his dick out. That's sexual assault. And he lied about it, then settled and was disbarred for lying about it. All those women, Trump and Clinton sexually assaulted and harassed. All those women. That wasn't a demerit for a lot of voters. It was a reason to vote for them. I'm not so bad. And if he wins, then I'm really not so bad. That's how you rise to the top in America. The Biden crime family is no different from the Clinton crime family, which is no different from the Trump crime family, which was no different from the Bush crime family, which was no different from the LBJ crime family, which was no different from the Kennedy crime family. But here's the thing about the Republicans and Donald Trump. Trump is different because he does it right out in the open. He's sloppy. And it's not just unseemly, it's more dangerous. This is the problem with these Republicans. We know that you can't get to the top unless you're a criminal, but we've never seen the kind of criminal behavior we've seen in the Trump White House and this Republican Party. They are different from all the other criminals because they celebrate crime. They celebrate the assault of women. They celebrate keeping women down. They celebrate the hatred, the bigotry. They celebrate the guns and the contempt for the community. They celebrate hatred for our government, hatred for America. The other politicians from our past who rose to the top took what didn't belong to them. But this is a whole new level of depravity. This Republican Party is about destruction. It's about people wanting to take, not for themselves, but a wrecking ball to the entire government, the country, the people, and the planet. They are sui generis, whatever that means. This is the most dangerous iteration of criminal enterprise we have seen in America. Trump and the Republican Party. You have evangelicals who think the apocalypse is a good thing, that Jesus will return if we can make the planet catch fire. You have Republican sociopaths in love with their assault weapons and want to use them to kill, not to steal money like all the other crime families, to kill just because they want to kill. You have psychologically foul Republicans who wake up each morning feeling gross, and nothing will make them happy unless they know that other people are suffering. This is different This Republican Party is more than just criminal. It's racist. It's homophobic. It hates women, blacks, Jews, Arabs, Hispanics. It is about watching people suffer. They want people starving, living on the streets, terrified, uneducated, ill-clothed, and stupid. That's who Trump is. That's who Kevin McCarthy is. That's who Mitch McConnell is. And that's who all 3 Supreme Court justices that Trump nominated, that's who they are. Now, the bad will always rise to the top. Evil always rises to the top. But in the past, they never normalized the N-word, ivermectin, rape, greed, racism, and contempt for the rule of law. I hate Biden. I hate the current leadership of the Democratic Party. They are corrupt. They are capable of evil. But unlike the GOP, they are not pure evil. Unlike the GOP, when you get Pelosi, Schumer, Biden alone, they are not rooting for the destruction of our planet. They want to make money off of it, but they do not want to see everybody dead. They may be dragging their feet on saving the planet, but unlike the Republican Party, they don't relish the death of this planet because that means people will suffer and Jesus is on the other side. That is why I voted for Biden and why I will vote for him again in 2024. And that is why I want the Democrats, as bad as they are, to keep the House and somehow get a filibuster-proof Senate. You're listening to The David Feldman Show, davidfeldmanshow.com. We will be right back.
It's time right now for the David Feldman Show. He's talking politics and comedy too. To tell a dirty joke, he knows quite a few. He's just a lefty from way back. He's a union man with an Emmy for writing. Some days he's mad and he feels like fighting. It's time right now for the David Feldman Show. So get your ears on right, buckle in real tight. He's got a lot to say and he's coming your Yes, it's time right now for the David Feldman Show. Get your ears on right, buckle in real tight. He's got a lot to say and he's coming your way. He's got a lot to say and he's coming your way. Chairs in this Bessemer shop. Back in our day, don't ever seem to stop. The man went down cause his heart gave out. Get back to work, we heard them shout. They said the EMTs are coming, that's what they're for. And life slipped away on the cement floor. I know the bookstores are all gone away. Got me some books, I'll read them someday. Right now I got to make my rate in all these extra shifts. If I can make it to Christmas Eve, the kids will have nice gifts. And the big boss will have more money so he can go up into space. But there still won't be no chairs in this Bessemer place. young, my dreams were bold. Now every day my life's controlled. Last year we had a meeting and they made us go. They gave us all pins that said, vote no. But maybe this year Union can give us a little more and put some chairs on this Bessemer floor. I'm hoping the union might make things right. Some days I just don't have the strength to fight. This plant down here can take its toll. It'll break your body, it'll crush your soul. Feels like this packing ain't never gonna stop. And there still ain't no chairs in this Bessemer shop.
So great. Oh my God, Professor Mike Steinau, ain't no chairs at this Bessemer shop. Bessemer, they're voting on whether or not to join a union down in Bessemer. And if you want to help out, we're going to talk about our friend Christian Smalls, who's forming the Amazon Labor Union. Go to amazonlaborunion.org to find out how you can help Christian Smalls unionize the Amazon workers out in Staten Island, New York. Jason Miles is co-host of This is Revolution, and hopefully, sorry to keep you waiting, my friend, you are a welcome addition to this crazy community. Thank you for joining us.
Thank you. Thank you for letting me hit lead off.
Yes, and sorry for keeping you waiting.
No. I was watching the rant, and I too have my ranty moments. That's what this space is for.
I will hurt somebody if I don't. I will put my fist through a wall, and then the mice will come out through the hole in the wall. So let's talk about a couple of things. One is you were on Ben Burgess's show. Give them an argument.
Did you?
Yeah. So before we talk about your video essay about Bill Cosby and the Showtime special, I don't want to disagree with you, but let's talk about the use of the N word. That Gone with the Wind. So when I was a kid, I used to watch Gone with the Wind, and I think somebody told me this wasn't the way it was.
And you were like, F that, this is the way it was.
Well, it's nicer to think that's the way it was. Here's what was the N word. Did they use the N word in Gone?
No, they did not. Apparently, the NAACP pushed back on the usage of the N word in the script, and they negotiated to use darkies instead. So I forget how many times darkies was used. Burgess might remember what Teray Reed had said, but they used darkies instead. So Ben recently cut a clip of the conversation we were having about a totally different movie. We're talking about Get Out originally, but if you ever get Ben Burgess, me, and Teray Reed in a room, definitely me and Teray are going to tease Ben for a little bit, and then we're going to go off on these other tangents. And we went in on a tangent about the NAACP and the film studios negotiations of what that would look like to get a N-word to darky ratio in the film.
Right. One of the misconceptions about pre-war Hollywood is that we didn't know. And yet, when Birth of a Nation came out,
Oh, there's huge pushback on that from like Monroe Trotter and
who was Monroe Trotter? Harvard graduate?
Yeah. Harvard grad. I believe he came out around the same time as Du Bois.
And what was the pushback to? First of all, tell people, if you don't mind, how horrific the Klansman was, which became Birth of a Nation. I know
which becomes Birth of a Nation. The Klansman is a book basically glorifying the Klan and kind of the ideas that you see in movies like Gone with the Wind. And Birth of a Nation is pretty vile film where the Klan is the heroes, black people, or I think it's just white people in blackface, raping white women and kind of viewed as ignorant mongrel monsters. Who was the president at that time? Was it Woodrow Wilson?
Well, he
showed it at the White House. Yeah, he showed a special screening at the White House
and said, "This is." He said, "This is it." He called it capturing lightning on the screen. He said, "This."
And it was a big time book. I mean, I think we're there's a few things that we're not really capturing. Is that moment when the Klansman comes out? It's a huge book, especially in the South, and there were a lot of technological advancements in filmmaking when Birth of a Nation comes out. So Birth of a Nation is like the Avatar of its time, right? It's doing things.
D.W. Griffith, right?
Yeah, D.W. Griffith. And D.W. Griffith grew up in an environment where, this kind of language was very, very commonly used, and he looked up to these people. I'm not saying this to give him any sort of pass at all. I'm just giving some historical context to the moment, because definitely, regardless, it's not like D.W. Griffith grows up in some sort of weird Tarzan world where he thinks all these things are totally right and just, because there is a massive movement to, ban this movie from the NAACP at the time.
Underreported story, because most people say Woodrow Wilson was a creature of that time, and looking back, he just didn't know. But he knew enough to segregate the federal government. After Plessy versus Ferguson, he segregated Washington, D.C. When he became president, Washington, D.C. was integrated. He segregated it. There was pushback. So what kind of pushback did... when you read about the pushback to Birth of a Nation, it makes Birth of a Nation even more horrific, because they knew that this was offensive.
Wrong, so to speak. Offensive. Yeah. Yeah. I think when we look back at history, we tend to look back at it as like this flat line of everybody had the same mindset. We recently did a show about free people of color that actually owned slaves. Definitely some of them owned their family, so they kept their family out of bondage, and there were others that did not. There's, also black people, free people of color that have owned property pre-Civil War. And that property has gone down generations and generations, passed on through generations. So it's history's a bit of a complex narrative, and getting into the weeds on Birth of a Nation is kind of an interesting story, because Monroe Trotter, if I'm not mistaken, is also part of that kind of talented 10th era of race management, which is somewhat problematic as well. Especially when you look at people like Booker T. Washington and the way he viewed Black education. So
what do you mean?
And my co-host can go into it. I don't even want to get into it, because he would be so pissed at me, because I'm going to do it disservice, because he's been going off on these crazy tangents. He's actually writing an essay about it, about Booker T. Washington and how he's kind of corrupted quote unquote Black education through HBCUs for generations.
So let's
So-
talk about the Bill Cosby documentary. Is it my imagination? Did Kamau Bell go after Stepin Fetchit? Was he unforgiving when he was talking about Bill Cosby? Was he?
Yeah, again, it's
Was he
through
unfair to Stepin Fetchit?
again, it's through that lens of like, look, you've been doing comedy longer than I've been breathing air.
It
Right?
seems.
I don't say that to try to be like mean or fun. Like I'm stating the fact that you've been around this business for a long time. You've seen crazy ebbs and flows in this business,
Yes,
and
mostly
there's
ads.
so you said mostly ebbs,
Mostly ads. Not many flows.
So there's some documentaries that put that first wave of Black comedy on a bit of a pedestal, like, well, these were the guys that had to get through the door so these other people could get through the door. And there's other people that definitely are just like, well, this was never necessary to do. So yeah, there's a little bit of like, he's not my guy kind of thing. And Kamau Bell also made it's not a I love Cosby piece, but it's definitely kind of an I love the idea of what I think this man was piece.
Right.
So of course you have to crap on Stepin Fetchit because
Do we know how Stepin Fetchit was treated during his day? Because it was of a time when America couldn't get over the fact that we had immigrants, that that comedy was making fun of people's ethnicities and their problems learning the language, that it wasn't just Stepin Fetchit. Albert Brooks's father was Park Your Carcass, and he was a Yiddish comedian who kind of made fun of being Jewish, lovingly made fun of being Jewish and spoonerisms and not mastering the English language. And there was, Italian comics of that time. Do you think perhaps Stepin Fetchit thought he was of that ilk, where you make fun of, it's okay to make fun of yourself?
This is probably going to sound bad. I mean,
I'm just asking the question.
This is probably going to sound bad, but ultimately it's getting you in the door. And I'm not saying it's right by any stretch of the imagination, but it's getting you in the door and it's acceptable. And you're going to give people more of what they want.
Right.
When you get that big, you're giving people what they want.
Right.
You want to see me talk like this? Then you're going to talk like that. Right.
Right. So Cosby, a lot of young people don't realize that Cosby at one point may have been one of the most transformative civil rights leader in America. Is that a fair statement? That at one point, culturally,
I'd push back on that.
Because he wasn't Black, you push back. In other words,
because Cosby wasn't Black, he's Black.
Well, in other words, a lot of people criticize him because he gave white people what they wanted, which was a Black comic who was white.
This is what I'll say about that, and I don't think so. I think Bill Cosby gives you a conservative vision of successful Black people, and I think he's always wanted to give you a conservative vision of successful Black people, and that's a very Black, almost nationalist vision of what success looks like. But in his world, it's been very, very multiracial, which is kind of one of the beauties of the show. It introduced me to people like Tito Puente. I only made a 15-minute video essay, so I couldn't really get into the weeds of it. I will say this. I thought this was funny. Malcolm Jamal Warner watched it, the guy that played Theo. And I guess he dug it. But we got to remember that Cosby's playing a spy, doing covert ops and I Spy during the era of COINTELPRO. And we have to also remember that he's not going against the grain like, God, now I'm forgetting his name, the other Black comic of the same era.
Dick Gregory.
Yes, thank you. Oh, God, thank you. Almost said Flip Wilson. Dick Gregory. And Dick Gregory's, I don't even know if I would use the word dangerous, because they're both very, well dressed. There's a similar delivery. But Dick Gregory is making fun of the racial era that we're in, the times that we're in. He's calling it out. And Bill Cosby is not. Right. I'm not saying he's not funny. I'm not saying he's not black. He's just not. The Noah bit that I put in the skit, I laugh at it every time. I had to, watch it 15 times before I got the cut right. And it made me giggle every time. Right.
Right.
We can't take away from the fact that he's actually a funny, talented individual. My issue is more so like parasocial relationships and the way that we look at someone like Cosby, especially because he's been pretty conservative throughout his career, throughout his life.
Right. Conservative in terms of telling black kids to, blaming, you're talking about personal responsibility instead of
personal responsibility.
Pull your pants up.
Because we have to remember where that show kind of takes place in a fantasy land. So the guy that writes the book about fatherhood, who becomes quote unquote America's dad, which I thought was like brilliant marketing, whether it's his people or NBC. I always found that really, really fascinating, because as New York is going through, as a New Yorker, financial hardship, the city as a whole, the state as a whole, crazy racial tension. The show starts off in '84 when Bernard Goetz shoots 3 black kids in the subway. We're cutting programs left and right in New York. There was no subway cops. You had the Guardian. Remember the Guardian Angels?
They're still around.
That's who was on the damn. That's who was on the damn subway back then. He was, right. and how reactionary are they?
Right.
So,
they're vigilantes. They're glorified vigilantes.
Horrible. I can't think of the guy's name that started him.
Curtis Leland.
Oh, isn't he running for mayor or something?
Yeah. He's got a radio show now in New York City. He's on the right, and it's so typical of radio. On the left, Anthony Weiner, the guy who got out of prison. He's the lefty. He speaks the Huma Abedin's husband, who couldn't keep away from young girls. That's who that's who represents the left. No, nobody else can represent the left. It has to be the insane,
the Guardian Angel or the Wiener man.
Yeah,
I guess the way I see it, I'd like to think that Anthony Weiner is America's dad.
He was hands-on with his kids. He likes his kids. Joining us, let's bleed into this segment, if you don't mind, since we're running. Joining us is Professor Ben Burgis, host of Give Them an Argument, where you were just on. He is also the author of Christopher Hitchens, What He Got Right, How He Went Wrong, and Why He Still Matters. Go buy that book. Go buy Christopher Hitchens, What He Got Right, How He Went Wrong, and Why He Still Matters. Let's stay on the Cosby documentary for a second. Professor Ben, did you see the Cosby documentary on Showtime?
I did see. Oh no, I did not see the Cosby documentary on Showtime. I watched Jason's video about Bill Cosby.
You're not missing.
I didn't see the Showtime thing.
How do we watch the video, Jason?
YouTube.com/This Is Revolution podcast is.
So what did Kamau? I'm sorry, I stepped on that. Say it again, please.
YouTube.com/This Is Revolution podcast.
Okay, I thought the documentary was phenomenal.
Mm-hmm.
What did I get wrong about Kamau Bell's documentary about Cosby?
I mean, there's a few things I really didn't appreciate. Number one, I never appreciate the whole he's leaving these breadcrumbs to tell you that he's a serial rapist. Mm-hmm. Ben, I don't know if you remember, there was a Cosby Show episode where there was this barbecue sauce that he had made. There was like it happened in 2 seasons. And the barbecue sauce, whenever you had it, it would stop couples from fighting and they would make love. And
Right.
they play this clip and they're like, he was telling us he was drugging people. Then they went so far as to say, do you remember what his profession was in the show? And there was, he was a baby doctor, right? A gynecologist. He wasn't looking up at vaginas on the show. It's a family show. He's supposed to be the family man. So of course he's going to deliver babies and give advice to families. That was so disingenuous and painted this really ominous picture that was just silly.
And that does go to, you know, one of the big points that you were making in your video, which is that, I mean, as simple as this is, I mean, you just like what somebody, like the persona that somebody puts out for the sake of entertainment or, you know, whatever, like that's not, you know, that's not them, right? I mean, like maybe it's them, right? But I mean, like that, there's no guarantee that it's them. I think people always feel the need to do this. I see this all the time, right? Like after someone becomes an official bad person, either for silly reasons or for sometimes extremely good reasons, like somebody turns out to be a serial rapist. People always do this thing where they say, oh, see, I always knew there was something off. It's like, no, you didn't.
Well, what about the Spanish fly routine?
That was a thing. Tone Loc, who you may
Funky
not
Cold
know.
Medina.
You know Funky Cold Medina.
I thought
There's
Funky
been-
Cold Medina was Colonel William Calley's boss who ordered the massacre in Mile High. Maybe it was a different Medina. Funky Cold Medina.
If that's what that song was about, then I'm going to walk to Los Angeles right now and hug Tone Loc. Song was
Okay.
about rape juice.
But the difference is Tone Loc was never accused of giving
Well,
anybody.
but that's the point, right? Because like if he was, he'd say, "Oh, aha, see, right? You know, he was confessing in this routine," and it's like, no, he wasn't. I mean, I don't think Bill Cosby had any interest in people finding out that he was a serial rapist. I actually think that he was like very interested in people not knowing that about him, and I think it is a little bit of an important point because there's this sort of widespread belief that like whatever like cultural expression someone has is a like inventory of their soul, right? You know, that's like that tells you who they are as a person, which both means that like if you're a bad person, you have to find breadcrumbs in the cultural product, but also that like this is also how, you know, Bill Cosby tricked everybody, right? Because they thought that like, you know, Dr. Huxtable was like really him, you know, and or for that matter, the character that he played, you know, the Bill Cosby character that he played after the show when he was like writing books about fatherhood and stuff.
His kids weren't perfect. His kids, his daughter, I believe she passed away.
So, all right. So let's give Kamal the benefit of the doubt. He's a comedian, and that's kind of funny about the
He
Spanish.
wasn't trying to be funny. I don't think he was trying to be funny.
Okay, but this is a 4-part documentary. What else?
He had a budget, and he had 4 parts. And in this movie, they reiterate that this is America's Dad and We're So Crushed It was America's Dad. He never gets into the fact that Bill Cosby with his own children, granted his son did get murdered, his own children had some drug problems that were public. And he doesn't even talk about it because it ruins the narrative of Father of the Year. And it's like, well, dude, apparently it wasn't 2014 or whenever the pound cake speech is. I got speeches from 1996 of this dude telling me to pull up my pants.
And don't steal the pound cake.
That comes later. But I'm saying in 96, he was saying, pull up your pants and stop naming your kids these stupid names. This is who he had become. Because as Ben says, and other people have said, what a great way to cover up the fact that you're going around, raping starlets.
But is he entitled? Let's take the criminal sociopathic behavior off the table. I mean, we can all agree, unless Professor Ben Burgess wants to debate, that drugging women and having your way with them is.
Yeah, if we are going to have a debate, I'd like to request the anti-rape side.
we agree that is bad. Is he completely wrong saying to young black men
Mhm.
the same thing that Barack Obama said:
Mhm.
pull up your pants. Personal responsibility. I understand that it's not about personal responsibility. It is about systemic racism. It is about police. It is about locking black men up because of the loophole in the 13th Amendment, free prison labor. But is it completely wrong to preach assimilation? Is that
Well,
wrong?
my pants are pulled up, but I do just want to say that that I think what's wrong with it is that it misdiagnoses a problem about the distribution of material resources as a moral problem about like underclass individuals, right? I mean, like that this is every, like that. In other words, like what's the message of the Cosby Show? Like, because they like it's essentially that the way and like it's the same message as the 1996 pull up your pants stuff, right? I mean that like it's that you should the solution is to whatever. It's like Jordan Peterson, sit with your soul shoulders,
Clean your room.
shoulders straight, and study and become a doctor, like Bill Cosby's character, and
Is that the worst?
right.
Is that the worst advice to give to anybody?
Is it terrible advice for an individual? Maybe not, but I think it's terrible if you think that that's a solution to poverty, right? I mean, like you can't have upward mobility for everybody. It doesn't work that way.
I mean, I can only tell you my own true anecdotal stories, right?
Right.
And I am from a poor working class neighborhood in Richmond, California. You've lived in the Bay Area. I'm sure you know where Richmond is.
Chevron.
Yeah. And I got to go to school in a city called Albany.
Next door to Berkeley.
Right next to Berkeley. Went to school.
I think Kamala Harris grew up in Albany, right?
I think she grew up in Berkeley, but probably close. If she did, I wouldn't be surprised because I went to school with a lot of PhD students' kids.
Right.
So I'm going to school with all these kids who have super educated parents. Everybody goes to college, black and white, right? And my black and white classmates, because it was the 90s, it was the style, we had our pants around our ass. We had big baggy pants and they hung around our ass, and that's just what we did. But not everybody can pull up their pants and just go get a job. Not everybody can do drugs in high school, not get arrested, not get prison record, can fight in high school, can cut class in high school, not get arrested, not get a record, and then go off and do pretty good things.
Right.
So to say that all you have to do is just simply pull up your pants is kind of missing the point. And you're making it all about the individual and not so much about the systems that these individuals may exist in. So while these individuals, there is some personal responsibility people do have to take at some point, right? We can't sit here and say you can go through life robbing and stealing and beating the shit out of people and not think there's going to be any consequences to this shit. That's just crazy.
Okay, but sure. Yeah.
But if you're Bill Cosby, again, this is a guy.
All raping aside, right?
All raping aside. Yes.
All raping aside. Well, it's hard to, you really can't disentangle the rape from the politics.
We're speaking in the magical land of if, right? So let's just speak in the magical.
Yeah. So if Bill Cosby wasn't a racist, it would still be the case that he's telling people, wasn't a rapist, it would still be the case that he's telling people like the problem is that because of underclass culture, you're not joining the middle class. And look, I mean, I agree with Jason. Like, it is actually, one-on-one, sure, right? That you like, if you, I have no problem with, saying like, yeah, you want to like, if you, encourage people to make good choices, sure. But the reason why you have people living in poverty is not because they were listening to the wrong music or because they weren't pulling up their pants or any of that, or any of that stuff, right? I mean, like It's
Systemic racism. And the reason
Well,
there's
you know,
systemic racism is you need a permanent underclass of African Americans to mine. They mine African Americans for work and putting them in cycles of debt to pay the municipal expenses. We saw that in Ferguson, Missouri.
I'll raise you this, but I'll raise you this, right? Because
Yeah.
it does happen. I'll raise you this. White kids were getting a similar message in the mid 80s, downwardly mobile. White kids were getting the similar message in the 80s with heavy metal music. And that's why they weren't doing shit with their lives. It was the music they were listening to.
Right. You're
There's
right.
always going to be an excuse.
Yes.
yeah,
Absolutely.
and I mean, like, so I think
The
on the, like,
depoliticization. Go ahead.
on the cultural thing, I would say, I think if you look at the history of a lot of white immigrant groups, at times when those groups, being recent immigrants, were like very poor, there were all sorts of narratives that people told themselves about that was because of their culture, right? And then everybody sort of forgot about it, right? Irish culture didn't really change. It's just that it's just that Irish people weren't disproportionately poor anymore, so people didn't link the two things. And I wouldn't even say, look, I mean, I think that that phrase systemic racism could mean a lot of things, but I mean, the way I would put it is, I think the fact that the United States was, up until relatively recently, an apartheid country is why Black people are disproportionately likely to be poor. But the reason that the poverty exists, which I think is useful to disentangle the two, because I hope that our conception of a just society isn't that you have exactly the demographically correct proportions of each group living in poverty, right? That the poverty itself, exists just because you need that, structurally.
Capitalism needs it.
Yeah, exactly. You can't it doesn't, if everybody, studied hard and became a doctor and had that nice house, then everybody would starve to death because nobody would be growing food. And,
Well, remember we had that in the 80s and through the 90s when there was too many lawyers.
There's always too many lawyers. Always.
I don't know if you remember that, Ben, when they were like don't even bother going.
The only time there aren't too many lawyers is the bottom of a ditch that you're about to pour lye into. Then there's a shortage of lawyers. Is there any value?
How we do it on comedians? Are there the right number of them?
You can't get enough comedians.
Okay, all right. Sure.
Unfortunately, Shakespeare was being sarcastic when he said, "Let's kill all the lawyers." It was like, what do you want to do? Kill all the lawyers? It's always misquoted. He was pro-lawyer. But here's the thing. There are, in America in the 90s, middle-class people of color who are upwardly mobile and they there's no role model for them who says ignore where you came from, take yours and pull the ladder up.
But here's the thing.
No need for
what becomes there's the idea of a monolithic Black culture.
Right.
When I say white culture, all of a sudden everybody goes, well, I have an ethnicity. And my culture isn't just this thing that you can call white. It's not that homogenous. But for Black culture, for some reason, there always wants to be these people that define it in one singular way. And that's kind of what you end up getting with the Fresh Prince of Bel-Air after Cosby. Because the one thing Cosby does do, it destroys the inner city narrative, which is Black life written through the lens of white Jewish dudes, right?
Right.
And then we get the Cosby Show, which the pushback on that show for a lot of time that was on the air was it lived in fantasy. And it lived in a fantasy, but the fantasy that people were critiquing was that it was a Black lawyer and a Black doctor living in the same house. Like, that's just crazy. And their kids weren't pieces of shit. Like, that's just crazy. So after he walks off stage during the riots, that programming is kind of done. So from then on, any programming, if you look at it, that exists around Black culture has to always have a tinge of the inner city, because that has to be the authentic experience of Black life, right? Moesha has kind of middle class parents that are aspirational. D.L. Hewley has a show with middle class parents that are aspirational. Family Matters is a show about middle class parents that are aspirational, which would, again, because the dad's a cop, you get little sometimes tinges of this inner city life. But after Cosby, it kind of sits on its own as, well, this is what perfect family life is for everyone, especially Black people. And
Is
this
that-
what you aspire to be.
I'm not arguing with you. You're right. I mean, I come from a generation that believed wrongly that you're in America. This is why people liked Cosby. That's that everybody. Forget it. Haven't we just in general culturally turned our back on lower middle class people? Was it just African Americans who were in the hood that we were turning?
Brother, I'm gonna talk to you like Cornel West, brother David. There is such a resurgence of crack era glorification right now going on in media. It's blowing my effing mind. There's a prequel to New Jack City in the works.
Okay, but in terms of aspirational TV, I don't watch enough TV. Are we seeing? We used to see like All in the Family. We saw middle class, lower middle class families being depicted. Do we see that on television these days?
Kind of, but weren't they? Wasn't Archie Bunker kind of surrendered to the Nixon generation? I mean, when you think about All in the Family, and I mean, again, me and Ben only know it through reruns. You know it because you were there. When you think about All in the Family and when it comes out, Archie Bunker's blue collar dude. Is he from Queens?
Yeah, Canarsie.
Okay. And his kids are his kid and her husband is an idealist hippie that lives in a fantasy world. And that becomes the left.
Right.
Watch any movie from the 80s. There's leftists portrayed in movies like License to Drive. And they're just silly, idealistic idiots that don't understand the real world. And Archie Bunker is the real thing. So I think that real thing character does persist, especially throughout the 80s. He's a little more dressed up. He probably works in finance or the private sector. Growing Pains, the father's a private psychotherapist, I believe. It's the neoliberal Reagan era.
Professor Ben Burgess, is there anything wrong with presenting a fantasy world to a television audience to say, we know this isn't the way it really is, but for 30 minutes, we're going to give you an escape from reality? Is that wrong?
I mean, I used to watch Battlestar Galactica. I'm pretty sure that's
Further
from
something wrong.
reality than the Cosby Show or any of the shows that we've been talking about. But no, I mean, look, I don't think that's the
idyllic family that doesn't.
Sure, I mean that's fine. I don't have an issue with that. I do think it's worth thinking though. I mean, enjoy what you're going to enjoy. That's fine, right? But I do think it's worth taking a step back sometimes and thinking about what it is that you're saying, right? Like in other words, like is not because I think that anything that happens on television is gonna that people are gonna have become that people are good. Not that I expect sort of good left politics to be spread by television, right? Like that's not an expectation here. But I think it is sometimes worth taking a minute and thinking about okay, to the extent that it's not just entertainment, that there is something being said here. What is being said, and should we think about whether that thing that's being said makes sense, right? So I think that like, look, I mean, is it nice to have, whatever, parents who have good middle class jobs and live in a nice house and all that stuff? I mean, yeah, right. It is, right. But I think with something like the, let me go back to the Cosby Show, like that was like the very first episode of the Cosby Show, right? Where he's like yelling at his kid because he doesn't, he's like, dad, maybe I don't, maybe that's just
Love
not
me
me.
for me.
I'm not going to become a doctor like you, like that's not me. Why don't you just love me for me? It's like, no, shut up and study and be a doctor,
Mhm.
like, okay, I guess the thing that I think is worth maybe thinking a little bit critically about is like whether the sort of basic message is that the problem with like the reason that people are living worse lives is that they haven't like studied hard enough, that they can become a doctor. And I think that, I mean, maybe in some cases if you grew up in that household, but like in general, right? Like I think it's really important to realize that it's not, because this is and that this is a message that's not just in television. Like you mentioned Obama earlier, and Obama was like explicitly stating this message all the time. There's one of his State of the Union addresses. There's a line in there where he says the best anti-poverty program in the world is a world-class education. Everybody,
Right.
Claps. And then like, but you actually take 10 seconds to think about it. It's like, okay, so wait a second. So the idea is that like, the working poor will no longer exist because everybody's gotten a good education and, and like ascended into the middle class. I mean, I think that like structurally that just doesn't work. I mean, not every cheerleader can be on top of the pyramid at the same time, right?
And what do you do with people? What do you do with people who don't want to go to school?
Well, Obama rode that narrative all the way to the White House, and for 2 elections, that people just believed that because he was a colored kid with a white mom, that she was the fodder for a Lifetime movie, right? That she was some sort of working class single mom, and the story was definitely not.
Yeah. But let me ask you this, and we have to go to Howie Klein in 3 minutes.
Mhm.
Obama and the daughters. I remember thinking they'll be, they're like Queen Elizabeth and Princess Margaret. They're American royalty. We have the Kennedys, and I always knew that the Kennedys were completely full of shit, but they were something to aspire to. There was the idea of the Kennedys. It was even the Bush family, the idea of the Bush family, and the idea of the Obama. Don't we need this fantasy?
No, we don't
No?
need monarchs. Keep your fantasy in the Star Wars universe if you want monarchs. Princess Leia is a great role model. There you go.
I know you're right.
I'll leave you with this. This. 2 fictional lands that got a lot of respect from Black people, to the point where there were people going to the theater in tears and dashikis for Black Panther. Fictional land of Wakanda is a monarchy. There's a freaking bloodline. Now, granted, everybody's supposed, it's like the most technologically advanced country in the history of technologically advanced countries in the fictional land of Marvel, but also no one really tripped at the fact that the Black technologically advanced warriors were riding animals and had spears. People went to the theater in dashikis to see glorified Shaka Zulu.
All right. Who's your hero in real life? Is there anybody you model your behavior after?
Me or Burgess?
Both of you.
You go first, Burgess. This is a tough one.
Yeah, David Feldman.
Should model. I actually think people should model their lives after me.
Yeah.
Well, he's got a house and good lighting, so he's doing something right.
I don't have a house. I have an air shaft. Don't you need heroes like Woody Allen, Chuck Berry, good family men? Don't we?
On everybody. No, honestly,
Did you say
even though
peeing on everybody?
I'll be honest with you. Even though I'm having some beef with the guy right now personally, my dad has always been someone that I look back on, things that he's told me growing up that have kept me very, very grounded, that have definitely kept me out of trouble. He was always involved in making sure I didn't fuck up too much. I got in a fight in school with a now friend, a classmate, and my dad was there with this kid's dad. And they sat there in the office with the vice principal and said, well, the principal giving us permission. If you guys really want to fight, we can take you off site and you can handle it at the Y, or you two can just shake hands and quit being punks about it. And, you know, that's my dad. Right. So that's my hero. I hope to be able to have that level of understanding with my own children if they get into that level of trouble.
Jason, you'll come back next week?
If you want me.
I want you. Jason Miles is co-host of This is Revolution podcast. Professor Ben Burgis, can we talk about what you've got planned, or just is that a secret?
Yeah, let's hold off on that.
He has a big announcement to make.
Oh, you can't announce it yet?
No.
Yeah, gotta wait a few days.
Also bad luck because he and I don't know if we're getting a boy or a girl.
We need to wait for the ultrasound. You know, let's you know.
Happy birthday to your wife, Professor. Didn't your wife just have a birthday?
My wife had a birthday like a few months ago.
Didn't she just have an anniversary?
Our anniversary is in July. I have no idea what year. There's Valentine's Day a couple weeks ago. Is that what?
Yeah, you got pictures of your wife all over social media. That's what it is, Ben.
Are you sure? Because I could have sworn I was.
Ben don't realize he got pictures of you. Got pictures of your wife like you done fucked up all over social media with good ass glamour shots. So I don't know if you didn't take out the trash, whatever you didn't do, but you got the. I'm sorry.
Professor Ben Burgis is author of Christopher Hitchens, What He Got Right, How He Went Wrong, and Why He Still Matters. Go buy it right now. I just blew my nose. I'm allergic to success, and you guys are making me very insecure right now. Thank you both. I hope to see you next week.
All right.
Peace.
Thanks, David.
Now let's go, I hope, to Los Angeles, where Howie Klein is standing by. He is the founder and treasurer of the Blue America PAC, which raises money for progressive candidates. And he writes Down with Tyranny, which is must reading for all of us. Hello, Howie.
Hey, how are you?
Good. We're running on time today. Let's talk about President's Day. Bernie Sanders, happy President's Day.
We wish.
The best president of your lifetime would have been Bernie Sanders. Had he been, right?
Absolutely, no question about it.
1 year into the Bernie presidency, let's imagine that he's president. How do you see this going? We'd be making excuses for him because there'd be no way he'd get any support from the Democrats or the Republicans. He'd be completely on his own, and he'd have assassins around every corner. Is that a fair statement?
No. I mean, I don't think so. How could you say that? How do you know? How would anyone know?
Because I saw Jimmy Carter was not a leftist. He was a trilateral commission, middle of the road.
Jimmy Carter was a conservative Democrat.
Right. And they destroyed him. Washington destroyed him because he was an outsider. And Bill Clinton was even more conservative than Reagan. But because he was an outsider, they destroyed him.
What? Clinton was more conservative than Reagan?
Yes.
I don't know where that comes from either.
Well, economically.
More conservative than Reagan. I mean, I don't want to be put in a position to defend Bill Clinton because I don't like any of his policies, but he wasn't more conservative than Ronald Reagan.
Reagan didn't
he was conservative. He turned into a conservative. I mean, look, he was a hippie. This guy was a hippie. He won election the first time as Attorney General running on the left. He got his ass kicked, and then he went conservative for the sake of his political career. And he stayed as a conservative, but a conservative Democrat. A conservative Democrat is very, very different from a conservative Republican. I don't know where I've never heard anybody say that Bill Clinton was more conservative than Ronald Reagan. This is the first. My jaw is on the floor.
Okay. Well, I hope your floor is clean.
Of course, clean.
I don't want to debate you. I want to get to the 14th Amendment because you wrote about it down with Journey. But
there's a much better segue from what.
Well, let me just defend that statement.
Then the 1 second. But okay, you go. I'm sorry, it's your show.
Repealing Glass-Steagall. Which,
like I said, I don't want to defend
and
him.
NAFTA, the passage of
he was
NAFTA,
terrible.
and welfare, throwing people off welfare. He got rid of welfare, as we know.
Terrible.
He declared the era of big government is over.
He's horrible, but not worse than Reagan. Reagan was worse. And by the way, NAFTA was a Republican policy that they tried to pass and that failed. And then Clinton let Rahm Emanuel loose on Congress, and he went and beat the shit out of the Democrats who voted against it under Bush, and then they voted for it under Clinton.
I would say that when you look back at conservative achievements, I would suggest that Bill Clinton racked up more conservative achievements than Ronald Reagan did.
I disagree.
Okay.
I mean, Ronald Reagan destroyed the whole taxation system of the United States.
He destroyed it, but he still didn't lower taxes, despite what.
Yes, he did.
He lowered corporate taxes, but he raised sales. Taxes went up under Reagan.
Taxes went down, and they went up, and they went down. I mean, they were playing. They did lower taxes, and then they played footsie while to keep him in office, so that the economy wouldn't completely crash. But did Bill Clinton do bad things? 100% yes. Did he also do some good things? Also yes. Did Reagan do bad things? Yes. Did he do good things? No. I don't even think that it was really close between who was more conservative. Did you just make this up, or is this something that's going around in your circles now?
I just kind of pulled it out of my,
Okay.
But
thank God.
Name one good thing. Name one good thing.
Me.
Name one good thing Bill Clinton did.
He started the whole era of allowing blowjobs in the Oval Office.
That is true. That is true. Can you name one good thing Bill Clinton did?
I would have to look it up on Google, but yes, there are a lot of good things that Bill Clinton did.
I can't. When you think of getting rid of welfare.
Oh, I'll give you one that's even worse than. Well, I don't know if it's worse than he didn't get rid of welfare, but he drastically cut back on welfare.
Yeah.
But I'll tell you something that's really, really bad. Maybe not that as bad as that, or maybe as bad as that in the long run. I don't know. In the long run, he allowed Fox News to happen.
The Telecommunications Act.
And allowing Murdoch to come in and own an American broadcasting network, that had never happened before. He allowed that to happen. Has Fox News destroyed America? I think so. So okay, he's worse than Reagan. I take it back.
If somebody can think of in the chat room, if they can think of something good,
there were tons of things that he did that were good.
One good thing that Bill Clinton did. I can't think of it. Well, let's talk about the 14th Amendment. And
wait.
Yes.
Doug, can we do a different segue than that? Did you read the Danny Goldberg post at Down with Tyranny?
About punching hippies?
Yes. So so that sort of segues much better into what you were talking about, because why don't you read it while I babble?
Last week, Joe Scarborough. I'll read you the opening paragraph. Last week, Joe Scarborough, host of MSNBC's Morning Joe, compared truckers who were blocking streets in Canada to quote unquote hippies. It was both an ahistorical use of the word hippie and an unhelpful frame in the context of efforts to keep the anti-Trump coalition together for the midterms.
Right. So that's that's a decent introduction, but it gets much better as it goes on. And I really, really recommend, first of all, that people read it. It's at the top of my blog right now, so people should read this post by Danny Goldberg. And second, David, I would recommend that you have Danny come on your show. Has Danny ever been on your show?
I'm going to reach out to him tomorrow and have him on.
Okay, great.
Yeah.
So you do that? You don't need me to help?
I love what he wrote about John Lennon's song Revolution.
Yes, I mean, he did a lot of Beatle references in this post.
He's the only person I know who I've been saying this for years about Lennon's song Revolution, which mocks radicals.
Right. It does, kind of.
Yeah.
Yeah. Do you see what's right under that on that page?
Well, there's a lot underneath it.
Well, there's a little graphic.
There's Bill Clinton and Hillary at Yale
No,
Law
below
School.
it. Not on the side of it, but below it. All the way at the bottom.
Alan Grayson, you may say...
Now, before you read it, let me just say something. So Danny's wrote this post over the course of 3 days. So I've been waiting for it and waiting for it and waiting for it. It finally comes. So I'm doing the scheduling, I'm putting it in, I'm finding the pictures and doing all the editing and all that stuff. And while I'm in the middle of doing that and racing the clock to get this up on time, Alan Grayson sends me a note saying, this is a Facebook ad I want to put out today. Can you take a look at it and tell me what you think? And what I thought was to put it right into Danny's post. Now read the ad.
You may say I'm a dreamer, but I'm not the only one.
Yes, a nice, simple Facebook ad. And you understand, I know you understand the reference, but do you think all the readers understand the reference?
Yes.
Oh, good.
Yeah.
You're wrong. You're wrong, but I'm glad you think that. Yes. I would imagine that people below your age probably don't know what that is a reference to.
Oh, I think everybody's...
You're so kind.
Imagine? I mean, how can people not know Imagine?
Ask your chat room.
My chat room? Believe me.
Yeah.
I wouldn't let them in if they wouldn't... I wouldn't.
They have to sing that song before they are allowed through the doors, right?
All right. So we can't name one good thing. This is a question I'm very serious about. Tell me, I brought you in.
Bill Clinton again?
No, Joe Biden.
Oh.
Tell me sell me on Joe Biden. We're coming up on March 1st. Texas is voting in the primaries for the midterms. Sell me on the Democratic Party.
Me?
Yes. Tell me.
I didn't vote for Joe Biden, and I would never vote for Joe Biden. Why are you asking me a good thing about Joe Biden? There are no good things about Joe Biden.
Well, you have a piece about the 14th Amendment and how rebelling against...
The thing about the amendment is about stopping Jim Jordan from becoming the chairman of the House Judiciary Committee. That's all that's about.
But you do agree that they are... Okay, so before we get to Jim Jordan, anything... Biden can run on anything. What if Ukraine?
Yes, he'll run on bullshit. He'll run on this transportation bill. That's what he'll run on. Look what we did. We built bridges and fixed highways. He'll run on that.
He kept us out of war.
He did?
Suppose Putin doesn't invade.
He did. He invaded while your last guest was on.
Did he declare?
He invaded. His troops are now occupying pieces of the Donbass of Ukraine.
He orders troops into
there.
Ukraine.
They're shelling and they're shelling Ukrainian troops, and they're over the border. They're inside Ukraine now.
Russian President Vladimir Putin recognized 2 breakaway regions in eastern Ukraine as independent, ordered the Russian army to launch what Moscow called a peacekeeping operation into the area, upping the ante in a crisis the West fears could unleash a major war. So he's gone into 2 breakaway regions.
It's like, it would be like, Russia invading Texas and Louisiana. I mean, they're breakaway regions too. I mean, these are 2 parts of Ukraine that are, and they're you have to cross the Ukrainian border to get to these 2 breakaway regions. But they're not breakaway regions until Russia just recognized them as sovereign countries. No one else in the world has, although I'm sure Belarus will before the end of the day. Belarus, whatever they call it now. Yeah, I mean, he has invaded. He has invaded Ukraine. What is? There's a little corner of Ukraine left in the northwest part of the country. You'll say, well, it's still not war.
He said it's
they've been telling them
it's a peacekeeping operation. That's what he said.
Yes.
Don't you trust Putin? All right.
Yeah.
So, yes, he's ordered Russia's defense ministry to deploy troops into 2 Russian-backed separatist territories in Ukraine. All right. I'm looking at a map. All right.
I mean, this was always about the Donbass area that, I'm sure, that Russia would like to reabsorb. And that will be the compromise. Do you remember this thing that happened in Czechoslovakia just before World War II?
Yeah.
When to let the Sudetenland be absorbed by Germany?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's what just happened.
You have Russian-speaking people living in...
And you had German-speaking people living in Czechoslovakia.
Right. So do you think what do you think he does now? Do you think he invades Ukraine? All of it? Kiev? He goes for the whole thing? Does he really want to occupy all of...
I don't know if he will do it or not. I have a suspicion that, not wanting to sound like Neville Chamberlain, Biden and the rest of the Europeans have told him, just take those 2 regions and then stop. That's what I think that they did, backstage.
Right. Okay.
It's kind of like what Trump did with Crimea. He let them, he let them get away with that. Was that Trump?
No, it was Obama.
Oh, Obama,
It was
right? And then Trump,
2014. Yeah.
cheered it on.
Well, yeah. Okay.
And I don't know what the answer to this is, by the way. But it was a sovereign country. I mean, Ukraine is a sovereign country, and yes, there are people who speak Russian in Crimea and in the Donbass, without a doubt. But he just went in by force of arms and took those parts of Ukraine away. So, I mean, what are you going to say? I mean, he's saying there are Russian speakers. Well, there are Russian speakers in Lithuania. There are Russian speakers in Estonia. There are Russian speakers in Latvia. Plenty of them. What is he going to go in and in fact, some of them are oppressed. Some of these Russian speakers are oppressed, which gives Putin, in his mind, the right to go in and take over those countries or cut them up. Although they're so small, you could hardly cut much off them. And then what happens? They're members of NATO. What happens then? There's a funny thing about giving in to dictators. It just sort of whets their appetite. Just the way, I mean, when you think about Hitler, peace on our time, and he got Sudetenland, and we got peace on our time. And then what happens? And then what happens further? What happened with Hitler. We'll see what happens with Putin. My guess is that if the West would have cracked down on him in some way after Crimea, this wouldn't be happening today in the Donbass. I don't want to give my whole thing away because I'm sitting and writing this piece right now that I'm very excited about. But David, I fancy myself a kind of a history buff, and I never heard of this before. Have you ever heard of this? Don't look it up. The Corwin Amendment.
The what?
The Corwin Amendment. Corwin.
No.
Anyone in the chat room heard of it?
They say it was a song that Yoko recorded with
John
Lennon.
Forget it.
The Corwin.
Forget it. So So the Corwin Amendment, which was named after a Republican in Ohio, although it was written by he was a Republican congressman, and it was written by him and Seward, who is the senator from also a Republican senator from New York. The Republicans were kind of the good guys in those days. So this is in 1861. It passed both houses of Congress. So it passed both the Senate by 2/3 and the House by 2/3. Well,
So is this something to do with Alaska? Buying something from Russia?
Oh, no, nothing to do with Alaska.
Okay.
Seward went on later to become Secretary of State and buy Alaska, but this is something completely different. I'm going to explain what it is, and you'll see the connection to what we're talking about. So the purpose of this was to do something incredibly fantastic, Had it passed and been ratified, it would have, and it did pass, but it just wasn't ratified. And Abraham Lincoln said, yes, I'm for it, go for it. So what it was supposed to do was to stop the Civil War. So first of all, a few states had already seceded, but not all of them. And it was supposed to get them back into the Union and prevent a war. Now, is that a worthy goal?
Yes.
Yes. So this was the compromise. And so you don't secede to the South. You don't secede. You don't go to war with us. And what we're going to give you is slavery in perpetuity. We will write into the Constitution, the Corwin Amendment, that there will and it would have been called the 13th Amendment, by the way. We will never ever interfere with your domestic decisions to have slaves. I mean, they didn't use the word slaves. They said, bonded laborers or something like that. But the whole purpose of it was you could have slavery forever. Just don't secede. And it passed the Senate, passed the House. It was signed by Buchanan. He was so excited about it. And then Lincoln made an announcement that he's fine with it too, and sent it on to the states. And the states didn't ratify it in time before the war started, before the South Carolina started bombarding Fort Sumter. Now, the reason that I bring this up just now is because, well, first I want to ask you, what do you think about that as a compromise?
I hate to imagine what I would say and do to avoid war. It's just too scary a thought. I don't know. My God, I didn't expect that answer from you. We're talking about having these people, millions of people in slavery forever. And I mean, it says specifically in the amendment, it could never be changed. Perpetuity. Can't be changed. So, yeah. And it was a bad war, but I just don't think, I just don't go. I mean, I am all in favor of compromise. I like compromise, but not that. You don't have the compromise to give away that. Right.
Slavery forever? We would have slaves right now?
I'm just trying to think of what the argument, obviously.
They didn't care. They didn't consult with black people. They didn't have a poll of the slaves. They had no say in this.
Right.
That was the point. No say whatsoever.
Well,
the reason I'm bringing it up,
it's kind of like saying Hitler you can leave Hitler alone. He'll kill all the Jews in Germany, but if he goes no further, will be okay with that. I think most. I mean, I don't know.
Well,
I don't know what the
yes,
argument would be.
Europeans would have gone for that. I don't think Jews would have gone for that, but some Jews might have gone for it as long as they weren't in Germany.
Right. Yeah. So how does this tie into Ukraine?
Well, it ties into the discussion that we were having about presidents and about like right now. There's this whole thing about how we all have to get together to stop Trump. So never Trumpers and conservative Democrats have, their new thing is not punch the hippies, but shut up the progressives.
Right.
The progressives have all these ideas. They're too radical. We need to unite around these nice conservative ideas. The Democratic Party has to become a nice conservative party and not a progressive party. These progressive ideas have to be jettisoned, and then we will be able to stop Trump. That's the compromise. That's what I don't know if you've ever heard of this outfit, but the Progressive Policy Institute. The Progressive Policy Institute is the most conservative
or the Lincoln
Democratic
Project. Speaking.
Yes. That's part of it.
Yeah.
But they are horrible. They are absolutely. They take the word progressive and they've turned it into a curse word because that's what they are. They are the worst of the worst, and they use the word progressive in what they are. So people will get tricked and think, oh yeah, well, Progressive Policy Institute must be fine. But they are one of these organizations, one of these conservative democratic organizations that is saying we must unite with so-called moderate Republicans. Now, I've never met a moderate Republican who wasn't a conservative. They're all conservatives. They're not fascists. They're conservatives. None of these people are fascists. Trump and his people, they are fascists. But conservative Republicans, is this what we're going to agree to? No more fighting for Medicare for all. No, forget the Green New Deal. No more fighting for increasing the minimum wage. This is what the Democratic Party has always stood for. This is what progressives are about. This kind of elevating elevating the aspirations of the working class. Well, what these conservative Democrats and of course Republicans who don't like Trump are saying is we have to forget all that stuff because we have to unite to stop Trump, and the only way we're going to do that is by giving up on these ideas.
Right, and you have people like Congressman Sean.
That, by the way, isn't on my blog yet because I'm writing it now, and I'll probably use it tomorrow morning.
You have people like Sean Maloney, who he's the head of the DCCC these days.
Sean Patrick Maloney, he is the head of the DCCC. He is Cherry Bustos in Mandrag,
and he cherry picks left-wing policy and blames that for losses in the Democratic Party. For example, like the school board in San Francisco wanting to rename a school, take Abraham Lincoln's name off a school. He says that's why we're losing. Or defunding the police is the reason we're losing. We're being destroyed by AOC. But he doesn't have the balls to say
mention.
Or the $15 minimum wage or universal health care or free tuition.
Yeah, well, why did these things fail? These things failed because of conservative Democrats. That's why they failed. They didn't fail because of yes, all Republicans were obviously terrible about this, but the Democrats had the power to pass these things. We would have a $15 minimum wage.
The point I'm making is that
one Republican, we don't need one of them.
The point,
and we don't have.
The point I'm making is, and you've pointed this out, I'm repeating the point you've made, that the conservative Democrats blame fringe issues on the left for their losses.
Yes,
but the American
that's the CPI thing that I was just talking about. Yeah. That's what it does. It's like, pages and pages and pages blaming, defund the police, as though that were what the progressive movement is all about. The progressive movement is not all about defund the police. Is it about, it's way more about raising the minimum wage. It's way more about providing health care to the country. It's way more about saving the country and the world from climate change. That's what it's about. This other stuff, is Still being debated. Let's put it like that.
Yeah, I mean, no police force is being defunded, and it's just a bad slogan. It doesn't mean anything.
And the conservatives have turned it into something to define the Democratic Party, and now we have conservative Democrats using it as so-called hippie punching.
Yeah, hippie punching. That's right. Are
Hippie
you
puncher? Yes.
Any candidates we should donate to before you go?
Yes. So, did we already have Ruth Luevanos on the show?
No.
Let's get her on next week. She is running against a Republican. Well, she's running against, we have a jungle primary here, I always tell you. She's running against two conservatives, a conservative Republican who's the incumbent just north of Los Angeles, and a conservative Democrat who already lost to the conservative Republican 3 times, and the DCCC thinks for the fourth time is the charm somehow.
Right.
And Ruth is incredible. She's fantastic. And her name is like there's an Evan in between, like Evan. So it's Luevanos. Great woman.
Great.
And I would say go to Blue America's main page, the congressional page, and donate to her campaign. Thank you for asking.
Thank you. Everybody should go to the Blue America PAC and donate, just blindly. Just if you want to feel good. Seriously. Instead of...
Future, by the way, when we have a candidate on, instead of saying, because Howie says, can you please just say, because Blue America says, it embarrasses me because my 2 partners in Blue America are left out.
We watched Nina Turner speaking at a fundraiser on Friday night in Los Angeles during office hours.
In Jerry's house.
Whose house?
Jan and Jerry.
Jan and Jerry.
Yes.
And John Hayes streamed it into our office hours, and she was fantastic.
She is fantastic.
Yeah.
I unfortunately have a 4:30 that I'm already a minute late for.
Thank you. We love you, Howie Klein. Go to Down with Tyranny and read Howie Klein over at Down with Tyranny. Thank you, Howie. He's gone. And follow him on Twitter at Down with Tyranny. When we come back, we will be talking to David Cobb, former presidential candidate for the Green Party. You're listening to The David Feldman Show, davidfeldmanshow.com.
Ain't no chairs in this Bessemer shop. Back in our day, don't ever seem to stop. A man went down 'cause his heart gave out. Get back to work, we heard them shout. They said the EMTs are coming, that's what they're for. And life slipped away on the cement floor. I know the bookstores are all gone away. Got me some books, I'll read them someday. Right now I got to make my rate in all these extra shifts. If I can make it to Christmas Eve, the kids will have nice gifts, and the big boss will have more money so he can go up into space. But there still won't be no chairs in this Bessemer place. When I was young, my dreams were bold. Now every day my life's controlled. Last year we had a meeting and they made us go. They gave us all pins that said, vote no. But maybe this year Union can give us a little more and put some chairs on this Bessemer floor. I'm hoping the union might make things right. Some days I just don't have the strength to fight. This plant down here can take its toll. It'll break your body, it'll crush your soul. Feels like this packing ain't never gonna stop. And there still ain't no chairs in this Bessemer shop.
Unbelievable. Unbelievable. AmazonLaborUnion.org. AmazonLaborUnion.org. Ain't no chairs on this Bessemer shop. That's Professor Mike Steinel, the brilliant Mike Steinel, Professor Mike Steinel, who will be joining us a little later on. And people should donate to AmazonLaborUnion.org. They're voting in Bessemer. Meanwhile, Christian Smalls, who I think could be one of the great Americans of the 21st century, has formed the Amazon Labor Union. Go to AmazonLaborUnion.org, learn about our friend Christian Smalls, and give him money. You will feel good. Instead of buying a scratch-off ticket, you will feel better. Please welcome David Cobb. He is an activist, environmentalist, working for things like public banking. He ran Ralph Nader's presidential campaign in Texas and ran for president on the Green Party ticket. Hello, Mr. Cobb. You look like you're the amazing Randy.
Well, my beard is a little more full, and it's the lighting. I'm actually visiting my mama in Texas, so this is the setup that she has. You
look great. That's a great look.
Cloudy head.
So you're down in Texas, and they're voting.
They are.
What do you hear?
Listen, it's an interesting thing in Texas. You have the Republican Party tripling down on rising fascism, and really in Texas, at least as I've been able to interpret it, as is happening everywhere else, Democrats are still in sort of a fight for the battle. There are what I'll just call the neoliberal Democrats who are continuing to tail and chase after the Republicans, and there are emerging genuine progressives who are challenging those neoliberal Democrats, because the voting now, of course, is the primary. And I do want to take this opportunity to really underscore that it is not Democrats versus Republicans, right? What I believe that we're seeing is a disintegration of the various poles that used to exist. In the Republican Party, you have the leadership of the Republican Party basically now falling into lockstep into what can only be called an embracing of neo-Confederacy and neo-fascism. The leadership, the rank and file of the Republican Party are still up for grabs. In the Democratic Party, the big fights are between the neoliberals and the corporatists. and the progressives. But then you have about half of the country who still doesn't vote. And I think that's something that that we really need to take into account. That even for those of us who follow electoral politics and believe that this is the deciding moment in U.S. electoral history, and still about half of registered voters don't vote. That is the great untapped narrative. That's point one. Point two, we see the corporate Democrats have created yet one more political action committee called Team Blue PAC, and are literally raising money now to fight off progressive challenges rather than closing rank to defend the swing states for either the House of Representatives or the US Senate. So I just feel like this whole D versus R thing, I say this every time I come on your show, David Feldman, but the whole Democrat versus Republican is sort of missing the point of the progressive populism versus right-wing populism.
Right. And you don't fetishize politics, which is such a relief on this show, that there are ways to change the world without resorting to voting.
Well, thank you for that. And I will say this. I do believe in engaging electoral politics, right? So it's not that I say without resorting to vote, but I do vote. But I don't have any illusion that me going and pulling a lever or pushing a button next to one person's name, even if I do it collectively with lots of other people, really exercise that much power. David, like you say in the introduction all the time how I did, in fact, run for president of the United States on the Green Party ticket. So, and it's true, I did. And I got the opportunity to vote for myself for president, right? Click that lever. And to be honest, that didn't feel that powerful either. Right? I mean, it may have been an ego boost, but I'll tell you what does seem powerful is when I take ordinary people and we walk through a process to help them imagine how they can become owners of a worker-owned cooperative and have both the power and the responsibility for making the decisions about how they're going to raise their own money, set their own price points, and control their own economic destiny. That feels powerful to me.
Let me ask you a question, because I asked this of Ralph Nader when he was running for president in, I believe, 2000. There was a moment, it was brief, he packed Madison Square Garden.
Oh.
And were you there?
I was there. In fact, I went to many of, we called them super rallies. Remember, Ralph did it before Bernie did. Nobody had done what we were doing. Nader 2000 was really the high point for electoral politics in my experience. I mean, for others, it would be Bernie, and I totally respect that. But yes, Madison Square Gardens and the Staples Center and the LA Forum. Like, remember, we were drawing 10, 15, 20,000 people all across the country.
So I said to him, when that was happening, were you capable for a moment of thinking I might win this? And he immediately said, no. Like he knew exactly. I've done Last Comic Standing and I did Star Search. There is no way I am ever going to win Star Search or Last Comic Standing. I go into it knowing I can't win, but I get like one or two rounds into it and I start going, I can win this thing. And it's like, what were you thinking, you idiot? They got me again. Did you at any point when you were running for president on the Green Party ticket, did you have like a nanosecond where you thought you could win this thing?
No, absolutely not. I knew I could. I knew I couldn't win it, but I also want to take the question a little deeper and say, I was prepared to serve as president of the United States of America. And I mean that sincerely, and not just because the former occupant, George Bush, had set the bar so damn low. And so could Ralph. And in fact, if Ralph had been president in 2000, we would have had a different world, no doubt about it. Everything
he said was right. Everything he said about Clinton and Gore and the Democratic Party, he was, and he's still right about the Democrats.
He absolutely is right. And not just about the Democrats, he's also right about the progressive populist policies that people would flock to. And the polling data shows it, right? Like, folks get so wrapped up in like one election or the other, right? Or even multiple elections. But remember that that's actually not, in my estimation, the right temperature gauge, right? The right temperature gauge is to actually see whether or not we're building the society that we want to live in. I also think it's important to recognize that part of the reason that both Ralph and I immediately answered no, there's no reason, is because we were kept from being allowed to participate in the debates, right? So there was no way that we could possibly win because there weren't enough people who even knew that either of us were running. I will say this, and I mean this sincerely. If Ralph Nader had an opportunity to be heard by the American people to speak common sense to NAFTA, to the World Trade Organization, for the need for a living wage, for healthcare as a fundamental human right. You can go down the list. Like the policies that Ralph was putting forward were consistently not just supported by majorities, most of them were supported by super majorities.
Right.
Like, these are the policies that the American people want. And just like with Bernie, Ralph would have been able to gather a whole heck of a lot of people who either didn't normally vote in elections or who would have voted for the Republican, but would have voted for Ralph out of a sense of integrity and a sense of authenticity and sincerity.
Right. By the way, just very quickly, and then I want to talk about whatever you want to talk about. What I hear is no Ralph Nader, no George W. Bush, no Iraq war. And what people don't remember, what they don't know, is the Democrats had the majority in the Senate before the war authorization. Tom Daschle was Senate Majority Leader. The Democrats could have blocked the war authorization, and they didn't. You didn't.
That's right. I mean, so and remember that look, it's there were several.
Let's talk about. We have limited time, and I want to talk about what you're working on. Are you able to relax in Texas?
I am. I look. People who know me know this about myself, and I'm not embarrassed at all to come on this national podcast and say I am a straight up mama's boy. I love my mama. She is 81 years old now. So, every chance I get to visit, I do, and I stay as long as I can. I was at a national conference in Jackson, Mississippi, bringing together other people who are doing the kind of local organizing work that we're doing to knit together a national network. But since I was here in the South, I told my mama after that I would come here. So I'm staying here for the full week. And just spending time with her and loving on her and appreciating the fact that I got what every human being deserves, but I now realize too few get. And that is, as an infant and through my formative years, I was love bombed. My mama, and my papa, that's Southern for grandmother and grandfather who raised me. My mama and my papa made absolutely sure that I knew without doubt that I was wanted, that there was a place in the world for me, and that my gifts were meant to be shared. I was disciplined, don't get me wrong, but I was actually encouraged to be the best version of myself that I could be. And I was encouraged not only to receive hugs, but to give them. I really believe, David, that part of my natural optimism and my tendency to have faith in the world, part of it is my whiteness and my maleness, right? Those are privileges in this society, to be sure. But it's also a function of the inner resilience that they gave me because I was wanted and I knew it.
That's the difference between you and me. I was told love is something to be earned. Want love, you must earn. I'm joking. Sort of. I think there's a generation of people.
Listen, I mean, I couldn't tell if you were joking because you're always so quick with a wit, right? But I can tell you this: what you're like, the reason that joke is kind of funny but also poignant is because even if it didn't happen to you, you and I know it happened to countless people. Like that is a thing, what you just described. Whether it happened to you or not, I don't know.
Well, I'm being serious. People think I'm joking. I would rather be loved because I'm rich and famous than be loved because I'm just a nice guy. Anybody can be a nice guy, but to be rich and famous.
Listen, I've been dirt poor, as in literally emptying a 5-gallon bucket of my family's excrement at the end of the day. Not trying to be whatever, but like literally that was my upbringing. So I come out of hard scrabble poverty, right? And then I was a successful trial lawyer. I never got like crazy rich, but I got very comfortable. So, right. So I've been dirt poor and I've been comfortable. Without doubt, I am here to tell you comfortable is better. Having more money is better than having less money in this capitalist economy. No doubt about that. But the point that you were making is both of them were, I'd rather be loved for. Here's the thing. Everybody deserves love. And I'll tell you this, I do believe, and I'm not taking credit for it because I'm not the one who said it, but I do believe that at our core, all of us are motivated. All of our conduct ends up being motivated by either love or fear. Now, to be clear, there are some things that we should be afraid of, and it should motivate us. I'm deathly afraid of the ecological collapse. I am absolutely horrified by the fascists that are emerging. And I'm motivated by my love of people and the planet. I am motivated by, and I do have a genuine, undying love for ordinary folk. I trust people, and I'm happy about that.
Right. One ugly thought that I don't know.
You can't help yourself, Feldman. You can't help yourself. Go ahead.
In 2003, I stayed at a Four Seasons hotel. I was traveling with a boss and he put me up at the Four. I would have rather taken the money, but I think he had some kind of, but I was at the Four Seasons Hotel for 4 nights in Chicago. And I called my children and on the second night, and I said, this was 20 years ago. This is not love. It's something better than love.
Listen.
This is better than any love you can give me. I just want you to know. I would take
listen.
in a second.
I had a dear friend when I was practicing law who got married, and so I've also stayed at a Four Seasons hotel. And let me tell you, it's really nice.
It's right? Really nice. And they convince you that they're happy to see you.
Well, they do. They do.
And that you can do no wrong. And I'm thinking and they empty your trash and they make your bed and they don't whine or complain. You come back, they don't say, why didn't you call? Where have you been? I was worried about you. My mother's sister's uncle is sick.
Well, listen,
how my day was.
It's interesting because actually the Four Seasons as a hotel chain is actually studied, because one of the things that they do is, like, remember that each Four Seasons is very unique. So it's unique architecture at every single location. They create a different unique atmosphere at every single place. But what they are absolutely known for is an incomparable level of excellence of service, right? Like what you're describing is part of the entire ethos. And, you know, it's funny because I remember talking to a lefty friend of mine about the Four Seasons, and I said, it was so good. It was so amazing. And I felt really guilty about it. And this was my friend, Jerome. And Jerome said, you know, David, don't you think that working class people deserve a taste of that too? And it really made me, it shifted my gears. It's like, oh, you know what? That's right. Actually, like, I don't think anybody should live like in opulence 24/7 with people waiting on them hand and foot every moment of the day. But you know what? Everybody should get a taste of that. Everybody should get a little bit. Like, there's enough to go around, David. That's the thing that gets me, right? Like, we don't have to actually allow some kind of cannibalistic, like, Lord of the Flies economy where one person gets everything. Like, we could literally share this, right? And we could have an economic system where we're incentivizing love and compassion and kindness. We ensure that everybody has a base level, and we can even say, oh, and look, here are ways in which there are these wonderful little treats, right? And there's enough of them that they actually get shared as well. So
why don't we? What is it? I go for walks and I think there are all these skyscrapers that are empty here. I understand that homeless people need more than just, some homeless people need more than just a place to live. They need food, some of them need medical and psychiatric help and all that kind of stuff. But why couldn't you just take one skyscraper and just fill it with beds and food? And
because, David, this is the problem, because you're actually approaching the crisis of houselessness as if it's a problem that we can just solve. Because remember, right now in the United States of America, in the state of New York, in every city, in every town, in every village, here is a true statement. There are more empty housing units than there are houseless people, period, full stop. That's true nationally. It's true in every state of the union aggregate, right? It's true in every city. Why is it happening? Because capitalism. The same thing is true about healthcare. Housing is not broken. It's working exactly as it's designed to work, because it treats housing as a commodity to be bought and paid for at a profit. The healthcare system is not broken. It's working exactly as it's designed to, which is to treat access to healthcare as a commodity to be bought and paid for at a profit. I can go down the list. This is why, hello, Dr. Fraud, you came in at just the right spot to hear me, shaking my fist at the universe, because capitalism treats everything as a commodity to be bought and paid for at a profit. And what I believe, and what every socialist I know believes, is that human needs should be human rights fulfilled as part of the social contract. It's just that simple. And so things like housing and healthcare and education and art and culture, if these things were treated like a human right rather than a commodity to be bought and paid for at a profit, then we would simply create policies, governmental policies, to ensure that human needs were met. And that's why a truly post-capitalist economy, literally, it could be, and I want to say this, it literally could be paradise, because with the technology, with the knowledge base, with what we know how to do, we literally could all be living in paradise. Because and everybody, and get this, everybody would be allowed to work, not forced to work. Because if you actually created systems to allow people to engage in meaningful, productive activity, and characterized it as the gift that you're offering to your community, for which you will be respected and acknowledged, then people would flock to it, because everybody wants to work. What people don't want is a job where their labor is commodified and the surplus value of their labor is extracted to benefit somebody else. Oh, and by the way, you're bossed about, ridiculed, mocked by the owning class and the ruling class. When you ask the question, why don't we just fill up the skyscrapers that are not, many of which are empty, and allow houseless people to live there? Because capitalism.
But other countries don't do to its citizens what we do. Other capitalists.
Well, that's because, and this is the thing, David, it's a good question. Remember that there are different types of capitalism, right? Just like there are different types of socialism. One could argue that the authoritarian left is a type of socialism, right? Just as there is a social democracy and a post-capitalist, but then there is also laissez-faire capitalism. So social democracies can still be capitalist, but they are much more humane versions of capitalism.
and
Right.
regulated versions of capitalism.
Highly regulated. That's why they're more humane. Not look. It's not that Americans are genetically defective and Scandinavian people are just genetically superior to us. They are capitalist countries that have actually highly regulated. They protect labor. They protect the environment. And they don't just protect it, but they empower it. Do you know in most of the Scandinavian countries, by the way, it is a requirement that labor actually have seats on the board of directors, right? So we could go through the kind of policies that could be enacted right now that would make capitalism eminently more humane.
But the reason that they did it is because they have powerful socialist and communist movements that forced it, because capitalists don't get regulated unless they have to.
Oh, that's right. Like, make no mistake about it. Make no mistake about it. The capitalist class is a predatory class.
Yes.
Like, they've never ever done anything for other people because they care about other people. Like that, which is why I am I'm a revolutionary. I'm a peaceful revolutionary, but I am a militant peaceful revolutionary. I understand power concedes nothing without a demand. It never has, and it never will. Frederick Douglass said that famously, and the second part of that phrase is, you show me the exact amount of injustice that any people are willing to tolerate, and I will show you the exact amount of injustice that will be visited upon them. And that's part of the thing that gets me is so many liberals and progressives have allowed the Democratic Party neoliberal operatives in leadership to chain their ideals, to contract their demands. And I think in this moment of historic conjuncture, now is the time to make bigger and bolder demands because we need it.
That's right. And demand for a different party that is outside the corporate culture and the commodity culture.
There's no doubt about it. And Dr. Fraud, I was just sharing with David Feldman that I'm in Texas now, visiting my mama. And I told her that I would be 30 minutes on this program, and then I'd go have dinner with her because it's 7 o'clock here Central time. So much love to you both, but I'm going to go visit my mama.
Enjoy your mom, and then she's lucky.
You look great. You look great. You look like you're a cult leader telling us to put on our Nikes and go. We're all going to go visit the Comet Kohoutek.
On the way out, I'll let you know, one comic to another. My brother has been calling me Papa Smurf because of my cobalt blue turtleneck.
Great. I love it. I would follow you to the ends of the earth.
Follow me to socialism. Follow me to socialism.
How do people contact you, David Cobb?
Yes, hit me up on Facebook, David Keith Cobb on Facebook. I'm David K. Cobb on Twitter. And I do want to say thank you to the couple of folks who did reach out to me because they specifically named the David Feldman Show. I promise you I will get back to you. So as Art Linkletter famously said, keep those cards and letters coming.
Great. Thank you, David Cobb. Let us now go to New York City. I think you're downtown. Dr. Harriet Fraad is standing by. She is the host of It's Not Just in Your Head, Capitalism Hits Home. She has a new show on Pacifica Radio, WBAI, here in New York, Wednesdays at 2:30. And she is a psychotherapist who filters all our problems through the prism of capitalism. Welcome. What is the name of your show on WBAI?
It's called Interpersonal Update. And Wednesday, the 23rd, it's usurped by another program. Otherwise, and I'll be away for a couple of weeks. But starting March 16th, it will be at 2:30 on Wednesdays. And it's called Interpersonal Update.
So I want to talk about whatever you want to talk about, obviously. And if you're in our chat room and you want to talk to Dr. Harriet Fraad, raise your hands. I always get complaints that I never let people talk to you. And then when I say raise your hand, they just won't listen to you. So,
okay, whatever.
So Professor Harvey J. Kaye and Alan Minsky, Executive Director of the Progressive Democrats of America, wrote in honor of the anniversary of FDR's Bill of Rights, Economic Bill of Rights, a 21st century Bill of Rights. If you can indulge me, let me just read to you, because I have this scrolling on the screen on our YouTube channel and for Zoom. It's a 21st century economic bill of rights. It would establish that all Americans are entitled to, one, the right to a job that pays a livable wage. Two, the right to quality health care. Three, the right to a complete education. Four, the right to affordable housing. Five, the right to a clean environment. Six, the right to a secure retirement. And that's an economic bill of rights. Everything else is noise. If you're not talking about these 6 things, then it's gossip, it's weather, it's sports, which, that's fine. But all the Sturm and Drang that goes on with political confrontation and arguments, if you're not talking about these 6 points, you're not news, you're not information, you're not political, you're not policy, you're nothing. You're nothing if you're not talking about these 6 things. Is that a fair statement?
Total agreement. And I would also say that entitled to healthy food, clean,
Right.
healthy food,
Right.
and clean water, although that comes with the environment, and clean air, which comes with the environment.
You look at the news, you listen to conversations. It's a given that these economic bill of rights are. It's why do we even have to talk about this? Everybody has this. Why are we talking about this? We should be talking about,
We should be talking about how to get this if we don't have it.
Yes.
And everything else is noise, except that that's like so much else is repressed. And our news is often distraction and entertainment. And certain things, even where it's trying not to be, certain things are always cleaned out of the news, even on public radio and WNYC and so on. A class perspective is excised from the conversation.
Right.
And it has been since the 50s.
Let's talk about racial division in the United States, because this is what I hear all the time. Joe Rogan will hear, somebody will put a clip together of Joe Rogan saying the N-word 32 times and then referring to Harlem as Planet of the Apes. And then the next thing is we finally need to have a conversation about the N-word. As to, let's have a teaching moment. That's what Joe Rogan said. We need a teaching moment. Hopefully my use of the N-word will be a teaching moment. What we don't need to be taught about the N-word.
No, we don't.
Yeah.
We all know what it is.
So why do we get forced into this this racial division in the United States? What's going on here?
It's very, very deliberate. One of the things that has blown my mind recently is researching who we were as Americans from the very beginning. Because all I heard in Public School 9 and Public School 81 is those same pilgrims over and over again. They were a tiny minority, between a half and 2/3 of the people who came here as indentured servants. Shipping companies brought them over here, and then they sold them at markets.
And insured them.
People.
And they were insured.
Well, a lot of them died because just like the slaves, they got crappy nutrition, crappy water. If they were sick, they were thrown overboard. And then they were sold when they got there. Now, they weren't slaves because they weren't sold as persons. Their labor power was sold for the periods of between 4 and 10 years. And children were taken off the street in England, shipped here. They had 330 little petty offenses for which you went to jail, or you could ship out and they could populate the colonies. And that was in England in the 1600s and 1700s. In the 1800s, the Irish and the Germans. These were white people. Their labor was sold. If they ran away, they could be returned. Our Constitution has a few lines that guarantee the master's return of their bondspeople. And then they had to serve longer and were punished. They had the right to appeal their harsh treatment, but they weren't allowed to serve on juries. So you can imagine how well that went. In any case, that was most of our ancestors. They were hardly plantation owners. And then most of the others came over with the great immigration of immigrants who were told that our streets were paved with gold and then came to be exploited in the factories. At any rate, one of the things that was amazing for me is to learn about Bacon's Rebellion and the 1,800 other rebellions that happened at the time. Bacon's Rebellion happened between 1666 and 1667. And that was an amazing thing. Some aristocrats who were pissed that they got the poor Indian lands instead of the better Indian lands that were given to the richer aristocrats, signed up and joined with the bondspeople, the men and women who were semi-chattel, and the freed Black people and the slaves. And together they fought and almost made a revolution. After which the British government created and enforced special privileges for you if you're white to prevent that unity from ever happening again. And in his latest book, it's a 2022 book, Adolph Reed, the famous Black Marxist, it's in his last chapter on a book called The South. He talks about how even the Jim Crow laws were much more designed to divide dispossessed whites and Blacks from one another than they were out of any just racist idea. The racism was chained to the division of the working class to prevent them from rising up together against capitalism. And that is a deliberate racism. And I hadn't realized that. Naturally, I never learned that in history class, even though Howard Zinn discusses it a little bit. He discusses Bacon's Rebellion, but it is very hard to find out about what was happening to people who were bondsmen and bondswomen. A lot of the women came here because they had to serve as wives for all that time, bear children, do everything else, and all the sex work too. So these are our ancestors, hardly Mayflower or Puritan idealists, That's who we were. That's who we are. And we were prevented from rising up and claiming this nation for ourselves by the deliberate introduction of racism, which has flourished and which a lot of people have taken seriously. And it's been challenged. The Communist Party was big on challenging that. And in the 30s, the Communist Party organized white and Black tenant farmers together to take over their farms. Those were very powerful unions that were not divided racially. So that I think we have to just understand, stop the racial dividedness. We need class consciousness here of all people. And we need to realize that racism is a hoax, and so is sexism, and they have to change.
There's money in segregation. That
yes, there is.
If you cannot rent to a Black person in a white neighborhood, that creates an artificial scarcity that causes property values to go up. Not because you can't rent to Black people, but if you have white people have fewer choices.
So do Black people, of course.
I'm sorry?
And so do Black people.
And Black people, there are a whole, if you look at Florida, the hotel business thrived because of Jim Crow, because there were Black
labor. Yeah.
There was Black hotels. You had Black hotels, and that was a market that was artificially created and sustained because of segregation. So the idea behind race, it's in the end, it's about class struggle and profits. That's why race was invented.
That's right. And racism was deliberately invented. That blew my mind finding that out. But it's deliberately, and it's ridiculous. I know I had a client who told me a story that showed me how foolish it was. She was blonde and blue-eyed. And when she was little, when she was 7, her father was ill and they thought he would do better in the warmer climate of the South. So they moved to the South. And she saw a water fountain that said colored fountain. She wanted to see the colors.
Right.
So she turned it on and a white woman came over and slapped her face.
Right.
And
I
told her,
remember as a kid, we used to drive to Florida in the 60s, and this was after the Civil Rights Acts, but there were still colored water fountains. You could see it with the paint. They tried or they attempted to pretend to paint over. I still remember seeing colored water fountains.
and that sustained the hold of the wealthy people as poor people were divided from one another. And
Right.
white people could get a little bone for being white while they were oppressed and take it out on Black people pretty much unaccounted for.
Right. The worst thing you can do, Professor Adnan Hussein has talked about this. The worst thing you can do if you're Malcolm X or Dr. King is reach out to white people. Then
That's
you
right.
are the most dangerous. When Dr. King started talking about
Class. Yeah.
for white people, he had to go.
He
Yeah.
was killed just like Malcolm X after he did it. He was killed. You
Yeah.
can always find some lowlife who you can pay to kill people. And
Yeah.
that's what happened.
Yeah. Or if you get enough guns in enough people's hands, it may not be in Memphis. It may
Right.
not be on the Upper West Side of Manhattan, but one day
Yes. That's
somebody's going to get lucky.
That's right. And
And-
I think they will be encouraged if people speak out, if great leaders like Malcolm X and Martin Luther King, with enormous following, start speaking about the importance of Black and white together. And one of the things Adolph Reed points out, although I must say, to be Black, to be born in 1947, and to be called Adolf, I just wonder what his parents were thinking, but that's another topic. In any case,
I'm just trying to think.
yeah, well, whoa, wait a minute, why? But in any case,
You know what it is? It's I suspect you don't own that name.
maybe, but I know that the names Adolf and Benito were not popular at the time.
But I think his parents were probably saying, you're
No.
going to take that name and make it good.
Yes,
like
he has. He has, but one
Or
of the
they were
things-
inveterate anti-Semites.
I don't think so. His father was a progressive
I know,
professor
I
in a
know.
Black college. But I think
That's putting a burden on your child to say,
huge.
give you the worst name imaginable.
Absolutely.
You're gonna clean that name.
Yeah, it is a burden. But
Yeah.
in any case, he shows how segregation helped the ruling class. And I think the more people who realize that, and the more people who realize we all came here, or most of us, as chattel of some form or another. And,
Right.
how many plantation owners could there be? Not too many.
Right.
And the rest are wage slaves, or were slaves or wage slaves. And there was a difference. If you are property, it's worse than if your labor is owned and bought and you're packed into boats and sold when you get here. No fun, but not the same. Nobody's equating them. However, the commonality exists. And then after World War II, that segregation was enforced to sort of break the New Deal. Levittown, in Levittown, you had to be white. These are for veterans' mortgages. You had to be white, even though Black people were drafted too. You had to have no Black friends over. You couldn't have more than 2 children. Your wife couldn't work. And you had to buy all your appliances through GE. Whoa. Later, they built Roosevelt, the Black segregated Levittown equivalent. But it was so deliberate And I think if people understood that, both black and white, we'd see we've been hoodwinked and we need each other. And that's why it's so important that this was a deliberate tactic of the ruling elites.
Yeah. I want to talk about your work as a hypnotherapist, a psychotherapist. I should mention that one of the great myths about integration and sending your kids to schools with people of color is that your kid will end up a drug addict. They've done study after study that shows you're more likely to find kids turning to drugs and alcohol in predominantly white upper class public schools than inner city schools. You're more likely to find drug addiction and alcoholism in private schools, like where the rapist, what's his name, the Supreme Court guy, Kavanaugh.
Oh, Clarence Thomas, too.
Well,
he was the porn addict.
He was the
Sorry,
porn addict.
The rapist. Was
Where the
Kavanaugh.
rapist Kavanaugh, those private schools have higher incidence of drug addiction and alcoholism than inner city schools. So all these parents who spend $60,000 not to send their kids to a school with a person of color, you're going to need another $60,000 to send your kid into rehab.
Rehab. Well, when I had clients in a very wealthy suburb of New Haven when I practiced in New Haven called Cheshire. And one of the proud things of those kids is we can afford drugs our teachers can't afford.
Right.
And it was rampant.
One of the infuriating things about neoliberal Hollywood celebrities is we want to remove the stigma of mental illness. People should be open. So, Oprah interviews Prince Harry and who I like, and you need to be open about your mental, but they don't tell you where to go. And
no, because there's nowhere to go, because
there
the
is nowhere to go.
Mental health as a commodity is utterly corrupt. The Diagnostic Statistical Manual was written with the cooperation of the pharmaceutical companies to plug each of these definitions of mental illness into a psychotropic drug. And there's no biological basis for those diagnoses. They're just agreement on the part of some psychiatrists. It's terrible and it's corrupt. And yet it's the vehicle for diagnosing, getting insurance coverage, and getting hospital coverage. So it all works together with the capitalist hospitals, the capitalist medical care, the capitalist pharmaceuticals companies, and the capitalist insurance companies working together as a system to give the most expensive healthcare system in the world and 17th in terms of quality, even though we are the richest country.
There's a story in the Washington Post, I think yesterday, about phantom ghost mental health networks, that there are a lot of insurance providers who say, oh, there are 73 mental health providers on a list that you can call, and none of them take that insurance. But these insurance companies insist that they're providing mental health doctors.
They're not.
They give names, and none of those doctors will accept that insurance payment. They're the insurer. They're called ghost networks, ghost providers. So you have to go out of pocket to get a shrink. But everybody's so busy about saying we have to remove the stigma of mental illness. No, nobody can find a shrink who's in network. If you're lucky enough to have health insurance, and this isn't discussed, it's like a joke. If you're doing stand-up and you say something like, good luck finding a shrink who's in network, and in New York, everybody laughs, but nobody does anything about it, which is why comedy really is overrated.
And those people who are looking and who have insurance, they have created a two-tier system. There are some therapists that take insurance. Now, many of them are just new therapists, so they have no experience and they need clients. Others are people who are bad, so they need insured clients. So that more and more, the most experienced therapists at the top don't take insurance. You know, that I'm in an advanced hypnotherapy group of all people who've been practicing for like 10, 20, 30, 40 years. None of them take private insurance. What I do is I will give somebody a letter to submit as an out-of-plan provider. And one of the reasons I don't take insurance is the insurance companies hound you to try to get you to medicate people. You have to have an excuse why you don't medicate. You have to talk about their private lives, which is a violation of them. Better to have a sliding scale and take people. But on the surface, they provide mental health care, but they don't. That's
Right.
the bottom line. In a commodified healthcare system, you're screwed.
Drug addiction. All I hear is about, seek help for, suicide prevention. If you or anybody you know is, call this number, and you call that number and there's no play. I don't mean to be discouraging to people who are addicted to drugs. But what do you do if you only have, if you can't afford to go out of pocket to treat your child for drug addiction? Are there basic, somebody was telling me what he was going through with his kid and just spelling out his child's addictions and what it's cost him over the years. It's all private equity. Mitt Romney, Bain Capital, it's all private equity, these drug rehab centers. And, it's 20 grand for a month, 40 grand, private beds.
Well, once it was on affordable health care, all these incompetents came in and set up rehabs with no qualifications, so that your kid may really be in a terrible place. You have to look very hard to find the kind place that's affordable. Very, very hard.
Are there, I do know that AA is for alcohol is better than any private.
AA, NA for narcotics, SA for sex abuse, and
it's free. AA is free.
AA, and so is ACA, Adult Children of Alcoholics. It's ACA-DF. So it's adult children of alcoholics and dysfunctional families, which is just about everybody. And it's less God-oriented than AA. So a lot of people prefer it.
But would you say that, again, this is dangerous territory, if you are an alcoholic, they will steer you towards a for-profit rehab center to treat your alcoholism, and you will have relapse after relapse after relapse because you don't cure addiction by going to a spa. You cure addiction by going to AA meetings, getting a sponsor, and meeting people from all socioeconomic points on the spectrum and helping them, being their sponsor. You need to sponsor somebody and take care of somebody else. You need to buddy up with somebody. Isn't it true that that's the only way to?
No, sometimes other things work. However, ACADF and AA and all the 12-step programs do what rehabs don't do, which is they give you an alternative family, but one that works for you. And if you're lucky enough to get a really honest, good sponsor, there's someone you can turn to the way you usually can't in most families. So what they do is they replace the inadequate family and family system with a system of caring, a system of listening, a system of truth-telling, and a system of non-judgmental listening. That's really important, the non-judgmental part of it.
And what's so infuriating is that AA I know you seem to have a problem with AA because of its surrender.
No, I don't have a problem, but I do think that it helped. In my experience, some people are turned off by the God-centeredness of it.
Well,
Even though it's
surrendering to a higher
power.
power. Surrendering to a higher power.
That's right, surrender to a higher power. But there's still a lot of God inflection in AA, which there isn't in ACA, for example.
Okay.
ACADF. But hey, you find
They-
a group
they-
that's so comfortable.
It drives Bain Capital crazy that there's something called AA, which is free, and it cures alcoholism. And so if you were to ask Mitt Romney, what do you do if your kid is an alcoholic? He would say, why would you go to AA? We have doctors, we have psychiatrists and psychologists, and they would poo-poo the thing that works and send you to something that doesn't.
Better. It has worked better. And the reason it works is part of the reason that people turn to substances to mute their experience is because they're disconnected and because they haven't felt any kind of sustaining connection in their families of origin. And it provides a support system and a non-judgmental support system.
Right.
And it's organized, ironically enough, though they hardly claim it this way, according to communist principles, from each according to his ability, to each according to his or her needs, so that there is no money exchanged. It's free. And
Right.
people, once they are in it for a while and they become experienced with it, they mentor others. The only thing that costs money is if you want to buy literature. In
Right.
that, it is really a communist organization. No money is allowed. And nobody has a hierarchical position over other people. It's very democratic that way.
You cannot shake, I don't believe you can shake an addiction until you learn to give yourself to somebody else, to help somebody else and get out of yourself. And paying 20 grand to go to a spa for a month, staying in a private room, and then having meetings in between mani-pedis is not.
No, and they don't give proper therapy, because one of the things that the 12-step programs do, and of course one has to shop around to find a group one's comfortable with. There are a lot of groups, but there are so many of them you can find it. And in every little dinky town across this country, there's AA, even if there's nothing else. And that's important because they're everywhere. And that there's non-judgmental acceptance of everyone who's sincerely trying to get better. And there is no hierarchy. That's very important. And you are accepted. And if you come into a meeting and you're drunk, you can just sit in the back and they hope something gets through and you get a free cup of coffee, And after a while, the message can get through. They have better success in 12-step than they do in any other rehab program. Much better success. It's not 100% because also you have to come to the meetings and you have to be honest and you have to admit that you have a problem.
Right.
That's huge.
Dr. Harriet Fraad is a hypnotherapist. She filters all our problems through the prism of this economic system we're forced to live under. How do people contact you if they need help?
If they want to look at my website, HARRIE1TFRAAD.com. If they want to reach me, hfraad@gmail.com. And I don't filter all the problems through the lens of capitalism, but I don't think it's just in your head either.
Right.
It's in the society too.
Yeah, you have been a tremendous help to me and my listeners. I can't tell you the number of times I go, this isn't me. This is not me. This is this miasma of greed I'm surrounded.
Yes.
I'm engulfed by.
It is engulfing. It is engulfing and destructive.
Thank you, Dr. Harriet Fraad.
Thank you so much.
We'll see you. I hope to see you
next week.
Great.
Bye-bye.
Coming up, Professor Adnan Hussein joins us. You are listening to The David Feldman Show, davidfeldmanshow.com. Dan Frankenberger in the newsroom. I'm thinking we do Community Billboard, if it's okay with you, after Professor Adnan Hussein. Does that...
Yep, that works for me.
That works for me, too. Okay, we will be back. You're listening to The David Feldman Show, davidfeldmanshow.com, and office hours every Friday night at 8 p.m. Join us.
I'm traveling light, got everything I need. Got a little bottle of Woolite and a little bag of weed. Got a Saul Bellow novel, cause I really like to read. I'm traveling light. I'm a creature of the road, got no regrets. Gave up my postal code and cigarettes. I'm doing much better with a touch of Tourette's. I'm traveling light. Just need a clean room in a Motel 6. Not too close to downtown, but not out in the sticks. I need my Penn and Teller magic kit so I can do my tricks. Got my favorite pillow, which I call Mr. Fluffy. 4 kinds of allergy pills in case I get stuffy. A pound of Epsom salts, cause my ankles get puffy. I'm traveling light. I got 2 pairs of socks and shorts in my little valise. A couple of passports and my sex doll Denise. I'm staying real quiet so they don't call the police. I'm traveling light. I need my sedatives and my antipsychotics. A high-speed parallax motor cause I'm into robotics. And my little red Speedo, I like to do aquatics. I'm traveling light. Got my CPAP machine and my George Foreman grill. A copy of Lolita and my little blue pills. A Navajo blanket in case I get a chill. I'm traveling light. Got my margarita mix and my rusty old blender. A 50 tequila in case I go on a bender. My attorney's number in case I want to change my gender. I'm traveling light. So light, so light, so light, so light, so light. Twizzlers in case I have some visitors. Febreze if my room is stinky. A Polaroid in case I get kinky. My Jesus bobblehead and my Star Wars bedspread. I'm traveling light. I got my rabbi costume and my portable dark room. My hair plug lotion and my expensive wrinkle cream. My Emmy statue for my self-esteem. I'm traveling light. I got my podcast mixer and a fancy microphone, my exercise bike so I have a place to hang my pants, my very valuable Hummel collection, a menorah made of fish heads, a Christmas tree, I like to keep my options open, don't you know, a shoe shine kit, a skill saw, a crossword book, a large supply of mechanical pencils, a year's worth of New York magazines I've been trying to get around to read, some scripts that I've been tweaking for those people in LA, and my enemies list.
That is the music of Professor Mike Steinel. He's a jazz trumpeter, composer, educator, member of the University of North Texas Jazz Studies faculty from 1987 to 2019. We'll talk about him later on. He's going to be with us in about, 90 minutes. Go pick up his album, Song and Dance, the Mike Steinel Quintet, featuring Rosanna Eckerd. Let's now go to Canada, Kingston, Ontario, where Professor Adnan Hussain is standing by. He is the chairman of the religion department over at Queen's University in Kingston, Ontario, host of the Mujlis podcast, as well as Guerrilla History with our very own, he's not our very own, Henry Huckamack.
Let's claim him. Why not?
We'll claim him. We own him. So welcome, sir. I want to ask you who's on the Mujlis podcast this week and the Guerrilla History. But first, Trudeau. We don't like Trudeau, the prime minister, but I have to admit, the thought of declaring an emergency, going in and arresting the truckers, to me, satisfied a liberal left-wing authoritarian itch that I have. Like, we have the muscle, we're going to use it. Either we use it or they're going to use it. Am I wrong for thinking that way, that we have the muscle right now? It's time to start arresting these right-wing fanatics and letting them know that the government is in charge, you're not?
Well, yeah, I mean, I think it went on for a really long time. It was incredibly disruptive. I think for me, the tragedy is that it accomplished absolutely nothing for anyone other than probably launching some careers, some politicians, maybe a leadership candidacy by Pierre Poilievre. He might, with his trenchant support. He's a kind of Ottawa area MP, a conservative who has made a big point of supporting the convoy. He might launch himself, and clearly we're seeing, political consequences, but we're not seeing any real changes. None of the concerns of the truckers, either the specific mandate issues or wider concerns that they have about working conditions will be addressed, were even really on the agenda. And if this became a kind of political fight to try and bring down the Trudeau government. And so, it went on so long and was so disruptive. Eventually it had to the law had to be enforced, and that's essentially what they did. But I really wonder, it's an interesting debate about whether the Emergencies Act, the first use of it since it was passed in 1988 to replace an earlier, far more kind of thoroughgoing, draconian, set of powers under something called the War Measures Act. It was meant to replace that. I'm still, not completely sure that it was necessary, but I do think that people's patience was at an end, and so it might be seen as a pretty popular move for Trudeau. I don't know. It'll be interesting to see how it shakes out. I mean, he may have enhanced his authority by finally using it, but and ending the siege in Ottawa. But I think there are a lot of people like yourself who are, quite sort of happy to see these right-wing people finally be pushed out of the city.
Right.
The fact is that they, I think, Trudeau may have felt that by invoking it on last Tuesday that would be perhaps enough. But in fact, actually, once they started making arrests and actually bringing tow trucks to come in and pull these big rigs out, things moved pretty quickly, Yeah. I mean, it was a couple of days and pretty much they've been dispersed.
Rodrigo, who does a summation at the end of every episode, he's down in Mexico, he said something really interesting at office hours that changed my mind, because at first, not knowing enough about this, I said, this should serve as a template for union activism. These are truckers, they're Teamsters. Let's make them our allies. I don't agree with them on the pandemic, but let's reach across the aisle and bring them into a movement that will shut down the roads and bring Wall Street to its knees until they pay us what we deserve. And Rodrigo disabused me of that Friday night at office hours very articulately. He said, no, these are bad people being funded by really bad people who have hijacked whatever labor movement you think is out there and are turning it into a fascist right-wing threat, much, the same way the CIA got the truckers to shut down Allende's government. The Teamsters shut down Allende. But it's been compared to Zuccotti Park here in New York with Occupy 10 years ago. And I don't know if I didn't pronounce Zuccotti Park properly. I'm certainly going to ruin, is it Gezi Park in Istanbul? What was Gezi Park in Istanbul? What was
Gezi
park in Turkey?
Yeah, it was Gezi Park. And it was in this district of Istanbul, which isn't the capital city, but it is the largest city in Turkey. 15, 20 million population in the greater, Istanbul region. And it was one of the very few little green patches in one of these major center city districts that was approved by the government under Erdogan to be turned into a mall or converted to some commercial purpose. And so a number of young people, neighborhood residents, occupied the park, for environmental reasons, to stop commercialization, to have some green space in the city, to have a park, and refused to move. And it spawned something of a kind of serious movement that it was similar to Occupy. It was also similar in some ways. Some people connected it with what we saw in Egypt and Tunisia with the start of the Arab Spring, were these kinds of popular movements by people against government abuse, overreach, and also, I would say, privatizing of public spaces and of public industries, like a real response to the privatization of what should be in the common good, for the common good.
So fascism, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can. There's some white noise that only comes on this Zoom call that I have with you. I'm not sure exactly what's happening, but it goes away when I mute, or maybe also when you're muted. So
okay, let me see. Fascism. So if I were president, if I were Joe Biden, I would say to the American people, we have a problem in this country. We have white nationalists who are terrorists. They are killing more Americans with their guns than any foreign terrorist group out there. They want to secede. They want to become sovereign nations. This is the rule of law, and we're going to enforce it. We're going to come down hard on the Oath Keepers, the Proud Boys, these militia. We're going to crack down, and we may even arrest the wrong people. Sometimes that happens when you're trying to save the country. We'll try not to violate people's civil liberties. The other thing we're going to do is we're going to strengthen unions. We're going to raise the minimum wage. We're going to give you Medicare for all, free tuition at all public universities, whether you like it or not. Threat of fascism, gone. Cannot fight fascism with just muscle. You fight it with both muscle and carrots, right?
Right. Well, that's the missing component, I think, that we've seen in the Democrats' response, typically. I mean, I'm talking about the mainstream establishment Democrats, the leaders of the party, the current administration. There's been some work on that, but, far less than was, required and predictably far. I predicted right after the election that you'd have 100 days and you had to make massive progress. Otherwise, we would see, a return to power in Congress of the Republicans, and we'd have a failed Biden presidency. And that's the problem, is that it's been insufficiently, the carrot has been missing. And this is what we see also with the Liberal government here, in Canada, is that while it did more initially in the beginning of the pandemic, now even as it's trying to promote business and economic recovery and all of this, it hasn't really done enough for people, and they're still maintaining various aspects of the mandates, which I think they really need to do, on some level, because the pandemic isn't over, but they've tested and tried everybody's patience without offering what would be the bargain in a kind of compact, that you make some sacrifice, that you don't get to live exactly the way you would like to under normal circumstances when we don't have this health scare, this health problem. But as we will do what we can to make sure that your life is comfortable, your kids can be educated, you still have a job, and that you're able to stay at home. I think that's the hypocrisy of the way in which some people are so comfortable with the mandates continuing because they can work from home. I'm one of those. I'm working on Zoom, and life in some ways is difficult, but in some ways, it goes on, and in some ways it's even been better, because look, now I've got the David Feldman show, and I've met all these interesting people. But that's not the case for everybody who are struggling to put food on the table and have to work, on the front lines and can't be at home at Zoom. And I think Trudeau made a big mistake in not addressing that reality right away, and also in not trying to turn, Rodrigo might be right. And in fact, actually, I think he is absolutely right, that the intentions of the leaders of this movement and what it attracted was something that was just instrumentally capitalizing on the frustration, but actually had a very serious political purpose and is unleashing the real extremism that is actually behind this movement. And we've seen it. We've seen who this leadership is, how racist, how homophobic, how anti-immigrant they are. They found an issue that actually could resonate a little bit more beyond its typical base, but really what's driving it are these extreme far-right sorts of ideas. And the only way to combat that, of course, is by taking it seriously from the start, addressing certain concerns that you could to shape the political debate in an actual productive direction, and also deploy the police, from the start to enforce ordinances and make sure that the city isn't, completely shut down and occupied. And it's the unwillingness to do anything in the intervening period that I think really forced his hand and has given this movement a real taste of, its kind of success. Not that it actually achieved any, what it achieved is culturally polarizing the debate and of providing some people with the kind of January 6th experience of, creating a kind of culture of resistance, of testing the boundaries for when there are more serious actions proposed by some of these far-right organized groups. They'll be more prepared for it. And they've also, with this Emergencies Act, also created the conditions where, the Emergencies Act is not like martial law. It's not, it's bad. I don't think really you should have had to resort to it. It should have been possible to actually enforce the law and use available resources, police, and so on, with laws that exist. But what they've done is they've actually been able to create now something that they will remember for years here and continue to organize around by actually forcing Trudeau into the position of being the first to actually invoke the Emergencies Act. And I think, again, just like the Democrats seem not to get it and aren't politically savvy. This is one of my biggest complaints with them. Of course, ideologically, they're not as committed to, these universal policies as I wish they were. But I also am concerned that they actually don't seem to be good at politics and really recognizing the mood. So, this is something that happened in Ottawa. Ottawa is the capital of Canada, but it is also a city in the province of Ontario. Unlike Washington, D.C., that has its own authority, it's not part of a state. It's this, special district. It's in the province of Ontario. Doug Ford, the premier, i.e. the kind of governor of the province, had already declared emergencies a week or so before.
And he's conservative, isn't he?
Yeah, and he's a conservative. And here is the problem, is if you are an intelligent politician, it seems to me, what you do is you say, this is a provincial matter. We seriously urge Doug Ford to deploy the Ontario Provincial Police to enforce the laws and cooperate, provide assistance to the Ottawa Police under the direction of the mayor, and try and, kind of resolve this and open up the city again. Apparently what happened, and this wasn't something that Trudeau really made a big deal of, he should have, is that Doug Ford really didn't want to do that. He's a conservative. I think the conservatives, both provincially and nationally, are split on this issue. He didn't want to make the courageous decision of bucking, the rising right within his own party that is against, the mask mandates and the other public health mandates and so on. He didn't want to make the courageous decision of enforcing the law, so he asked the federal government to use the Emergencies Act to invite to gather police forces and the needed extra, additional officers from Quebec, which is a different province. They could do that under the Emergencies Act. But Doug Ford could have done it too if he had communicated with Quebec ministers and said, bring us police. They could have done it. So why didn't Trudeau make a big deal publicly before he was pushed to do the Emergencies Act, saying, why isn't Doug Ford handling this? He needs to do this if he wants to resolve this. Then a week later, if he's pushed to do it, he can say, Doug Ford has asked me to step in because he's not, willing to do the job. And he can look strong, and he can look like he has addressed it in the proper procedures, and he could have done harm against a conservative premier in Ontario. It's like, why do you let, and now, actually very interestingly, that you can only keep this Emergencies Act for a week before it has to come up for a vote to extend it for the full 30 days that is allowable. They just had the vote right before I came on. They started the vote taking at 8 p.m. I was watching the countdown, and 2 minutes before 8:30, they announced that it had passed with the participation of the NDP, but the Conservatives voted against it. And immediately upon its passage, they put forward a motion to rescind it because you're allowed to if you can get 20. And so they're going to make political hay out of it. And what concerns me is that the NDP has really, I think, played this. We'll see. I mean, I can't predict, but I was very disappointed to see them supporting it without conditions.
What is the NDP?
The NDP, the New Democratic Party, is basically like the left party. If there was a progressive, that's Jagmeet Singh. It's started off as a worker party in Manitoba, Alberta, in the West, in the prairies, as it used to be called Social Credit. It was like the populist farmers party in Kansas and places like that. It grew up in that sort of period, in that context, and it's kind of the left party. Left of the Liberals, and they've supported the Liberals in continuing and extending it for the rest, for another 21 days potentially. But they're trying to have their cake and eat it too by, saying we're reluctantly supporting it. Well, don't be reluctant. Either decide or not whether we actually need it. Put conditions and establish what are the terms of the debate. What do we need to see for this to be allowed to continue? I don't think they've communicated it well. Instead, again, they've ceded the ground basically to the Conservatives, who are really going to organize around it. the question is whether that will resonate with the Canadian public. But I'm just a little, I'm disappointed that the opportunities politically to actually, you can break up the protest, but what are you going to do about the underlying political conditions and the way in which it's been exploited and used to the benefit of right-wing forces? That is the real problem that has to be addressed. This is like January 6th. Yes, we need to enforce the law. It needs to be investigated and so on. But it was sort of a sideshow to what is actually percolating, which is broader and broader organizing on the far right, using the mandates and the discourse and language of freedom in order to accomplish a right-wing agenda that's anti-immigrant, that's ultimately pro-business, addresses none of the actual genuine workers' concerns. That's really the problem.
We're talking with Professor Adnan Hussain, host of the Majlis podcast, as well as Guerrilla History. We'll plug your guests momentarily. Is it possible to have a party behave like the NRA or AIPAC? It seems to me that the NRA says Ukraine, Putin invaded Ukraine. We're about guns. Does this affect gun ownership? AIPAC will say, what does this have to do with Israel? How is Israel, if it doesn't affect Israel, we have no comment. Can a political party, it seems to me, a successful political party would take, and I have this scrolling on the YouTube channel and in the Zoom room. It's the 21st Century Economic Bill of Rights, written by Professor Harvey J. Kaye and Alan Minsky. They wrote it for the Progressive Democrats of America. And indulge me, I just want to repeat this. 21st Century Economic Bill of Rights. These are the 6 points. All Americans are entitled to the right to a job that pays a livable wage. 2, the right to quality health care. 3, the right to a complete education. 4, the right to affordable housing. 5, the right to a clean environment. 6, the right to a secure retirement. Period. That's what we stand for. An economic bill of rights. Does Singh have to have a position on the truckers? Can't a political party? What is Singh's party called? The
NDP, New Democratic Party.
If you were the leader of the NDP, don't you think you'd accrue more power if you said, unless this has to do with these 6 economic bill of rights? No comment. That's what the NRA does. That's what AIPAC does.
Well, the difference is that the NRA and AIPAC don't need to win elections and they don't need to govern. So this is the problem, is that I agree with you, they should have laser focus, and actually what they should do is adapt exactly what you're talking about to party politics, which is find ways in which these party platforms can be interjected into understanding what the solutions to the current problems are. If this is what's happening because the truckers, why don't we have strong unions? And of course, these people deserve living wage. They've been exploited. We can put aside the mandate question and let's solve the things that we all agree on that truckers deserve, honest pay for an honest job. So there are ways in which you could do it, but you have to deal with present concerns or issues that arise if you want to at least make the claim that you are a governing party, that you could be in government. Now, if you're a single issue kind of party, and sometimes those work at least to transform the political landscape, they don't necessarily expect, to win the presidency or even a lot of seats or people in Congress, but you put a certain, position or an issue, a policy on the agenda, that can be also very effective. But then
I am utterly convinced that if Trudeau said, unless this, what is my position on the truckers? If they want to talk about education, healthcare, retirement, a livable wage, the environment, I'm all in. You want to come?
Except he doesn't want to talk about those things, except when it's election time and he's worried that the NDP's agenda is more popular with the Canadian people. Then he'll start talking about those things. But now that he's won the election, he's got 3 years ahead or whatever, before he has, might have to worry about it. He doesn't want to talk about those things. They want to talk about these cultural issues. He just wants to demonize the people, call them names, or dismiss them. And this is just not, taking us anywhere, I think, And actually, as far as the 21st Century Bill of Rights, I know we don't like to read as much anymore. So, 10 rights may sound like it's too much, but, having 6, I would like to see. I would have wanted to see 10 rights. So tell Harvey J.K. and Alan Minsky to give us 4 more. These are really great, and I think you could probably get 4 more. Let's make it a full 10 rights, like the Bill of Rights.
Great. Professor Adnan Hussain, who was on the Majlis podcast this week?
Well, I'm recording Wednesday with Professor Dana Olwan of Syracuse University, who just recently published a book about the transnational politics of honor crimes. So looking at gendered violence and how it is, used and how it circulates, and looking at the politics around how to deal with gender-based violence in the Middle East and in North America. It's a very transnational study. So I'm really looking forward to that discussion. And of course, I have at the end of the week, we'll be talking with Professor Juan Cole, and that will come out a couple weeks afterwards based on this recent book, Peace Movements in Islam, History, Religion, and Politics. It's a set of essays, and he's the editor and wrote a contribution as well as the introduction. So we'll ask him a little bit about the interesting work that he and others have produced. And on the on guerrilla history, we have recently, I wasn't actually part of the discussion, but Professor Ruth Wodak, who wrote a book called The Politics of Fear, and it's about linguistics and far-right movements and the language that they use, how it works. So it's the politics of right-wing discourse, looking really very broadly, transnationally at many different countries, and it's actually a brilliant conversation, and the book is really outstanding. So I encourage people to go listen to that on guerrilla history.
Before you go, we're coming up, Joe in Norway wrote to me last night, and he said we're coming up on the 2nd anniversary of office hours. And it's just been I look back at the 2 years, and it's just been incredible. The people who we've met, and you are so integral to it, and you're teaching in the mornings, and it's
everybody should come. And listeners, it's been 2 years. If you haven't come now, maybe it's just not the kind of thing you want to do on a Friday or Saturday, but there's so much great community, so much learning and exchange. It's been really wonderful. It's helped so many of us through the pandemic, engage with others, learn a lot, and have a sense of community. So I really recommend it.
You just need Zoom and go to my website. What I love, I'll let you go. I know you're busy, but what I love is I check out like I have it going, I fall asleep. This thing goes on all Saturday. And it reminds me of when I was a kid, my parents would have friends over and I would fall asleep underneath the coffee table because I felt safe. They were laughing, they were talking. They were communists planning to overthrow that may be partly true, but no, that's not true. That's not true. My mother will kill me if. Anyway, speaking of mothers and fathers, Rahima.org, RAHIMA.org. If we don't ask for much on this show, I promise you, if you have $5 and you want to feel good, go to Rahima.org and give money to Rahima.org. You want to buy a scratch-off lottery thing you're not going to win, you're throwing money away. $5 will change a person's life. Tell very quickly. I'll get Peter B. Collins to talk about it. So we thank you, Professor Adnan Hussein.
Appreciate it. Thanks so much.
Joining us in San Rafael, California, is Bay Area Radio Hall of Famer Peter B. Collins. We're going to talk about San Francisco. We're going to talk about the right-wing Democrats who are using the school board election recall in San Francisco as some kind of cautionary tale for Democrats to abandon AOC. We'll get to this in a second. How they're twisting this, the Boudin, the DA, and how Republicans, but most importantly, Democrats, conservative Democrats, are using San Francisco to paint a narrative that it's the left that's destroying the Democratic Party's chance in the midterms. We'll get to that in a second. But tell us about Rahima.org, Peter B. Collins, and why people should give money to Rahima.org.
Well, thank you, David. Rahima.org was founded by the parents of Adnan Hussein. It's based in Silicon Valley, and it's a nonprofit that supports refugees and other newly arrived persons here in California. And I discovered it only on Adnan's birthday back in January, when he put up a post on Facebook. And I think it's a great organization that is helping people that are getting even less support from our government these days. We have a whole new wave of Afghan immigrants and refugees.
Not enough.
Who are being, many of them are now leaving the military bases where they were parked after the hasty exit from Afghanistan. And they're just the latest example of groups of people who I welcome to the United States, to the melting pot, to the dream factory. And, it's very unpopular post-Trump to support refugees and immigrants. So the work of Rahima, I think, is more necessary than ever. And I do appreciate your support of the organization. And I hope people will chip in to the extent that they are able. And if Adnan is still on, I see he's still plugged into Zoom. I just had a quick tech support note for Adnan. That white noise that he's hearing, I believe, is coming from his computer. And it's a fan that is reacting to a kind of overload in his RAM. And Adnan, if you're on a Mac, do a search for Activity Monitor, and it will show you the peak in the load on your RAM that is occurring that causes the fan to kick in. And I've actually heard it only when you're on the show for the last 2 to 3 weeks or so. So it could be that you need to close the Pornhub browser before you come on the Feldman Zoom.
Technical and ethical advice from Peter B. Collins. I love it. So useful.
Hey, turlets and tech support. I do what I can for my fellow man.
By the way, I do have a Pornhub channel, David Feldman. I have a hit video on Pornhub where a beautiful woman, topless, delivers a pizza to me. I say, how much? She says, $20. And the money shot is me negotiating her down to 12 for the pizza. So it's a specific fetish, but it's go to Rahima.org. Give, instead of the scratch off lottery ticket, which is going to make you feel like crap, give $5 to Rahima.org. And you look at the website, it's beans, it's lentils, it's yogurt, no junk food. It's a food pantry for people who need to eat, and it's food that I approve of. So let us talk about San Francisco, unless you want to talk about, very quickly, Ukraine. And do you fear, can I ask you about Ukraine in a second, or for a second?
Right now, sure.
So they're now saying that we're on the brink of uh, European violence not seen since World War II. We're about to see the biggest armed clashes in Europe since World War II. Today, Vladimir Putin recognized two new republics. I guess they're two new countries. I don't know if they're countries.
They're special zones. He has not annexed them. He has recognized them. And it's ruined my summer plans. I was going to Club Med Luhansk. And now, because of the sanctions, Americans can't do that, David. But
it's Donetsk and Luhansk. They're two Russian-speaking
provinces
of Ukraine that have seceded from Ukraine, and they identify with Russia. And today, Vladimir Putin said he will be sending troops in as peacekeepers to make sure that Ukraine doesn't try to get it back. And
I would only say that the secession is an aspiration. I don't believe that that is recognized by either the government in Kyiv or Moscow. And just by comparison, Crimea and Sevastopol, those are basically settled issues. The US is still griping about it, but nobody is going to change that part of the map.
Okay, so I'm not going to argue with you. I really don't want to do value judgments here. I just want to explain to our listeners, and you're so great at it, what is going on. Unfortunately, people are so accustomed to two people arguing to find out what the news is. So I'm going to ask you this question. That's not an argument. Do you worry that this is tantamount to the Sudetenland? We were talking to Howie Klein earlier, that some Americans poo-pooed Hitler seizing the Sudetenland from Czechoslovakia, where there were German-speaking people who welcomed the Germans. Do you worry that Putin may be more dangerous than we think? That this is the beginning of maybe an asymmetrical cyber war that he's going to conduct? We're threatening sanctions. Do we know that he's not going to pull the plug on our internet?
Well, there are many unknowns here, David, and anybody who tells you that they solidly know what's going to happen, like the Biden administration, I think is engaged in heavy speculation. And the advantage is to Putin here. There's simply no question about it. I don't know what his ultimate objectives are. He says that he wants the West and NATO in particular to agree not to recruit Ukraine, not to further expand NATO. I believe beneath that, he wants to splinter NATO. And I believe that objective has largely been achieved. And despite the talk from Washington and from Germany and Paris about the West being in lockstep, being unified in confronting Putin, that is very far from the truth. And the power that he has over the energy supplies in Europe and all the way to Istanbul, there are huge complaints that they're risking spiraling inflation because energy costs are have already escalated sharply this winter. So, and you asked about a cyber war. Well, Russia has aggressive, offensive cyber warfare capabilities, and so do we. And we don't know, for example, if the recent cyber attacks on the Ministry of Defense in Kiev and on there were banks and other targets in Ukraine, those could have come from Moscow. But the weasel words we heard from American security officials interviewed on the captive media outlets was using the same weasel words. We believe, it's consistent with, it looks like. But we have to allow for the possibility that the United States or other nations operating in a provocative manner may be conducting these kind of cyber attacks that we have seen to date. So we're in a hall of mirrors, and we're being fed a lot of fear by the Biden administration. And they gave us assurances a week ago that the attack was going to occur on Wednesday. And you know what simple observation I made that established that no fool would launch an invasion last Wednesday? It was the full moon. And with a snowscape beneath, you have no cover of darkness to launch a cross-border attack. Now, I cannot make any qualified.
Day and the weekend's coming up.
Well, and the Olympics were on.
Right.
And I'm binging screeners for the SAG Awards. I don't have time for a war.
Right.
But, you know, number one, it proved to be false, a false alarm, at least. And now, you know, Biden has said that Putin has made the decision that it's going to come any day or any week now. That could be true. But the way the sabers have been rattled, the way that false flags were talked about, and now you can see activity on the ground where they're moving Russian-speaking Ukrainians into Russia for safety. There are, according to our satellite eyes in the sky, columns that are moving from Russian bases toward the Ukrainian border. But until we have a clear signal, I think that we need to respond to this as a confrontation that requires a diplomatic end. And Macron had apparently arranged to get Putin to set up a summit with Biden in the near future. The Russian foreign
to it, right?
Well, they're hedging now because they're saying, well, we don't know if Russia has re-invaded Ukraine.
But before that, he agreed. Biden did, in defense of Biden, which he did agree to the summit.
Well, that was reported. I didn't hear it coming from him. So I think there is some, intentional ambiguity here, because they're trying to read Putin's intentions, and he's really good at obscuring that. He gave a nearly hour-long harangue today, Putin did, when he signed the documents to recognize the two provinces of Ukraine. But that's not the same as an invasion. And I still believe that Putin wants to use his leverage here to settle the issues about NATO, about offensive missiles in Poland and other neighboring countries. And I do think that you can't use World War II and the run-up to it as a model for what's happening today. And so we're hearing about appeasement and, who is the Chamberlain who is going to give away.
Right.
But Biden has already signaled that we will not take any direct military action. And I don't think the sanctions have nearly the threat level that we are told. And of course, they don't specify. They say, well, if we tell Putin exactly what the consequences are, he can calculate whether it's still worth it to him. Well, I submit that there is nothing that we can do financially to Russia that would change the mindset in the Kremlin. And so we're playing a lot of head games with non-Russians. And it's very difficult at this stage to say with any certainty what is going to evolve.
It's brinkmanship, and then we'll talk about San Francisco. It's brinkmanship. Biden is saying Putin's going to invade, so he's saying it's a fait accompli. So Putin has no choice but to invade. Otherwise, he looks weak. If Ukraine joins NATO, the agreement is an attack against one of us is an attack against all of us. So you belong to NATO, Russia attacks you, and all of Western Europe and parts of Eastern Europe are all in. The brinkmanship on Putin's side is that, look, I've invaded Ukraine and the West isn't coming to your defense. You still think NATO is a good idea? Look at what I'm able to do right now. You haven't joined NATO, but they want you. They say they want you. But look, I've already invaded two republics. Nothing. You still want to join? So I think there's a part of him that's trying to convince Ukraine that the West won't be there for them if we attack. So,
well, and he used the language that has been used to describe American occupations and puppet regimes. He even used the R word, that the government in Kyiv is a regime. And so much of what Putin is doing is the kind of rule bending and rule breaking behavior that the United States has engaged in over the past 20 years. And we really don't have any high ground to stand on here. Tony Blinken at the UN last week had to say, yeah, well, we fed you some bullshit before about Iraq, but hey, I'm here to feed you some bullshit to stop a war, not to start a war. So you got to believe me.
Right.
And we don't have any credibility. We're a paper tiger, and Putin knows that.
We just left Afghanistan with the paper tiger's tail between its legs, and now we could be overreacting. We're embarrassed. We feel weak, so we're kind of standing up to Putin in Ukraine, saying, "Don't mess with us. We still have it." And we don't.
And David, the Washington Post had a piece that echoes what you and I have mentioned over the past few weeks, that this is a very valuable distraction for Biden to feed to Americans.
Right.
And they flipped it around, saying that, well, Biden's leadership is, galvanizing Americans and changing the subject. Well, yeah, it's changing the subject from the obvious failures that have occurred on his watch.
Let me just alert Dave Cyrus. We're 10 minutes behind. Is that okay, Dave? Dave Cyrus? Thumbs up. So I'm going to turn your video off. Thank you. I hope I'm not screwing up your day. He looked pissed. He was trying to psych me out. I know.
I think it was blue. I think it was Blue Steel.
Yes. So San Francisco School Board, there was a recall last week, and it's kind of being treated the same way Youngkin in Virginia and Terry McAuliffe, that this is a sign that Youngkin beating Terry McAuliffe in Virginia, school board recall, this is a sign that the Democrats need to get their act in order, stop listening to AOC. Is that true?
Oh, they're playing it to the hilt, David, and we're getting it from both the far right and the Democratic near right. Mike Pence, who is struggling to find his identity, got his mommy's permission to give a talk at Stanford's Hoover right-wing institution on Friday or Saturday. And he said, yes, 3 woke board members were recalled from the San Francisco School Board this week. And then James Carville piles on to try to cancel progressives, which is a long-running goal of his. He whispers to Maureen Dowd, 70% of the people in San Francisco tried to warn us. They're not popular, he said, referring to the woke left. Well, you need to understand a few things. That the issues that drove to this recall in San Francisco are local. They're not related to the Democratic Party or anything else. And this was a collective exercise to try to clean up the embarrassment that we felt when this board, which includes some incompetent people who were recalled by the voters, failed to reopen schools, spent its time talking about changing the names of over 40 schools to be, more politically correct in the modern sense. But there were other issues at play. The Asian American community was moved to anger because this same Board of Education voted to change the admission standards to the college prep school, Lowell High School, and to allow people to enter via a random drawing. Well, this really was a pushback against the high achievement levels of Asian Americans who have dominated the student body at Lowell in recent years. There's also a scandal over the murals from the Depression era at Washington High School that depict George Washington with slaves and also dominating Native Americans. It has historic value, but there is a small group of people that want to just paint it over and make it disappear. Now, on top of this, a woman named Collins, who I hasten to add is no relation to me, was stripped of her committee assignments on the Board of Education because she's an African American married to a white guy. They've been accused of various types of building code fraud that's separate from the Board of Education, but it's germane to who she is. And she was called out for some tweets that she made against Asians, saying that they were using white supremacist tactics. So when she was stripped of those board seats, she then filed an $84 million lawsuit against the school board that she had helped run into red ink.
That can buy you a studio apartment in San Francisco.
But not with a view.
Right.
So this is much more complicated than the issues in Virginia, and it is extremely local. And there's one other factor that has not been included in any of the coverage. And David, we talked about our own views about labor unions last week, and I support labor unions except when I don't agree with their actions. And the biggest driver of discontent in the electorate that led to this 70% vote, but keep in mind, the turnout was only about 33%. And turnout occurred in the kitchen because every registered voter was mailed a mail-in ballot. So only a third of the people really cared passionately about this, but that 70% of the 30% is being treated like, it's an overwhelming movement here in San Francisco. But it was the teachers' union that dragged feet on reopening schools when the suburban schools, the Sacramento schools, the LA schools had come to terms with COVID. And I respect the concerns of teachers about being forced into a classroom that doesn't have adequate ventilation and being exposed to kids who were unvaccinated. Many of them still are. And so there was a personal risk there. But fundamentally, it was the union that refused to put teachers back in the classroom. And so this was another effort to cut the heads off of progressives in San Francisco and make them a laughingstock, funded by a conservative tech billionaire whose money is behind charter schools. This is the same billionaire who is funding the attempt to recall our progressive district attorney, which I'll get to here in a second. And this is part of a long move since Gavin Newsom was the mayor of San Francisco to prevent a real progressive from gaining power or, heaven forbid, becoming mayor. So there's a whole progressive prevention, well-funded effort that the corporate media and, James Carville and Mike Pence would never know about. And that's what is really behind both of these recall attempts. So let me now turn to the district attorney recall, which is scheduled for the primary day on June 7th. Chesa Boudin was elected by the voters and was very clear that he was going to prosecute police who committed misconduct, including violent and fatal behavior, that he was going to reduce the prosecution of petty crimes, that he was going to try to end the war on some drugs by promoting diversion and other approaches. And almost from day one, this same group of anti-progressives targeted him for recall. They are blaming him for every problem that San Francisco has.
Same thing here with our new DA.
Right.
Yeah.
So Friday night, your old buddy, Bill Maher, waded into the San Francisco issues. He just talked a little bit with the panel about the school board recall, but he has that opening interview that's 7-8 minutes long.
Mm-hmm.
And he brought in a woman named Brooke Jenkins. And to the uninitiated, she seems like a fair-minded former prosecutor who quit her job because Chesa Boudin is making San Francisco so dangerous. Well, in a minute, I want to tell you who Brooke Jenkins really is and what kind of a prosecutor she's been. But I hope you have the link that I sent you for the video piece, if you can pull that up.
Yes, hang on.
Brooke Jenkins is a very active member of the committee to recall Chesa Boudin. Bill Maher didn't bother to mention that. It was a grotesque omission that made her look like just an upstanding, good citizen of San Francisco who was denied her opportunity to clean up the crime here in the city. And she spewed a number of lies that are also contained in this 1-minute spot that was produced for the committee that she's part of. And you'll see her, she's on camera 3 times speaking. Her name is shown, but she is an attractive Latina looking woman. And she lies about Chesa Boudin's responsibility 3 times in this 1-minute video. Go ahead and play it.
I will set it up. This is a clip that I will get right, I promise you. Hang on. I'm almost there.
Okay.
No, I'm going to do this right. Watch.
San Francisco can have criminal justice reform and public safety, but District Attorney Chesa Boudin is failing on both.
The safety of San Francisco is dependent upon Chesa being recalled as soon as possible.
I didn't support the Newsom recall, but this is different.
Chesa takes a very radical perspective and approach to criminal justice reform, which is having a negative impact on communities of color.
I never in a million years thought that my son, let alone any 6-year-old, would be gunned down in the streets of San Francisco and not get any justice.
Chesa's failure has resulted in an increase in crime against Asian Americans.
The DA's office is in complete turmoil at this point.
For Chesa Boudin to intervene in so many cases is both bad management and dangerous for the city of San Francisco.
We are for criminal justice reform. Chesa's not it. Recall Chesa Boudin now.
So what you hear there is this chorus of voices. And Chesa Boudin is not responsible for the increase in hate crimes against Asian Americans. That is a flat out lie.
Right.
And Brooke Jenkins claimed that the safety of San Francisco is dependent on his being recalled and that he is a radical. Well, he's doing what he told the voters he would do. About 1/3 of the DAs have left the office. Some of them were fired and some of them left of their own free will. And Brooke Jenkins left after a scrappy little online publication from Davis, where the university is located halfway between here and Sacramento. It's called the Davis Vanguard. And they had a reporter outside the courtroom when Brooke Jenkins tried to coach the testimony of a girl who was under the age of 10. And the girl was a key witness against a man. She was the daughter of the man's boyfriend and had been accused of molesting the girl. Well, Brooke Jenkins was trying to rehearse her testimony because twice when she had been on the stand, she refused to speak. And so this is not progressive, it's not justice. And yet the Chronicle, the San Francisco Chronicle, has been promoting the recall, particularly with a columnist who appears twice a week named Heather Knight. And to her credit, Heather Knight this past Sunday published a lengthy front page story about how San Francisco police are laying down on the job. There is a case where a pot shop was being robbed at 4:30 in the morning. 2 police cars pulled up and watched the thieves ransack the store, jump in a car, and drive away. They took no action. In another case, a guy was ripping up and setting fire to a parklet. That's one of these things put in the street, for COVID reasons. This was a really nice parklet with sofas and a wood burning fireplace. And the cops watched while this guy did that. The cops stood and watched when the swarms of people came to Union Square in that orchestrated effort to bust the luxury goods stores. And there have been very few prosecutions since that event, which caused national embarrassment to San Francisco. It's the cops who are not investigating and charging people, and then they blame the DA because he hasn't convicted them. Well, short of calling a grand jury, the DA can't just charge people with crimes on his own accord. He needs help from the police department. And at the same time, the day before the school board recall, a trial started against a police officer who had brutally beaten a man who had been falsely accused of harming his girlfriend in public. The girlfriend said, no, he didn't try to harm me. The police misunderstood. But they beat the guy. And in order to throw that trial, the police chief, who is trying to keep control of his officers by supporting a very radical police officers association, that's the cops union, he's pandering to them by the way Trump pulled out of the nuclear deal with Iran. The police chief pulled out of a memo of understanding with the district attorney's office that was negotiated before Chesa Boudin took the job. And he pulled out saying that the DA had played unfair in sharing the evidence about this cop who is on trial. And so the politics of San Francisco don't fall neatly into this left, right, or left and moderate paradigm that we hear from Mike Pence and the corporate media and people like James Carville. And I just encourage people, before you believe Bill Maher, before you believe this woman, Brooke Jenkins, who has a personal vendetta against the district attorney, dig in deeper, read the Davis Vanguard, and understand that this is a very political kind of opportunism. And I want to end by saying that we've got some serious problems in San Francisco. The Tenderloin is out of control. The fentanyl overdose deaths exceed the total number of people who've died of COVID in San Francisco in the last 2 years. But the cops are not doing their jobs. And they sit there and watch this open air drug market as people are shooting up in the street and pooping in the gutter. And then they blame the progressives. They blame Chesa Boudin. And it's a shit show that is then picked up for national consumption. And you can tell it gets me a little worked up.
It gets me worked up. We do have to wrap it up. I'm keeping Dave Cyrus waiting, but this really gets me worked up because you cannot blame the defunding of the police on the rise in crime on the defunding of the police, because nobody's police departments have been defunded. Los Angeles and Austin, it was on the ballot. It was on the ballot in Minneapolis. It never passed. Nobody's defunding the police. So right there, you can't blame the rise in murder rate on defunding the police. And there's a criminologist out of Fordham University named John Pfaff, and he came out with a study last week that shows murder has gone up in equal rates in cities with or without progressive prosecutors. The murder rate has gone up. There's no difference between the murder rate in Philadelphia, where they have a progressive prosecutor, and the suburbs of Philadelphia, where they don't have progressive prosecutors. This is what The Economist wrote, quote, "The reality is that the murder wave has affected every part of America, rural, suburban, and urban," unquote. It's been equally spread around the country, and people use it they're using the deaths, the increase in crime, to further their own agenda. You want to blame the murder rate on defunding the police? Let's first try it.
Yeah.
Or let's just see how that works. It might be the guns. It might be that more guns were sold in the past 2 years than at any time in American history. And study after study shows that when in the states that have a high gun ownership, the murder rate goes up. But we can't get rid of guns. People's jobs. That would destroy jobs. Peter B. Collins. Go to peterbcollins.com for a treasure trove of this man's podcasts, radio shows, and interviews. You're the best. You really are.
Thank you, David.
Thank you. I hope to see you next week. Happy President's Day. Favorite president?
FDR, I guess, by default.
Least favorite president?
Bush the second.
I might agree with you. It's a toss-up. Bush, yeah.
I mean, Trump is his own mess, but Bush was a very dangerous man who got 2 terms to do his damage.
Yeah. Trump's favorite president, by the way, Jefferson Davis. So, thank you, Peter B. Collins. When we come back, we will be joined by the brilliant comedy writer. Sorry to keep you waiting, Dave Cyrus. Are you still here? We didn't lose you, did we, Dave? We will be back. But first, we are supporting AmazonLaborUnion.org. Christian Smalls, our friend Christian Smalls, is out on Staten Island right now, trying to get the vote out, trying to create Amazon Union, Amazon Labor Union. Go to AmazonLaborUnion.org and give him money. I don't ask you for much. When I ask you to give people money, these people have been thoroughly vetted. So give Christian Smalls $5 to help support him and AmazonLaborUnion.org. We will be back after this.
Ain't no chairs in this Bessemer shop. Back in our day, don't ever seem to stop. The man went down cause his heart gave out. Get back to work, we heard them shout. They said the EMTs are coming, that's what they're for. And life slipped away on the cement floor. I know the bookstores are all gone away. Got me some books, I'll read them someday. Right now I got to make my rate in all these extra shifts. If I can make it to Christmas Eve, the kids will have nice gifts. And the big boss will have more money so he can go up into space. But there still won't be no chairs in this Bessemer place. young, my dreams were bold. Now every day my life's controlled. Last year we had a meeting and they made us go. They gave us all pins that said, vote no. But maybe this year Union can give us a little more and put some chairs on this Bessemer floor. I'm hoping the union might make things right. Some days I just don't have the strength to fight. This plant down here can take its toll. It'll break your body, it'll crush your soul. Feels like this packing ain't never gonna stop. And there still ain't no chairs in this Bessemer shop.
Ain't no chairs. Ain't no chairs. That's new music from Professor Mike Steinel, who will join us. We're running a little behind schedule. And let's now go. I don't know where we're going. Dave Cyrus joins us, and I have to change his introduction. There you are. Hey, Dave Cyrus, how should I introduce you? You're a comedy writer, a comedian, a screenwriter.
How about just your friend?
What?
How about just your friend?
I don't have friends.
I know. I was being very sarcastic. Yeah, comedy writer's fine. I don't care.
What do you got going on?
It's a busy time. Lots of stuff going on.
Anything like Ben Burgess was on earlier. He's got something brewing that he can't talk about yet. Do you have something brewing that you can talk about? I know.
Actually, no. I don't think I have anything I can talk about.
Something that was exciting that you told me.
Yeah, I mean that was a while ago. But I can't talk about it, so it doesn't really matter, does it? We're just teasing your audience right now with them imagining how great my news could actually be compared to what it actually is.
No, it was pretty good news.
Well, I feel like we're just being a big old tease right now.
I know. I was almost, if I did happy for others, I would have been happy for you. But when you, just to make you feel good, I was bitter and envious and had trouble sleeping.
Well, it probably won't happen anyway, so don't worry.
Oh,
it's not a done deal. Don't worry.
Do you root against people?
No, I wouldn't say that unless they did something, unless there's like a reason, But I mean, I feel like I want people to do well. I want people to be happy, if that's what you mean.
When you do you read Variety and The Hollywood Reporter?
No, why would I do that?
They're great. The Hollywood Reporter they've turned The Hollywood Reporter around. Black Wolf, remember Black Wolf?
The Dragon Master, yes. The Dungeon Master, excuse me. No, wait, yeah. Was it Dragon Master? It was Dragon Master.
The Dragon Master, yeah. Black Wolf, the brilliant Black Wolf.
God
bless him. Great guy. He said you should read The Hollywood Reporter. They're doing the most amazing reporting about capitalism and industry.
I did not know that.
Yeah, I really recommend The Hollywood Reporter. I'm trying to do a better job reading financial pages.
I don't like doing that. I don't want to know about finance.
Right. And that's why most
too close
people,
to math.
Right. And that's why that's why they're able to steal our government and our country from us.
That's true. Because, boring things are sometimes the more important things to know about, and then people take advantage of that. I mean, look, that's been the problem with left and right forever, hasn't it? A lot of people just don't want to learn nuance. They don't want to know details. And so people take advantage of that, and they create simplistic versions of reality that just sound and feel right but aren't. I actually have something I'd love to talk about if you don't mind, David.
Absolutely.
Have you spoken today? I apologize. I have not been listening to all 14 hours of the show. Have
No.
you mentioned Bonds for the Win?
The what?
Bonds for the Win?
What is that?
Okay, that is a subject, something going on right now. Basically, you know how a lot of parents are trying to destroy the school system. They are angry at schools. They're showing up. I don't know if I told you, I have a friend in California who went to a school board meeting, and there were people rambling about critical race theory and how masks give you carbon dioxide poisoning, and just crazy people who are just trying to take advantage. So Bonds for the Win is a new organization.
Go to a school board meeting or just listen to Jimmy Dore, but I guess.
Yeah, well, unfortunately, there's a lot of people who are being irresponsible and opportunistic with people's fear right now. So Bonds for the Win is an organization that started a few months ago. It's similar to those sovereign citizen things where where parents would show up to these teacher conferences, they show up to the school, and they make demands. They say, you have to do this, you have to do that. So most schools have something called surety bonds, which are bonds they have to buy. Basically, it's almost like a slush fund in case you get sued, in case you commit a crime. They have to have the money in place. And some places don't have that. They just have regular insurance. So what these parents are doing is they're filing bogus legal challenges to the school. None of them have worked. The FBI has made it clear none of these are legitimate legal, have any legal authority. None of them are actually anything but sort of nonsense. But they're being used to choke the schools because the schools have to respond to them. They, even though they legally don't have to, they're basically trying to bankrupt the school with paperwork. So it's sometimes called paper terrorism. And it's a very disturbing thing. And let me just give you examples of what we're talking about here. We're talking about schools being told that teaching kids about homosexuality or sex ed violates a 1964 law against distributing pornography to minors. They're telling the schools and the parents that making a child wear a mask violates the Nuremberg trials on medical experimentation. And I'm talking about in some cases, the only people required to wear masks were unvaccinated students who had been exposed recently. That is what they're putting these bonds about. Now, if you let me go forward, I have something very interesting about Bonds for the Win. Do you know who founded Bonds for the Win?
Bonds for the Win. Is it
WIN? WIN, yeah. It's just a dumb slogan.
Let me set up. Hang on. Give me 3 guesses, okay?
Okay. It's not a famous person, but go on.
Is it? Let me just get my buzzer here, and we'll put some money in the jackpot. Okay. Who funded Bonds for the Win?
Founded.
Huh?
Founded.
Founded
and funded.
the DeVoe family.
No. That sounds right. Betsy DeVos. I'm guessing you mean
DeVos.
DeVoe?
DeVos,
Yeah,
DeVos.
but yeah. No, not her. Though I'm sure they're pals.
Peter Thiel.
No, but that's a good one. I'm sure if he could get blood out of those schools, he would definitely be more interested.
Who founded Bonds for the Win?
Recently.
I'm going to go with Paul Blart Mall Cop.
No, but I should, since you mentioned it, I should bring up that on Cameo, there is a Paul Blart Mall Cop lookalike who farts on command named Paul Flart.
That's funny.
It's not, actually.
All right, one more guy. Give me a hint and I'm going
noteworthy.
to get it now. It's not Kevin James.
Okay, I'll give you a hint. It's someone you've definitely never heard of.
Oh, have I met him?
Well, it's someone you've definitely never heard of, and you don't really retain information anymore, so it's possible.
Somebody I never heard of.
Yeah, this is the nobody.
That kid I had in Nebraska.
Yes, exactly.
My son in Nebraska, who I deny his existence, he funded this? Never heard of?
So
Who
Bombs
is
for the Win
correct
was
answer?
was founded by a woman named Mickey Klan. KL Mickey Klan, KLANN.
Is that short for? Did she shorten? Is it for Klansman?
Well, there's so many different ways you can do a joke out of that name. I was just gonna just throw that out there and then later say, but kudos on her for dropping the last N, or for adding that N to throw us off, I meant. But so yeah, so her name is KLANN. But that's not really her fault, I guess, as far as I know. So Mickey Klan, here's what else, because I've done this before where like I deal with conspiracy people, and my first question is always, what else do they believe?
Right.
Mickey
By
Klan.
the way, this should be a regular segment on the show where you come on, because in the past, you had, in a previous life, that was your thing. You would.
Yes, I was an anti-conspiracy guy. Yeah.
Yes.
Anti-hate group. Yeah. So Mickey Klan believes that AIDS and COVID are hoaxes, and that both are the same test. She has never explained how she believes that, but I mean, obviously, there's no real reason behind it. She's also a flat earther. And it's really not a huge coincidence.
You're breaking up.
Someone who's obviously what?
You're breaking up a little.
Oh, sorry.
You
I was
said
saying
flat earther.
Oh, I'm sorry about that. I was just saying, yeah, it's not exactly a huge coincidence that a flat earther who doesn't believe that diseases exist is the person who's trying to tell people not to let your kids wear a mask or get vaccinated or even get tested for COVID. This is, this feels like it's not really about any of these problems. It just feels like people who are terrified of change and progress and science. And wearing a mask, it's like giving into the culture war to them, because it's something that changed. It's something that changed in their lives that they want to reject, is what I feel like, because it's like, why when you look at the fact that it seems like everyone who doesn't want their kids to wear masks also is really concerned about critical race theory. Those things have nothing to do with each other, except for the idea of, unless you are just terrified of your children learning or experiencing anything new outside your home, which is, of course, the big irony of these parents. They don't want their kids to stay at home for schooling, but they also don't want their kids learning anything they wouldn't learn at home.
Right.
And,
interesting.
I just think that I think that part of it is, kind of just a general sense of narcissism, of not wanting to believe that these elites, $30,000 a year teachers are the elites to them, are, ruining their kids. How are you going to believe that a teacher can teach your kids something when you think you already know everything they need to know? And that's what a lot of these teachers are saying. That's the new kind of attitude. It's the new kind of thing they're saying at these school board meetings. They're saying, I don't want to co-parent with the school board. My kids should only learn what I want them to know. But a lot of parents believe that the average parent knows everything their kid needs to learn in school. And if they believe that, it means they do not know even close to how much their kid needs to learn in school.
Right. Right. We have to win this war. They're waging, the Republicans, the right, they drill down. They don't believe in a federal government. They believe in state government. They're taking over a majority of state houses. Then they drill down to the granular level, to the school board.
Yes.
And you change the schools, you change the culture.
Mm-hmm. And also, the people who are doing this, the people who are founding these organizations, who are bombarding schools, basically just trying to get rid of public schools in general. I mean, these are basically segregationists to me.
Yes.
I see them as the exact same people who are trying to stop Black kids from going to their schools. They don't want anything to change. They don't want to feel guilty. They don't want to acknowledge that there's a possibility of progress in the world. And I was going to say, like, well,
I agree with you. If I may agree with you, the segregationists after the Civil Rights Acts of 64 and 65 couldn't fight integration. So they introduced school choice. vouchers.
Exactly.
He
Yes.
introduced private schools. There was a rise in private schools, religious schools, homeschooling.
Yes, exactly. And as John Oliver actually pointed out recently, the people who are attacking these schools, usually it's a quick skip and a jump to school vouchers. That it's clearly this is about trying to dissect schools, let parents have their own choice. Which, by the way, don't forget what that's all about. It's about not wanting to pay for poor kids that aren't yours to go to school. It's about wanting to only pay for your own child.
It's also about capturing private business, capturing schools, using public money and turning it over to private corporations, charter schools, and
yes, absolutely, because then the school is privately run. It funnels all that public money right to the private sector. But also, I wanted to point out a lot of these people putting together these sovereign citizen groups and these things like Bonds for the Win. They're trying to run for office, and they're trying to use this attention to run for office because this is all a power grab for these people. This is nothing but a naked, ignorant power grab. When someone who spends most of their time on YouTube telling you not to get any vaccination, not to use a thermometer because the mercury is going to give you poisoning, that is not someone who should be a leader. But they can be in this world where just being loud and obnoxious is enough to get attention, and attention alone is the commodity. We are rewarding these brain lunatics simply because they have the quote unquote bravery to make fools of themselves. That's how Trump got elected. People were impressed that he was willing to look that stupid.
Right. There is a fringe minority that has guns and bullhorns. They do not represent the American people. It's just it's a minor faction. And because they're so loud, they drown out the reasonable voices. Most Americans, well, you look at these truckers, 90% of truckers are vaccinated in Canada. They agree with these mandates, but all it takes is a couple of renegades to create a movement that looks bigger than it actually is.
Well, that's the thing about loudmouths, isn't it? They really think they deserve what they want. And I do think we have a crisis of confidence. We have too much confidence in this country. We have people who have no right to believe in themselves as much as they do. And that's where they get off saying, I know more than a teacher or a doctor or any person that exists. And I think being a parent gives you an excuse to do that because it makes you feel like you're not being narcissistic because it's about your kid, but it is.
Yeah.
No, we do need to win this.
There's nothing wrong with questioning the medical community, but you should be questioning the medical community. You shouldn't be doing it third hand. In other words, I shouldn't be talking to you about Fauci. I should be talking to Fauci about Fauci. It's when Joe Rogan talks to the genius Tom Segura about Fauci that is irresponsible. I've seen those.
Or where he gets, or where I've seen people quote Jordan Peterson on climate change. It's like Jordan Peterson's not a climate change scientist. He's a weird psychologist or whatever. He's just the only person willing to say, "Don't worry about it." So that's why he gets a voice.
Yeah,
it's a joke. And
now, by the way, I am not calling for the deplatforming of Joe Rogan. I am calling for people to call him out for danger to the community that he is. If you have a platform, your responsibility is to cite this article in the New York Times that went point by point last week. This is what Joe Rogan says. This is why he's dangerous. This is what Joe Rogan says. I'm not calling for the deplatforming. I'm calling for people to say, do not listen to Joe Rogan's medical advice. He is a danger to the community. Oh, you're for censorship. No, I'm for correcting people's math and science.
I think Joe Rogan agrees with that. Joe Rogan, I think Joe Rogan agrees he doesn't want people relying on him for medical advice. I'm not defending the misinformation that's come out of his show. I'm just saying there's nothing unreasonable about saying.
That's a cute trick he plays. That's a cute trick.
No, I know.
He says,
I'm aware.
false
I'm aware
humility.
that it's not fair. I get it, but
He believes
that
he's
is
right. He believes he's right.
probably. You know, the more people who tell you you're right, the more you start believing it. And I think we see a lot of people who surround themselves with yes men, and they get a little weird. They start really believing their own hype, and that's where people get dangerous. Is when, and that's sort of what happens on the internet in general with these echo chambers. We allow people to just get constantly reinforced with whatever idea exists. There's not an idea in the world anymore that you can't find an echo chamber for. There's places where you'll get ridiculed by a room full of people if you say the earth is round.
Yeah.
And that gets to some people. And some people just don't have the wherewithal to fight that. And it's sad, but I mean, that's what's happening with masks and vaccines. That's why you have professional athletes who who don't feel embarrassed to say, look at how many professional athletes have died of vaccines when it
Right.
never happened once. People are
even
really
engage.
lazy about this lately.
Yeah, I don't understand. There's some glib neoliberal comedic hacks who say, just engage with people like Joe Rogan. No, use your platform to just say, I'm not dignifying what he says. He's a fraud and he's dangerous. It's like discussing the N-word. It's like discussing anti-Semitism. It's like discussing Holocaust deniers. You don't engage with the Holocaust denier. You destroy the Holocaust. You use your platform to destroy the Holocaust deniers. You destroy people who use the N-word. You destroy people who are spreading lies about ivermectin. And by destroy, I mean you use your platform to call them out. Joe Rogan is inadequate. He's an inadequate man he's just inadequate. I'm not.
Well, let me ask you an honest question.
Would
Would you want to argue with it?
I wouldn't.
On a personal level, would you want to have that argument?
No,
Or
because
do you feel like you want to have it, but you think it's the wrong thing to do?
I won't argue with an anti-Semite. I won't argue with somebody who says things like Joe Rogan says, how come black people get to use the N-word, but we can't? There's nothing to argue about. You say,
is there an argument to be made,
That's
though,
something I
that-
told my 6-year-old son. That's something I told my 6-year-old son and his friends, why black people can say the N-word and you can't. I'm not going to dignify.
Well, it's a very stupid thing to say. I agree with that. But I think I'd be a hypocrite if I agreed that we should refuse to engage with these people because, as you mentioned earlier, my career started with me forcing conversations with hate groups. Because my attitude was, I don't think I'm going to change their mind, but I want to change the mind of the people who are interested in what they have to say.
Yeah.
And
But
I
you're
get that
giving-
I get that it's a
going on
nuanced
Tucker
argument.
Carlson. When you go on Tucker Carlson, you're lending credence to a cretin. You're saying, oh, he's fair-minded and open, and it's his playing field, so he's going to destroy you.
But doesn't part of you want to bury Tucker Carlson rhetorically? Doesn't part of you want to get in the muck with him and make him feel stupid and point and go after what he says? Don't you want that?
These people are incapable of change. They don't.
Oh, I agree. I'm not trying to change
you ever
him.
want an argument?
I'm trying to humiliate him to win over someone who's watching. At least that's the attitude I had when I was
You've
going
seen
after
the clip.
conspiracy people and hate groups.
Did you see the clip? He's a European economist, I believe, who just came on Tucker Carlson and demolished Tucker. And you know what happened? It didn't air.
They cut it.
They cut it.
Well,
I can't remember the guy's name. I'm sure the chat room does. You can't win with
Well, I
it.
mean, that is a extenuating circumstance. I'd rather it be in a sort of even playing field. But like, I kind of like the idea of arguing with monsters.
Yeah,
I want to have that.
Yeah, but that's not about saving humanity. You don't dignify idiots, dangerous idiots. You say, I'm canceling Spotify unless you get rid of this. Then that's not cancel. That's First Amendment. That's boycotting. You just say, I canceled Spotify.
Right, that's your choice. People
That's my
should
choice. I'm not
vote with their money.
I don't support people who support misinformation. We're going to have 1 million Americans dead from COVID. Somebody says take ivermectin, and people take ivermectin as opposed to getting vaccinated, they're going to die. You've got blood on your
Right,
hands.
but some people took ivermectin and then didn't die.
Right.
So that's
Right.
the scientific method, right?
Right. And so
isn't that the clinical method of knowing if something works?
Right. So I've got $10 to spend to stream my podcasts and music, and I'll pick some other evil corporate empire than Spotify to prove
I don't believe you stream music. I think you have 4 vinyl albums you play, and that's it.
That's not true. I was listening to the Pixies today. I was listening to Sinatra. I was listening to, now I add filthy lyrics.
I do like the Pixies a lot.
Yeah. Any song that's playing is, I sing along, but I add cock and fart and shit to the lyrics. That's my.
So what if you, instead of going on those platforms, what if you just like ambushed Tucker Carlson with a camera? Would you think that, I mean, that wouldn't work. He wouldn't talk to you. But does he ever do other interviews? Like, I mean, because I mean that like on an emotional level, I want the argument. I want to argue with Rand Paul.
That's for you.
I want to argue with Mitch McConnell.
Right. That's for you though, but that's not going to move the needle.
I mean, I don't know if I'm right or wrong. I don't know if you're right or wrong. You very well may be. I just know that like, I feel like maybe my confidence, maybe my hope is that if you put these two people in a room, the better idea wins. And that this isn't about deplatforming or whatever. That's not what I'm talking about. I'm just saying in general, I want that fight. And, you know, I like watching English Parliament when they scream at each other. You know, I want to see people get in each other's faces. I would love nothing more than to watch someone, you know, than to watch a shouting match of real ideas between Mitch McConnell and Nancy Pelosi, or, you know, someone better than Nancy Pelosi.
But have you ever watched have you ever seen Boris Johnson during questions say, you know what, you're right. I'm wrong. You're right. Have you ever seen somebody say I'm wrong?
No, but like I said, I'm not playing to that.
That would be insanity. Isn't it insanity to watch the Sunday morning shows, these hard-hitting interviews, and think Mike Pence is going to crumble under Norah O'Donnell's questioning? It's never happened.
No, you don't expect that. But you have those little moments. You have those moments where people win or lose, and they follow them.
They don't know. You get told. I was reading about Prince Andrew's interview that he did 2 years ago on Newsnight. It destroyed his life. Well, you know, and he finished up and he went, "That's great. Let me give you a tour of Mum's office. Let me give you a tour of where Mummy greets the prime minister." He was utterly convinced that he cleared his name after that Newsnight interview. And everybody called him and said, "You were great." Nobody ever knows they screwed up. Rarely does somebody know that they lost a debate. Maybe a couple of times. But, you know, Romney knew he lost the debate with Obama 2012, Candy Crowley, when he accused Obama of not calling.
That was exactly, that was a moment. Because and the worst thing is that you remember, of course, Romney won the first debate. Everyone agreed Romney won that first debate, and then Obama adjusted and won again. But Obama had that moment, where getting caught in a lie like that, or not a lie, but a mistake, is the kind of thing where, especially someone like Romney, who is not a bullshitter, really. He's not a guy who's going to slink away from that. He can't do anything but like, oh, well, I guess so, you know. Did you see that documentary about him, Mitt, on Netflix? No.
It's great because they're there. I think it was at Hofstra, that debate. And he said, Barack Obama, he didn't declare Benghazi a terrorist attack, and Obama masterfully said proceed, and Candy Crow corrects him.
You saw it on Obama's face. He was extremely happy in that moment. He knew he caught him. And
and in the documentary,
it's a very cool moment. Yeah,
they go, "Oh man, we just got our ass kicked." But rarely does that happen. Rarely do you get to see it.
Yeah, I mean, we all remember how famously badly Trump did in really both first debates. The first debate with Clinton, the first debate with Biden, both were his two first debate performances ever. And both times his attitude was, people would say, well, if you turn off the sound and just look at it by body language, he looked good. And of course, it's a very stupid thing to say, but you forget that's what the majority of his fans are processing. They're not really listening. They're just looking at body language, like dogs.
It's confirmation bias. You watch the debate, you see what you want to see when you watch the debate. Very few people are swayed.
Yeah, but let's face it. After that, remember the first debate with Clinton and Trump, you had everyone on the left saying Hillary just destroyed him. That was beautiful. He looked like a complete idiot. And then you had everyone on Fox News on the right saying maybe it was a tie. They knew they didn't think that went well, but they just knew that the people who vote for Trump don't care about policy and arguments and debates. They wanted a wrestling match. And I remember people saying,
bear, and who cares how the bear dances? It's a miracle that he can dance at all. Let's keep playing the music.
But here's an example, a real quick example, what you're saying about you can't convince the person, but it's really about the audience. Because look at Putin right now. Putin today had to announce he's invading Ukraine because the areas that are rebelling, he wants to declare free. Now,
he's
said that because he had
element of surprise. I'm joking.
Well, that's the point is, right. Biden saying this over and over again, he's going to do this, he's going to do this. We knew he wasn't going to stop Putin from doing it. But what it did was it made Putin look really stupid. It made Putin look like a child because he didn't know how to pivot away and do something different. He just did the exact thing that everyone was saying, watch, he's going to do it. And a con man does not want to hear someone be like, watch this, he's about to lie to you.
Yeah.
Because the thing is they have to finish their thought, which is the lie. So I think that it's still good because how many people would have believed Vladimir Putin when he said, oh, this area, we need to go in there right now. This is so terrible. We need to save these people. How many people would have believed that if they had not first heard everyone being like, this lunatic is about to make up an excuse to invade this country, and then magically within 3 days it happens.
Right.
Sometimes you have to just play to the people who are still on the fence.
Have you ever been consumed? Yes, you are. Everybody is consumed by hatred for somebody who did something, right?
Yeah, sure.
The most powerful way to deal with it, it's a cliche, is to ignore, not dignify that individual. And
I agree with that. I think that's a very good point, and that's a very good point for right this moment, actually.
In terms of me or politics?
Neither, but I can't expand on that. Go on.
Oh, okay. So if somebody's messing with you, the only reason you mess with somebody is to get inside their head. So the secret is don't let them get inside your head. Everybody knows this, but they need to be reminded of this. And the only way you can convince that other person that they're not in your head is by getting them the F out of your head, which is the hardest thing to do. If somebody is screwing you over and there's nothing you can do about it, you don't let them take up space in your head. It's really hard to do.
Right, but people also say that about
take up space in my head. I don't need to also have Trump and who's the Joe Rogan. They don't take up space in my head.
I know that you are already full. No, I
What?
know that you're, in terms of things to hate, you're already full.
Full. I'm loaded.
Yes.
I'm
It's
loaded.
spilling out of your ears.
Coming out my ears. People I hate. I think hatred is a good thing, but I always say hate on somebody who's not your own size. Hate somebody who's smaller than you. Either intellectually, morally, physically. Don't hate somebody who is bigger and more successful who you're powerless against because you're not.
Yeah, I'm gonna keep hating Trump.
That's it. Yeah, that's always good to hate him. Yeah, but that's not. But I'm talking about it in your personal life. Find a rodent, a human rodent, and that's somebody you can really hurt. By the way, I have a business plan, Cyrus, that I think I think we can make money, and I'm being serious.
Mm-hmm.
If you want to succeed in show business, pay me to root against you. If you're if you're a new comic, if you're a screenwriter, a director, an actor, and you have some money and you've got a project that you want to succeed, instead of getting a publicist, pay me the money and I will root against you. I will seethe in the corner for 3 hours a day. I'll pray that you fail and you will you'll win Emmys, Oscars, you'll be an EGOT before even in a year, you'll be an EGOT. Just pay me what you would pay a publicist, and I will just.
Well, I mean, I haven't won an Emmy yet. I mean, I haven't won any major awards yet, and you've been actively saying you don't want me to succeed for 6 years.
No, I actually root for you. But if you
Can you
pay,
stop
rooting for you.
Yes.
Pay me. You want an Emmy? You want a Peabody? You got to pay me.
Sure.
Everybody we're root against.
You're the Bronx Tale mush.
What's that?
That's the guy that anytime he bet on something, he would lose. So if people saw that he had bet on something they also bet on, they would know that they had lost. But that's you, except he was a professional actor.
We could bet on
you just
an Oscar pool, and anybody.
Who do you like in the Oscars right now? This will be perfect. Who do you like in the Oscars?
Who do I hate in the Oscars? You got to give me the actors who are up for an award, and it's who I hate the most. That's the person who's going to win. But I don't give that information out for free. This is how I pay my bills. Nuts and berries. People hire me to root against them. I'm serious.
Just psychic irony. That's all it is. If you like something, it means it's going to fail. If you hate something, it's going to do great.
No, you need me wishing bad for somebody. Whenever I wish bad for somebody, they go on to lead it doesn't work in other words, it doesn't work for me. Hatred doesn't work for me. If it did, I would tell you, but I'm telling you, the people I hate are incredibly successful.
Well, that's also because, David, let's be honest with ourselves. You are not a hateful person. You just don't have a lot of anger inside you. So you have very little to give out. There are people out there who actually have passion. You're just sort of, you're just too easygoing about politics, I think is the problem.
Well, you're talking about politics. I'm just talking about in life in general.
Yeah, no. I've seen the way you interact with your family. Obviously, you do have hate somewhere, but you have to understand that no one's paying attention.
Whoa. Hang on. No
one's paying attention.
It was a lawyer I was yelling at.
Oh, sorry. Yes. Sorry. That was a lawyer.
Corrected.
Not your ex-wife. I was actually referring to other family members. But my point was that the thing is, no one's paying attention to things you hate. I mean, you've seen the ratings of the show. The world is not aware of what you think of things.
What do you mean?
You don't move needles. You don't actually affect your environment. You're like Schrodinger's cat. You just exist, and no one is 100% sure if you're alive or dead.
couldn't Schrodinger? I mean, didn't he make any noise?
I'll be honest. I do think the Schrodinger's cat thing is total bullshit and fake philosophy. So I'm not going to argue with you on that because yes, it's either alive or not. I do find the Schrodinger's cat. If you don't know what I'm talking about, I apologize, but it's nonsense.
Yeah, I subscribe to the Schrodinger cats. Schrodinger's cats tapeworm. Anyway, we have to wrap it up.
You get corned beef at Schrodinger cats.
I love it's bad for my arteries. But when's the last time you ate at Katz's?
I don't think I've ever eaten at Katz's. Maybe 10 years ago.
Yeah.
I go to Essen
tomorrow.
I go to Essen Deli. It's okay.
What does Essen mean in Yiddish?
I don't know. I don't know Yiddish.
I mean, eat.
It probably just means like to not tip.
There you go.
What I do?
Perpetuating a stereotype with anti-Semitism on the rise.
Is it? I feel like it's pretty static.
Cheap joke. You know why you told a cheap joke? Because you're a cheap. I won't say.
Yes. It's not just with money, is it? Okay.
No.
You know,
Let's talk tomorrow.
I don't.
It's good to see you. Where are you, in LA or Brooklyn?
No, I'm in Brooklyn. I'm just, living my life.
Living life.
Through things.
By the way, everybody's unhappy. Everybody's unhappy. And anybody who says they're not unhappy is lying. Nobody's happy. And
look,
if you're actually happy, you should be arrested. You're a sociopath. That should be the Minority Report, Part 2. Just walk around New York City, and anybody who's really happy, lock them up because they're criminals. They're sociopaths.
Look, I think if you're unhappy, you should do something about it. You should be proactive, do something for yourself, get out of the house, go to a Kinko's, print up a few thousand fake legal documents, and ruin your kid's school.
There you go. Let's go to a Board of Ed meeting.
It's got to feel empowering. They're doing it for some reason. They're certainly not changing anything. I think they just powerful, and they like to complain about the idea that their kids know.
Level. Why don't we show up and take it do the stuff about the Nuremberg laws, but just take it to it's so absurd. You get the people cheering for you, and you just start saying things that are just it already is over the top, but
there's nothing you could say that they would disagree with. If I went up to that school board and I said, my children don't need to know the Civil War happened, they would applaud.
We should do this. We need to send you to a school board meeting.
I will go to a school board meeting. Don't worry. I'll make sure I fit in. I'll wear like little culotte shorts, a big lollipop, one of those hats. I'll make sure I look like a child. Don't worry.
Could you do it next Thursday and video, like bring your camera and do it live? Go to a school board meeting and create a scene?
No, I have a career, David. What is wrong with you? I'm not going to get on CNN. No, it's a good idea. I've been wanting to do something like that for a while. So maybe let's see how far down this rabbit hole I go. And who knows, maybe you'll see me on the news, but I'll record it for you.
I think that would be a great idea, saying, you're teaching.
They can't be mad that I don't have a child there, because a lot of those people don't have children in those schools. They're just showing up.
You're teaching you're teaching that fascism is bad. You're teaching World War II that we defeated fascism. That's political.
There a lot of those places, their anti-CRT laws say that you have to have books that show the other side of any argument, such as slavery or the Holocaust. So we should just expand that. Where are the alternate math books? Where are the alternate science books, which I guess is the Bible?
Yes.
But yeah, no, I think this is very ripe for trolling. I agree. We should really be making these people pissed off. We should really be annoying the shit out of these parents who are honestly just going to school saying, I don't want to teach them, but I also don't want you teaching them.
You know what? This is something I'd be great at this.
Yeah. See, this is what I've been saying this whole time. You want to fight.
No,
Go
no,
fight.
no. I want attention. I just want,
yes, same.
And I want to feel alive. And the only time I
Mm-hmm.
feel alive is when people hate me. Maybe I should take cutting.
Are you going to cut yourself?
I don't know. I hear it's all right.
It's really, honestly, cutting is for people much younger than you.
Don't
because
do it.
when they drag the because when young people drag a razor across their arm. Let me finish, David. You and I both know if you tried, the folds of your skin would just get bunched up and wouldn't even get through it. You have to have young, taut skin for cutting. Yours would just get, it would be like trying to, it'd be like trying to put a toothbrush through a carpet. It just would get bunched up. And I'm just saying, don't do it.
Right. I will get dinged and deplatformed for telling people to cut themselves. But if I tell people to cut other people, it's fine. Don't cut. Don't cut yourself. That they'll ding me. But if you tell people to go cut somebody else, it's perfectly fine. Dave Cyrus, follow him on Twitter at Dave Cyrus. Yes.
S-I-R-U-S.
We'll talk to you.
Thanks, David.
And congratulations on all your success. Let us now go to Denton, Texas. Let us go to Denton, Texas, where Professor Mike Steinel is standing by. Are you there, Professor?
I'm here, David. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
How's my volume?
It sounds okay to me.
Okay, good. That's good.
I don't know if you've noticed, but
yeah, you played "Ain't No Chairs."
I love that.
I think you played it last week too. You played the slow.
I played the slow version.
Slow ballady version. Yeah, I'm not real crazy about that one, but that's all right.
And but I am cleaning out my computer. I'm debating whether or not I should spring for a new one. And
never hurts to have a new computer, David.
I know.
You don't want to scrimp on computers.
I know, but
they're good. They're very good.
I know, but this is kind of a new computer.
How new? How new?
I would say I bought this 3 years ago.
Well, maybe you ought to.
You know what I can't do?
I don't know what you do.
Green screen.
You can't green screen?
I cannot green screen.
Do you have a green screen?
I have a green screen. I've tried it, and I get all this fuzzy background. It looks like crap.
How's mine look?
Yours looks great.
You got to light it. If you could see, I have a.
I'm
you got to have.
it.
It's got to be stretched.
I bought a green screen that's taut and stretched like
nobody's business.
I was going to mention somebody's face there. We'll go after Bob Cost's. That would be.
Yeah.
But
I think Bob Odenkirk's had some work done. I was looking at pictures of him. He looks pretty good.
We love him.
Hey, I did bring a game. We don't have to play it.
Yes, I love that. Oh my God! I left. I got completely detract. Go ahead, Dan. I think Dan left. Sorry.
Oh, okay. I did send a song. I sent the
Yes, I have it.
the Feldman CV song, but you know what I did last week? I got the audio version of Fahrenheit 451, which I'd never read, and it's really great. It's Tim Robbins. I don't know how you feel about him, but he does a great job. If you want to listen to a really good reading of an audiobook, I've been working on my audiobook, trying to get it everything. I have trouble with certain words like asked, asked, A-S-K-E-D. I really almost can't say it.
You know what you should do? You should have me.
I'm surprised you don't do more voiceover.
Because I can't pronounce words.
You do pretty good. You do pretty well.
Yeah. I screw up.
You got a great voice. But anyway, so then today on my walk, I listened to you ever listen to Best of the Left?
I used to.
Yeah, they do good stuff, and they've done a few clips from your shows, I think.
Recently, they used to.
Not recently, but I did hear one. I did hear one a while back, and they do obviously they do clips from Ralph Nader all the time,
Right.
and but anyway, there was a whole thing about this business of all the books being banned, and so the game I brought was Know Your Banned Books.
Oh, good.
But I want to get my book banned because, well, you know what happened to Mouse, right?
Mouse, yes.
The minute they banned it, sales skyrocketed. It has never, it went to the to the top. So I figure what we ought to do is I think you should try to get your show banned. Or maybe it is already. We just don't know. What's that?
Everybody, there's a trick that everybody says now.
What's that?
I've been deplatformed. Like I'll watch YouTube, and people say they deplatform me here on YouTube, and I'm thinking, well, I'm watching you, and what they mean is they've been demonetized.
Oh,
So
don't
they
want
all
that.
say they've been demonetized. Please send money.
Oh, that's right. Yeah.
So
Hey, by the way, good stuff on Payday Report. Mike Elk is doing better, and I worked really hard today to try to get this a woman who is organizing a bus from Atlanta to go to Bessemer on Saturday. They're going to do a big rally, and maybe I'll have the information for that on. There's a Bessemer rally on Saturday. My good friend Kenny Snodgrass, who listens to the show, and he worked in the fields with Cesar Chavez and Dolores Huerta. He thinks maybe we can get Dolores on the show if
I
you
would
want to
love
try to
that.
work on that.
I would
Anyway,
love that.
she's wonderful. I'll work on it. He's a close friend of hers, and he's
Please.
yeah, he's a great guy. But anyway, so a lot of these.
So
lot
you're going to quiz me. What do I'm saying names.
Okay, so we got these names,
Let me
and
put some money in the kitty. You know who's here? I think she might be here. Is Professor Marianne Cummings.
okay, well, if you want to
Okay.
do that, that's fine.
Professor Marianne, if you were at a meeting and you weren't here for your segment, but if you want to compete with me, Professor Marianne.
Ann Lee says, is goulash Ukrainian? Maybe so.
Okay, I don't see.
But anyway, so here's the deal. I've got a list of books. The American Library Association, some people should go to their website. They list the top 10 books banned last year. They go back to in the 90s.
When you say
banned.
top 10, like the 10 best books that have been banned, or the most banned?
Yeah, the most popular books that have been banned each year. Like there'll be like 400 books. My mother was a school librarian at a time when the school board, somebody on the school board tried to ban John Steinbeck's The Red Pony, and she kind of fought it, and then it did get banned, and she was supposed to pull it, and the person who had it checked out brought it in, and she said, just keep it. I can't pull it if it isn't on the shelves. So she was pretty neat. But anyway,
Now,
so
isn't
anyway,
the right wing, aren't they the ones who talk about freedom of speech and cancel culture?
well, that's what's so ironic about it is that, but actually there's this group called Moms for Liberty, and it's similar to the Tea Party. It's organized from wealthy donors. There was a thing on the show, I think, I can't remember, Pacman, David Pacman.
Yeah.
It was from the Pacman show, and he was talking about it's funded by billionaires who basically want to produce chaos in the public schools so that they can do away with public schools, or do away with the tax burden of public schools. But anyway, I was surprised how many great books are banned. And I have the website over here if you want to know why they were banned. Each
Well,
Like,
let me
for
see.
example-
Let me.
Oh, here's the game. Here's the
All
game.
right, let me put some money in the kitty.
Okay.
All right. I'm playing
These
against.
there's a very easy because it's pretty obvious for most of them. But I'll tell you the name of the author, and you tell me the book that was banned.
Oh, okay.
Okay. Number 1, J.D. Salinger.
Catcher in the Rye.
Absolutely.
So that's one. That's one. I'm 1 for 1. Correct?
Yeah. So I'm out of sync here with my thing. So let's jump down. Ken Kesey.
Ken Kesey. I'm gonna say. Oh, I'm so tired. Electric Kool-Aid acid test.
Wrong.
Ken Kesey.
For most of these people, it's their most famous book. So there you go.
What is it?
One Flew Over the Cuckoo's Nest.
Oh my God!
That was banned. Somebody had a problem with it. You know, it's profanity and usually sex that gets a ban. Okay, now here's the top of the J.D. Salinger. We got Scott Fitzgerald.
Well, it can't be The Great Gatsby.
It is The Great Gatsby.
No.
Yes.
Hang on. I'm 1 for 3 now.
Yeah, John Steinbeck.
Well, you just said the red pony.
That's not on the list, though.
Grapes of Wrath?
Yes.
Well, get the hell out of here. 2 for 4.
Too much profanity.
I got that. Who would ban the Grapes of Wrath?
You want to know? Well, maybe I can.
Yeah.
Okay, Grapes of Wrath. Let me get it up over here. Actually, it was Of Mice and Men.
Ah.
Banned in Grand Blanc, Michigan, 1979. Challenged in Greenville, South Carolina, 1977. Banned from classroom at Scottsboro.
Mentally challenged people?
Well, there's some. It's actually. What are the reasons here? Profanity mainly, profanity, but it's pretty tame. I mean, and these people that are doing this, do they watch TV? Do they have HBO, or Showtime? Come on, or Netflix? Like they haven't heard these words before. Okay, here we go. J.D. Salinger. We're back to the top of the list. Scott Fitzgerald. Did you do that one?
Yeah. Did I do F. Scott Fitzgerald was The Great Gatsby. I got that
Yes.
right.
Harper Lee.
But she only wrote To Kill a Mockingbird.
That's the one. Yeah.
Right?
Alice Walker.
I'm 3 for 4.
Alice Walker.
Alice Walker. I'm ashamed to.
I wouldn't have known this one either,
Color
but
Purple?
yeah, that's it. Very good.
Okay.
4 for 5.
4 for 5. I didn't read The Color Purple.
I saw the movie. Does that count? Margaret Mitchell.
Well, I'm going to assume Gone with the Wind, and maybe that should have been banned.
Yeah, that's the one.
All right, so what am I, 5 for 6?
Yeah. Richard Wright. I think he just passed away, actually. Richard Wright.
Right, Invisible Man?
Correct.
All right. So I'm 6 for 7.
2 for George Orwell.
George Orwell.
Two of them.
Well, I mean, the 2 books I would think are the easy guesses are Animal Farm and 1984.
That is correct. Give yourself the dinger.
But that's easy. So I'm 7 for 8.
James Joyce.
James Joyce. I could say The Dubliners. That would be not one. Jesus Christ. Leopold Bloom. Is that not Ulysses? What I'm so
You
sorry.
said it. You said it.
Ulysses?
Yeah, that was the one.
Okay. 8 for 9. By the way,
We had that wrong. Richard Wright.
They-
Richard Wright did not write The Invisible Man. I think Ralph Ellison did. Is that correct? Richard Wright wrote Native
Son.
Native Son. Yeah. So you just take that back.
7 for 9. Okay.
Kurt Vonnegut, 2 books.
All right. So obviously, well, Joseph Heller wrote Catch-22.
Give yourself the ding. That's on the list there.
Well, hang on. Oh, okay. So we had 8 for 10. Kurt Vonnegut, Slaughterhouse-Five.
That's one of them.
Okay, hang on. 9 for 11. Slaughterhouse-Five, Kurt Vonnegut. What's the one?
Meow. Meow.
What? I don't know.
Cat's Cradle.
I wouldn't have gotten that.
I read that. I read a lot of I read most every Vonnegut. I like his writing.
Okay, so I'm 9 for 12.
Yes. Okay. Ken Kesey, I'm looking at the list.
Got that
Kurt
one.
Vonnegut, we just did. Jack London.
Jack London. Jesus.
Like I say, most of these are their most common book. The
Yeah,
most
I can't think of his book. What is it?
Call of the Wild.
All the Wild.
How we doing? Is this entertaining? You think
Yeah,
this is
me it is.
Okay,
It
good.
reminds me how stupid I am.
You know, when I was growing up, we played authors. We had those cards, and you had to. It was like a matching game. It was like go fish, but you had to make books, and then you had to guess. Anyway, I learned all the names of these books that I never read, like The Deerslayer. Who's read The Deerslayer? James Fenimore Cooper. I've never read The Deerslayer. Okay, Vladimir Nabokov. You'll get this one.
Yeah, that would be Lolita.
You bet.
And it may be when you're looking back in 10 for 13. I don't know if he wrote it today. I don't know if he could get away with it.
Really? Oh, yeah. I think you're right. James Baldwin.
James Baldwin. I don't know.
Go Tellin' on the Mountain.
Okay. No.
Upton Sinclair. By the way, who names their baby Upton? Let's name our little baby Upton.
Let's see. Upton Sinclair. I always confuse with Sinclair Lewis. So
Yeah.
Who ran for governor of California?
I think the other guy.
So
I'm not sure.
Okay, so Upton Sinclair. Who wrote The Jungle?
Upton Sinclair.
Who wrote Babbitt?
I'm not sure about that.
Dodge. I'm gonna go with. I can't imagine The Jungle being banned.
Yep, that's it.
Really?
Yeah.
12 for 15.
Here's one you may not get. Zora Neale Hurston.
Zora Neale Hurston. Let me think of her book. I have no idea.
I wouldn't have known it either.
He doesn't exist.
No, it exists.
A man or a woman?
I think it's a woman. I'm sure. I'm
Caddyshack.
embarrassed.
Caddyshack.
It's not Caddyshack.
Not Caddyshack. Go Girls.
Their eyes were watching God.
That book should be banned. Just for being unwritten. How come I don't know it?
It was sexually explicit.
Well, when did it come out?
Well, it was banned in 1997. I think she might still be alive, maybe.
That doesn't count. A book with
Toni Morrison.
Toni Morrison.
Two of them.
Beloved?
Yes. Dingy dingy.
So now I'm 11 to 15, 13. No, I'm 12.
She had another book too.
16.
I wouldn't have got this one.
You
A new
wouldn't
book.
have gotten it?
I would not have gotten this next book. I'm moderately well read, but not well read.
Toni Morrison. I got Beloved. 50 Shades of Grey.
She didn't write that.
Okay.
A Song of Solomon.
Song of Solomon.
I thought Moses wrote that, but anyway, I might have been wrong
No,
about
Solomon wrote Psalms of Solomon.
that. Okay, see, you're
Well, I'm
better at the
12
Old
or
Testament.
17. I'm not doing well here.
I think that's all of them. But I wrote a little song.
No, you left one of you, Lady Chatterley's lover, D.H. Lawrence.
Oh, yes, you're right.
So what am I, 13 to 18?
Pretty good, David. Oh, William Golding. We didn't do that one yet. That's an easy
William
one.
Golding, Lord of the Zippers.
There you go. You got it. I think that's not quite the title.
14 out of what, 19?
So I'm thinking that the secret to being a successful author is to get banned. You know,
Yeah.
you got to get. So I've written a song about I want to be banned in Boston. Why do they always get banned in Boston?
It's very puritanical.
Really?
Yeah.
Have you ever been there?
Well, it used to be puritanical. Now, but there was a time when,
Okay, let me try this little song, see if it works. I slapped it together while I was listening to a very good show today. I heard most of it. I had to slip out for
I agree with
Jeopardy. Yeah, it was a good show.
some shows are better than others. This is a good one.
Yeah. Well, we're dragging it down to the
It's a nice
back to the.
Professor Marianne Cummings here. I'm not used to some.
Okay, this is I Want to Be Banned in Boston. It has a little harp in the front. Can you hear me, David? I always start with the harp upside down. I want to be banned in Boston so I can be a hit in Austin. They like it down there. I want to be banned in Boston so I can be a hit in Austin. I want to be ripped off the shelves by Moms for Liberty. I'm gonna make some dough on all that negativity. I want to be banned in Boston. I want to be banned in Boston so I can be a hit in Austin. I want to be banned in Boston so I can be a hit in Austin. I want moms to burn my books in Tioga. I want to craft some controversial stuff. Oh, I got messed up. I was going to ride Tioga with yoga. By some ladies who like to do yoga. Anyway, this is my lyrics. They're kind of messed up. I want to be banned in Boston. I want to be banned in Boston be a hit in Austin. I want to write some problematic fiction about a kinky sex addiction. I'm gonna make Catcher in the Rye seem like apple pie. I wanna be banned in Boston so I can be a hit in Austin. I wanna be banned in Boston so I can be a hit in Austin. I'm gonna write some modern prose. I wanna be burned in Kansas City. And if it all goes well, who knows? I might even use the word. I wanna be banned in Boston, be a hit in Austin. I wanna be banned in Boston, to be a hit in Austin. I'm gonna invent some new age hero who uses profanity. And just to tip it in, I'm gonna make him a gay manatee. I wanna be banned in Boston, be a hit in Austin. I wanna be burnt in Waterloo. I wanna be shelved in Chattanooga. I wanna be pulled down in Winnetka and canceled in Santa Cruz. That's all I got.
Professor Mike Sino, did you read the article in the Times? Was it yesterday about rhyming? How they've changed rhyme schemes and how words no longer have to rhyme the way they used to?
No, was that in where was that in the arts section?
Maybe it wasn't the New York Times. Maybe
I got to read that.
You know, it may not have been the New York Times. It may have been. I hate to say it. I apologize. The Wall Street Journal. I apologize.
That has some worth.
As long as you don't read the editorial page.
Yeah, right. But it has a lot of good information.
If you want a critique of capitalism, read the Wall Street Journal, the Financial Times, Bloomberg. It's eye-opening how critical the financial pages are.
Yeah. Did you read Douthit yesterday in Sunday Review?
I like him. I skimmed him. I accidentally read David Brooks. So,
oh God.
Yeah. What did Douthit write?
Well, here's the thing. He was talking about the thing in Canada, and he brought up this very interesting thing about a book written in 1958 about the meritocracy and how what that was going to eventually be. And he talked, I don't know if he invented these two terms. He says, the world now is the virtuals and the practicals. And he says, if you're like a professional, you're dealing in a virtual world, you're on your computer, you know, you're not, and then there's the practicals. And sometimes the practicals are wealthy. I mean, you can have a plumbing company and do great. You can be, but he says there's a lot of dissatisfaction with the people that have risen, you know, like in the meritocracy. And you're talking about, you know, universities today. I thought it was a really good rant about, you mind me calling it a rant?
But just don't call it her.
But about Berkeley.
That was last week.
I guess it was Friday. I was listening to that on my walk. Okay, yeah. Today, what was today about? Okay, I heard that too. Most of it. Anyway. Who knows? But anyway, the virtuals and the practicals, and he said that they were far apart. You know, and he says a lot of practice. You know, he says the virtuals have imposed restrictions that some of us don't feel. You know, we haven't eaten out and that, but we're not. It has in no way affected our income, this pandemic. But if you're practical, you know, if you're a plumber or maybe a construction worker, you know, it's a completely different thing. He says, And Trudeau is barking up the wrong tree. He says by trying to appeal to people through the virtual world. They're going on TV. They're going on social media to try to convince people who don't. Their reality is not in those situations. They may watch TV, but their reality is what's going on day to day as they work. Anyway,
Yeah, and that's not just, it's worldwide. I get that. If you're a truck driver, you got to wear a seatbelt. And nobody's saying that you can't drive your truck. We're just saying get vaccinated. What does that have to do with your work?
well, all of that's been mutated. I mean, it's so crazy. It's how that slipped. It's like critical race theory. One of the guys that was talking about the book banning was on Best of the Left. I think it was on the Pac-Man show. No, I can't remember who it was. They don't identify who's talking all the time until the very end. But he said that after Obama, a lot of people did not like the put. Well, no, he says it's basically after George Floyd. There was a huge push for diversity to try to get more diversity in education. And he said people couldn't push back on that because they would be considered racist. So they seized upon this thing that's really not in the mainstream at all, critical race theory that's 40 years old. That's just a theory, and it's a school of thought, but it isn't widespread and it isn't being taught widespread. But I think they invented this boogeyman and it resonates, and it's a way that people can get into the discussion, their anger about how they feel about diversity. A lot of people are threatened by diversity.
Yes, of course they are. And it gets back to the hypocrisy on the right. Joe Rogan, who I consider right-wing, just because he says he's a lefty, he voted for Trump. If you vote for Trump, you're right-wing.
Yeah.
So, when he gets caught saying the N-word 500 times,
Well, it wasn't I don't think it was 500, but
well, it might as well have been, because if that's what you're
once
saying,
is bad enough.
that's what we hear when the mic is hot.
Right. Yeah.
And calling Harlem Planet of the Apes. He says, well, I hope we can use this as a teaching moment. But then they want to teach critical race. Like, whenever somebody gets busted being a racist, let's use this as a teaching moment. We need to have a serious conversation about systemic racism when they get busted. And then they try to teach critical race theory, which they're not actually trying to do. You ban it from our schools. We're all for the First Amendment, by the way. Freedom of speech, no censorship, unless it's critical race theory. Like, it's okay for me to say the N-word. Don't sanction me for saying the N-word. Sanction me for teaching critical race theory.
This is kind of funny. In the American Library Association, they listed that Fahrenheit 451 was banned, or somebody tried to ban it, and they had a little note. Evidently, they failed to see the irony of that move.
Oh my God, you're right.
Because that's the whole thing about Fahrenheit 451. That's a brilliant novel. I'm gonna check out more Brad Bird. That was written in '53.
The thing I don't understand is all these parents who want these books banned, their kids can't read anyway. What are they worried about?
That's pretty harsh. But I mean, here's the thing that's in those books they're hearing, and isn't it better to have a thoughtful book teaching you about, gender issues rather than the crap you might hear at home? And, we had a neighbor, my mother used to joke about this. We had a neighbor, she was a lovely woman, but her kids, I learned all the bad words from my neighbors, and because my folks never said them. But anyway, she came over one time and she says, Lois, I don't know why my kids cuss so goddamn much. Failed to see the irony of that.
I think she knew she was funny.
Maybe so. She was a lovely lady. I loved her. I loved her.
I realize my mother is hysterical.
Well, that's good.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Anyway, all right.
You want to play the CV song?
Yeah, let's play this. This is not a new song.
No, I looked it up. This was last played in September. You got me going on this because you said I want to pump the gas in Sausalito. And so I thought I would write a song about all the different jobs you've had.
My curriculum vitae. Is that what it's called?
There you go. Yeah, I think you said you pronounced that very well.
This is called Feldman CV.
Yes.
This is my resume.
This is. You can present this to the networks.
Right. Okay, so I'm looking for work. I'll just play this song.
Yeah, that's all you got to do.
And they'll hire me.
Maybe so.
I pumped gas in Sausalito. I sold a fat man a burrito. I wrestled a big black bear. Sold my body on Times Square. I've been up, yeah, I've been down. I've been around. In Vegas, I dealt acey-deucey while I listened to Debussy. Watched a lot of I Love Lucy. Once I looked like Gary Busey. Not the old one, the young one that's handsome. I've been up, I've been down, I've been around. I sliced pickles in the Yucatan. I was Dennis Miller's wingman. I was an usher at a cockfight. I had a fling with Walter Cronkite. I've been up, yeah, I've been down, I've been around. I peddled birds at Alcatraz while I listened to some smooth jazz. Kenny G told some jokes in Santa Rita while I memorized Lolita. Yes, I've been up, yeah, I've been down, I've been around. Mustang Ranch Bordello, covering my body with apricot jello. I recorded some raunchy YouTube moves and tried to hide my man boobs. You know I've been up, ooh, I've been down, I've been around. You know I've been up, oh, I've been down, I've been around. I've been up, I've been down, 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 I've been around.
That is fantastic. You're amazing. You
Always
are-
good to put the apricot jello on your man boobs. That's what I
Yeah.
always say.
I forgot about dealing AC/DC in Vegas. Mike Steinell is a jazz trumpeter, composer, educator, member of the University of North Texas Jazz Studies faculty from 1987 2019. So many books. He's written The Essential Elements for Jazz Ensemble, Volumes 1 and 2, Building a Jazz Vocabulary, Running the Changes. We've got Saving Charlie Parker and the Lake House coming out soon. Go buy his latest CD, Song and Dance, the Mike Steinell Quintet, featuring Rosanna Eckert on Origin Records. You can get more information by going to MikeSteinell.com. Fantastic.
See you, David.
Thanks.
Bye, everybody.
We're gonna
Have a
go
good
to-
night.
We're going to go to Rodrigo right after we listen to some more music from Professor Mike Steinell as we encourage everybody to go to AmazonLaborUnion.org and support our good friend Christian Smalls, who is actually building a union that I think it's going to succeed. I just got to find it. Hang on for 1 second. All right. Where am I? Come on. Not going to happen tonight? Where are you? What happened? Here we go. I love this song.
Ain't no chairs in this Bessemer shop. Back in our day, don't ever seem to stop. A man went down cause his heart gave out. Get back to work, we heard them shout. They said the EMTs are coming, that's what they're for. And life slipped away on the cement floor. I know the bookstores are all gone away. Got me some books, I'll read them someday. Right now I got to make my rate in all these extra shifts. If I can make it to Christmas Eve, the kids will have nice gifts. And the big boss will have more money so he can go up into space. But there still won't be no chairs in this Bessemer place. When I was young, my dreams were bold. Now every day my life's controlled. Last year we had a meeting and they made us go. They gave us all pins that said, vote no. But maybe this year union can give us a little more and put some chairs on this Bessemer floor. I'm hoping the union might make things right. Some days I just don't have the strength to fight. This plant down here can take its toll. It'll break your body, it'll crush your soul. Feels like this packing ain't never gonna stop, and there still ain't no chairs in this Bessemer shop.
I think that's perfect. I think that song is perfect, but what the hell do I know? Give to AmazonLaborUnion.org. Go to AmazonLaborUnion.org and support Christian Smalls as he forms the first Amazon Union out in Staten Island. They're voting there. They're voting in Bessemer. And they're voting in Staten Island. We support Christian Smalls, founder of AmazonLaborUnion.org. It's freezing out in Staten Island right now. He's out there every day organizing his workers. Support Christian Smalls, AmazonLaborUnion.org. Hello, Rodrigo, are you there? Let's go to Mexico. Rodrigo. Okay. All right. There you are. Are you asleep, Rodrigo? I didn't call on you.
I'm here.
Okay. Don't get too excited.
I'm watching.
Don't get too excited being on the show, Rodrigo. Calm down. It's not that big a thing.
Sorry.
Easy, my friend, easy. Whoa. It's just a little podcast. Hell, you're overly excited. You're trying too hard. Be cool. Even if you're a little nervous, pretend you're not.
I'll try.
You're a little hyper here. Have you been drinking a lot of coffee and sugar?
No, I was watching Windows 10 restart everything because...
You were watching what?
I was watching Windows 10 reload all the Windows.
You were watching Windows 10?
Reload all the Windows, yes.
I don't know what you're talking about. What is on your mind, sir?
I have a few things, so stop me if I run out of time.
Could you speak up? And I need you to calm down. You are way too hyperactive tonight. Just calm down. We just had Mike Steinell on. We're cool. This is cool jazz. You're trying way too hard.
I don't know how to calm down, David.
Oh, it's just true. Okay. What's on your mind?
So I wanted to tell you why the anti-vaxxer movement is so dangerous, politics aside.
I'm sorry, can you say that again? You wanted to tell me what?
Why the anti-vaxxer movement is so dangerous regardless of politics. Can you hear me okay now?
I can hear you, yes.
Okay. We will probably lose 5 to 10 million people to COVID-19 before all said and done. And after that, all we have to worry about is whichever next variant replaces Omicron, and COVID-19 will simply become the new flu, or that's what people think, except long COVID. COVID-19 is not that different from the flu, except for the people who get long COVID, not because it's man-made or anything like that, but because this virus, only recently jumped to humans, and after a few mutations, it began to leave trash DNA behind on many people who recover from COVID-19. So unless we figure out how to get our shit together on this, every single living human will keep getting one or the other COVID-19 variant until hundreds of millions of people have different versions of long COVID, and that is going to look really bad. And that's the case where we get lucky and COVID-19 doesn't suddenly mutate to become more dangerous than B.2 Omicron, which is the more contagious and dangerous one currently going around. Meanwhile, the wife of Farron Cousins from Ring of Fire, she works as a special needs teacher in Florida, and she may lose her job because someone accused her of teaching CRT. A quick note, I've said on Twitter and previous shows that we shouldn't be worried about the things the State Department wants us to worry about when they want us to worry about them. And friend of the show, Vijay Prashad, recently wrote an article about this. The Western allied nations bully the world while warning of threats from China and Russia. I posted a link on the chat. We need to be able to hold two thoughts in our head at the same time. For example, the Clinton-Obama people running the US government can be tricking us into believing Russia is going to start a war with NATO 3 days ago, and Putin can be a petty tyrant who passes anti-LGBT plus legislation with the sole objective of keeping the Orthodox Church happy. And if we take it a step further, Putin's popularity rises a little whenever the US media starts bleating mindlessly about Putin trying to regain the Russian Empire, which he's apparently doing, but based on the 1820s Texas model. Also, because the left isn't promoting independent progressives, this year, Juliana Forlano and Marianne Williamson ended up working with Brianna Joy Gray, Crystal Ball, and Katie Halper, who have some very problematic friendships, if we're being generous. The congressional candidates Marianne is promoting this year are Jason M. Cole, Mike Ortega, Rebecca Parson, Amani Oakley, Sergio Alcubilla, Nina Turner, Muad Resi, Christine Olivo, Shervin Asami, Ruth Luevanos, Daniel Lee, Ali Darsimer, Cristina Garcia, Eric Smith, Alexandra Hunt, Derek Marshall, Neil Gualia, Melanie Derrigo, among others. One of these three people has 3 jobs. One of them is an actual scientist. Many of them are immigrants or children of immigrants. And of course, Paul Prescott is running for the 8th State Senate district in Pennsylvania.
Have we booked him yet? I thought we talked about this on office hours. I thought we booked him.
Talked about this. I don't know if you talked to him.
Okay.
And
all right.
He's running for the 8th State Senate district in PA, where the Republican Dr. Oz is running for a different state Senate seat from his house in New Jersey. Jessica Cisneros is running again in Texas to unseat Lipschitz Henry Cuellar. And if you want actual representation, you should find one of them and help them get elected. And I hope we can get some help for them before they are led astray by the quote-unquote leftists who think defeating AOC is a bigger priority than defeating Pelosi. Speaking of which, I've mentioned this a few times before, but I hope I'm not being too ambitious trying to explain it in 3 minutes. The reason the Tucker Carlsons and Jimmy Dores of the world are obsessed with AOC is the same reason a young, idealistic lawyer who participated in the Nixon Watergate paperwork became the enemy of all the left. Decades ago, Bill Clinton's overpriced consultants spent years hammering into Hillary Rodham Clinton that Bill lost an election because of her, because the Arkansas voters didn't want a first lady who worked and advised the campaign. They wanted a trophy wife. And if Hillary had been friends with Bernie back then, she might not have given in and done her best to become that trophy wife. But this wasn't enough, because once Bill Clinton became president and Hillary Clinton tried her best to help Ted Kennedy pass the Children's Health Insurance Program, Fox News began the 30 years long campaign to demonize Hillary, which is the main reason so many millions of people who get their news from Facebook and Fox News or Newsmax or OANN actually believe Hillary was running a pedophile trafficking ring from the basement of a pizza place that doesn't have a basement. This is the playbook the right and the FBI informant left are using against AOC, because AOC is simultaneously the all-powerful crazy Marxist that is leading Biden down the road of turning the United States into Venezuela, and also the ineffectual sellout and traitor who cannot stand firm to help the people. Even after we saw that when the squad stands firm and refuses to back down, Pelosi can find enough Republicans to pass whatever she wants without the squad, the narrative continues to be, quote unquote, the squad let us down, AOC is a sellout.
Great. I have to cut. We have to do a commercial. So,
okay.
To wrap it up, because we have to go to our sponsor.
And as I mentioned before, this is proof of how much the left has been successfully propagandized, because AOC isn't even the dangerous one or even the leader of the squad. AOC gets serious, actionable death threats every couple of months. I don't even know how often Rashida Tlaib gets serious death threats. Cori Bush has been shot at for being an activist, and her old car has the bulletproof holes to prove it. And Ilhan Omar doesn't have any conservatives who not so secretly want to sleep with her, so she only gets death threats. She gets serious death threats many times a week. And yet, when was the last time any of you even heard a lefty say, fuck Cory Booker or fuck Ro Khanna? There's dozens of supposed progressives in Congress and the Senate with worse voting records than AOC's, but the entire Jimmy Dore left remains obsessed with AOC and the squad, and only rarely mention all the people who could vote more often with Bernie and the squad without endangering their seats, but do not. There are more examples I could mention of the left subconsciously embracing propaganda that is so all-embracing it boggles the mind, but I hope everyone will learn that we should question not only CNN, but also the stories we tell each other about who is on our side and who is not.
Okay. I got to cut to our sponsor.
Thanks, David.
Thank you, Rodrigo and Mexico. We'll be right back. We'll be right back after this word from our sponsor.
The AIDS diet plan helped me lose 28 pounds.
AIDS helps control your appetite so you lose weight. Yet AIDS lets you taste, chew, and enjoy. And the appetite suppressant in AIDS is not a stimulant.
AIDS helped me to lose 18 pounds, and it doesn't contain anything to make me nervous.
Question: why take diet pills when you can enjoy AIDS? AIDS helps you lose weight without making you jittery.
That's an actual commercial from the early 80s. I love that. All right, we have two more callers. Benji, your hand is next, and then we'll go to Sharon. Benji.
Hey, how's it going, David?
Great. Benji, you're our man in Florida.
Yes, sir. Hey, I didn't talk to you last week, man. How was your Valentine's Day?
It was, what you'd expect. How was yours?
Not bad, man. I was going to surprise my wife and bring her flowers at work, but I just couldn't get my hand through the glory hole. No, I took good care of my wife, man. I got her a real nice card.
Hang on. Hang on. What? You took what?
No, I was going to bring her flowers at work, surprise her. I got big hands. I couldn't get them through the glory hole, man.
I know. I heard you.
But no, I took good care of my wife, man. I went and, got her a real nice card and a dozen really fresh batteries. But no, for me, man, she brought home a friend for a threesome.
Oh.
I'm not young anymore, man. I told him flat out, one of y'all got to wait till tomorrow. No, No, I asked my wife why she married me. She said she married me for my sense of humor. I said I thought it was because I was good in bed. She said, "See what I mean? You're hilarious." No, hey, I do got a couple Florida stories for you tonight, man.
Oh, good.
This week, Governor Ron DeSantis was jokingly asked if he would support a bill to prevent school children from learning anything about this year's Super Bowl halftime show. He got pretty angry with that question. So,
I could see that happening.
Two things he hates, man, more than anything, is being called a racist and black people.
Yeah.
No, also, Florida Congressman / pimp Matt Gaetz was in the news this week too. So,
oh, really?
Yeah, his girlfriend of 17 years. Actually, that's her age. She testified before a grand jury this week. She wasn't real happy about that either. Not about testifying. She was just really upset because she had missed JV cheerleading tryouts.
Ah, that's sad.
No, hey man, I'm gonna cut it short. That's all I got tonight, man. But
all right,
say hello to producer Don for me.
I will. I
mean, Dan, him too.
Don, yes. And finally, Sharon, where are you? Oh, I thought she raised her hand. Did she? I thought I saw another hand. Nope. No. All right. I want to thank, who's this? That's Rodrigo. Yeah. Okay. Why don't you start from the beginning and we'll just do it again for safety. I'm kidding. Well, sorry, what?
I wanted to offer my 2 cents on Russia.
On Russia.
Russia.
Let's do it on Thursday if you don't. Thank you, my friend. That is our show. I want to thank the people who make this possible, everybody in the Zoom room, in our virtual studio audience. If you would like to join us, go to my website and hit the button that says attend a live taping, and all you need is Zoom. If you would like to attend office hours, please go to my website and sign up for office hours every Friday night at 8 p.m. While you're over there, please sign up for my newsletter. This show is put together by a lot of great people: Dan Frankenberger, Andy Brown, Sarah Bush, The Invisible Ninja, Joe in Norway, and Hannah Fartman. I'm leaving some people out, but they come to the meetings on Wednesday to help figure out how to get this show made and how to keep office hours going. Probably leaving Professor John out and all the mods. So thank you to everybody who keeps this show going. Subscribe to this program wherever you get podcasts, and we have a YouTube channel. Please subscribe to our YouTube channel, The Invisible Ninja, who, with Andy Brown and Sarah, moderates the chat room. Invisible is cutting up these episodes and posting them on YouTube. The YouTube channel is, thanks to these guys and gals, it's actually interesting, very interesting. They're cutting it up into digestible bites. So thank you for that. And it's a great way to share the content. Please share this show with people who you think would want to join this community. That's it. Thank you to all our guests who made this show today, starting with Jason, Ben, Howie. Let me see. Dan isn't here. Howie, David Cobb, Dr. Harriet Fraud, Professor Adnan Hussein, Peter B. Collins. We didn't have Professor Mary Ann. She was busy. Dave Cyrus and Professor Mike Steinel. I think I did it. Thank you all for listening. I will see you all Thursday. We tape this Thursday. I will see you all. Remember to stay strong and protect the weak.
It's time right now for the David Feldman Show. He's talking politics and comedy too. He'll tell a dirty joke, he knows quite a few. He's just a lefty from way back. He's a union man with an Emmy for writing. Some days he's mad and he feels like fighting. It's time right now for the David Feldman Show. So get your ears on right, buckle in real tight. He's got a lot to say and he's coming your Yes, it's time right now for the David Feldman Show. Get your ears on right, buckle in real tight. He's got a lot to say and he's coming your way. He's got a lot to say and he's coming your way.
Hey, Liam McEnany, your friend David told me about how you thought you had to pass gas on the number 4 bus, but it turned out to be more than gas. Man, Liam McEnany, that has to be tough. Wearing white shorts on a Manhattan scorcher smack dab in the middle of rush hour with your girlfriend standing right next to you. I feel you, Liam McEnany. I really do. But it's a reminder of how precarious life is. One moment you think you're taking your lady downtown to your favorite Korean barbecue, and suddenly one blast out of your leaky balloon knot and poof, everything changes in a second. Poof, it's all over. Poof, runny bilge, dripping down your legs, Liam McEnany. You look for your girlfriend. Poof, she's gone. In the blink of a balloon knot. Won't even return your phone calls. I feel for you, Liam McEnany. Reminds me of 9/11. Beautiful fall day. I was planning a walk in the park with my second wife, Judith Nathan, who turned out to be a voracious harpy. And the next thing you know, well, I don't have to tell you what happened that day. It's all in my book, Leadership. I guess the point is, Liam McEnany, never take anything for granted. Cherish each moment. You never know. You just never know. One day you're with a woman who you can't figure out where you end and she begins. And then poof, intestinal air completely betrays you by turning solid. Poof, she's gone. Poof, all that's left is a memory. Okay, take care, Liam McEnany. And next time you're riding the bus in white shorts, remember to exercise constant vigilance, because things don't always turn out the way you planned. Bye, Liam McEnany. You sound like someone I would like to get to know. 9/11.